Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. The longer you live, the more you realize the only things that truly exist in this reality are pain, suffering, and futility. Everywhere you look in this world, wherever there's light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there's a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates wars, and hatred is born in order to protect love. There are nexuses, causal relationships that cannot be separated. This quote is perhaps one of the most well-known copypastas from the entire Naruto series, but it's also true of any form of storytelling. Dichotomy is the intense contrast between one thing and another, but in many cases these two extremes are connected by a single thing. Love and hate, according to Madara, is like light and shadow. One seems to be the opposite of the other, but it's also true that one cannot exist unless the other is there to define it. In that way, sometimes bad things happen to good characters. Bad things happen in life to help us understand that good things can happen. Naruto is expertly told and is interesting to us because Kishimoto made great use of contrast. The bad things that happen to Naruto still somehow help him form into an upbeat character. It's in the face of these things that he's shown to be heroic. Anyone can be a hero when the going is good. And that further takes us into the dichotomy of Naruto and Sasuke. Every character, every villain in Naruto makes use of dichotomy in some fashion, whether it be between each other, as was the case with Zabuza and Haku, or between the heroes and villains, such as between Pain and Naruto, or Obito and Naruto, Indra and Ashura. And so, to offer proper contrast and help define the happiness of our characters we love so much, here are a few what-ifs about sadness and sorrow. We'll start off with what might be my personal favorite. What if Sasuke gave Naruto his Sharingan? The story starts in the same place that it always starts, the academy. Now, Naruto wasn't the sharpest crayon in the bow, and he always had a hard time keeping up with anything. He had nothing and nobody, and perhaps that's what drew Sasuke towards him. Now, Sasuke also had nobody and nothing, but he did have one thing: his skills. Natural prodigious abilities. These he inherited from his Uchiha genes, and due to some past trauma involving his brother, Sasuke could see the world for what it was. However, Sasuke was not changed by this quite as much as you would think. This Sasuke, in this far-flung world where we find ourselves, chose not to indulge in hatred. He chose not to base his entire life around finding and killing his brother. His dreams were far simpler. He just wanted to bring his clan back. He wanted a future. He wanted to have a family, and this didn't seem out of the question for him by any means. He had suitors left and right. He was far too young to be playing that game though, and he knew that he couldn't just coast off the fame that the Uchiha clan had built up in the past. Instead, he needed to build off his own merit, perhaps become the Hokage, grow closer with members of other clans. This led him to meeting Hinata and introducing himself formally as the head of the Uchiha clan, a clan that currently consisted of one person. To most, they thought this was adorable, even the other clan heads, but for Sasuke, it wasn't a game. This was serious. He was setting himself up for the future. He wanted his clan to become the most prestigious clan in all of Konoha. That was the focus, and that laser focus was what drew so many girls to him. He knew what he wanted, and he was working tirelessly for it. Naruto, on the other hand, he barely knew what he wanted. To be Hokage? Maybe. This Naruto was a little different too. This Naruto was one who had let his loneliness eat at him. One that had given up on ever being cared for by the village and its people. He had parents once, but he couldn't remember them. And that was a scar that was rent open for him every night as he laid in bed in a quiet, empty apartment building. As he traveled to school, the adults spat upon him. As he played at the park, the other kids bullied him. Why did they hate him? Was it because he was an orphan? Maybe it was because he had yellow hair. No, that couldn't be it. Ino Yamanaka had yellow hair. Sakura had pink hair. And there were other orphans too, like Sasuke. So why was it that they hated him? Maybe they hated him because of his sometimes tattoo. He had noticed it every time he would get upset, and he'd get a tattoo on his stomach that would show up only sometimes. So he called it his sometimes tattoo, and it always caused his eyes to turn red. Maybe he was cursed. Perhaps he'd killed his parents. Could be that he was a demon. That's what everyone else said. It was for these reasons that Naruto was a bit of a recluse. Well, he was a lot of a recluse. He only ever left his home on certain occasions. Whenever he needed something to eat, and whenever he went to school. He always stopped by Ichiraku Ramen to eat. The man there was nice.
He always had a smile and a special bowl of ramen waiting for him, so that was really the only time Naruto could get any real human contact. Any that was meaningful at least. Whenever he came to the academy, he always stayed in the back, towards the corner. He studied hard and listened well, but the teacher rarely called on him, and when he did, Naruto tended not to say anything. Mostly because anything he did would get him laughed at. If he was wrong, they would laugh. If he was right, the other kids would get angry. So Naruto stopped trying. Because of that, Naruto got a reputation as being dumb or stupid. On days where he would need to perform in front of the class, he would always come up with an excuse. He had expired milk at the ready for days like that, so he could be legitimately sick and worm his way out. This dog was beaten into a corner, but instead of biting back at the feet that kicked it, the dog just stopped trying. It stayed in the corner. It remained curled up, no longer searching for love or attention. It just didn't want to be kicked again, so it avoided confrontation. This led to Naruto seeming really shy. Many girls would see him and laugh as he went down the halls, but there was always one that never did, Sakura Haruno. Naruto never noticed her, and if he ever did, he didn't show it. She couldn't help but watch him being tormented and made fun of by the other kids, and she hated it. This Sakura was a little different as well. Less laser focused only on Sasuke and her love life, this Sakura saw the world as it was without the need of the Sharingan's blessing. She saw how love was a commodity to be bartered, but most tragic of all, she knew that there were some who just couldn't afford it. Some who didn't have a way to get it. She knew people who were just plain out of luck, and Naruto was one of these people. She suspected that love was partly to blame for what he was suffering through, not because everyone gave it to him, but because everyone was too afraid to lose their own. One person made fun, and then another, just to look cool. Then a whole squad did it out of fear of being rejected, and everyone was desensitized by the constant abuse that they were dishing out to realize how they were pushing the fear of not being loved off on a child that wasn't actually loved. That moment made her want to cry. As Naruto passed up to his corner in the room, she viewed his face. A face that showed nervousness. A face that said, I don't know if I can keep doing this. As he passed by, her gaze met Sasuke's. He was the only boy in class that shared that same look on his face as her. A face that didn't laugh. A face that didn't antagonize or torment. She and he watched Naruto sit down away from the class and sort of hide his face, trying to pretend that he wasn't there as everyone around him happily obliged the emptiness of his presence without sparing old what's-his-face a second thought. Sasuke looked to Sakura and he stood up. She watched him. Sasuke stepped up the stairs towards the corner. He took a seat at the desk beside Naruto. The boy in orange raised his head for a moment and looked over at the last survivor of a dead clan. His eyes were a mix of confusion and fear, a cocktail of negative anticipation. A puppy in the corner waiting to be kicked again. Sasuke sat there for a moment. Hi, I'm Sasuke. Those 3 words changed Naruto's life forever. As simple as they were, those 3 words did save his life. He sat there, his face of confusion and fear masking skepticism as Sasuke smiled at him. What is this? He asked within himself. Is this a trick? What's the punchline? When do I become the butt of this joke? Suddenly, Sakura made her way up and just stood there in front of Naruto's desk. She smiled in a light fashion as Naruto gently recoiled. Hi, she said. Can we sit with you, Naruto? In his head, his mind was set aflame. If there had been smoke detectors in the classroom that actually worked, they would have gone off from all the smoke leaving Naruto's ears. Still, Naruto had said nothing. He had not told his name, yet she knew it. She knew his name and asked if she could sit with him. He was never used to being addressed like this. He hated to hear his own name spoken because generally when someone said Naruto, it was either to make fun of him or to call him up or to scold him for something he did or didn't do. To a point, he cringed when she asked, but he was also too timid to tell her no. So he nodded with a voice so light that it seemed afraid to be heard. He spoke. Yes. She smiled and came up and sat beside Sasuke, who was already pulling things out of his backpack. Naruto's face was a little red and he leaned up against the wall, closer to the window, as if he were securing an escape route the moment this turned sour. He was still distrustful. Time passed and class would begin. Sasuke would just sit back in his chair, tapping a pencil like a drummer on the long shared desk that he, Naruto, and Sakura shared. Sakura was leaned forward, both elbows on the desk, listening to the teacher. Naruto kept looking to them, wondering when this was going to go bad. It always did. Nobody ever wanted to be near him, so why would they start now? It was suddenly in that moment when Iruka called out to him. Naruto, you spacing out up there? Naruto shook his head. Iruka nodded. Okay then, if that's the case, what's the answer? Huh? Naruto was confused. Iruka cleared his throat as the rest of the class giggled at Naruto's cluelessness. This caused Naruto to once again retreat within himself. Iruka repeated, if you were paying attention, what's the answer? Naruto was frozen for a moment. Sasuke looked over to him and whispered, Kanabi Bridge. Naruto heard it and then looked to Iruka. Kanabi Bridge? Irika's head turned a bit as he heard it and a smile formed. Indeed, that is correct. Seems you were paying attention. Good job, Naruto. Naruto's face lit up. He didn't smile, but his face showed a look as if he were experiencing something for the first time. Positive affirmation. For the second time today, someone had said his name, and it wasn't in a negative way. He looked to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke's head on the table, he was hiding his smile with his arms well, but his eyes told all. Sakura, on the other side of him, gave a slight fist pump and a smile. Naruto almost smiled there, but still, a part of his heart remained guarded. This is another elaborate trick. As class came to a close, it was time for lunch. Irika looked up to the clock as his time teaching came closer to an end. Alright, break time. Time for lunch. As he said those words, everyone began to pull out their food, including Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto pulled out his too. Sakura looked over. What are you eating today, Naruto? He looked at her. He showed her. It was a small sandwich, a couple cookies, and potato chips. She smiled. Looks yummy. He began pushing it to her. She shook her head. Huh? No, you eat it. I just think it looks good. I got something similar. Peanut butter and jelly with extra jelly. Jelly's the best part. All the while, Sasuke was pulling something else out. He had a fat stack of crackers, some meat and cheese, a big dill pickle, and a bag of chips of his own. He made a cracker by putting some meat and cheese on it. He put one into Sakura's bento box and one into Naruto's. You should try it. It tastes pretty good. Just about then, one of the other students, a boy of larger proportions, likely held back a little too long, walked over to them with his posse of hype men. What do we have here? He said, looking into Naruto's bento. Ew, what is that? It smells like eggs. The bully scoffed. But hey, I'll try anything once. He picked up Naruto's sandwich and took a bite out of it before dropping it back in his box. Yuck, not for me. Garbage seems perfect for you though, eat up. Naruto looked at his sandwich with a bit of disgust. The bully grabbed Naruto by the hair and pushed his face into the box. I said eat up! Letting go, Naruto pulled his head back, his face covered in egg, his eyes starting to well up as his face turned red. The bully leaned forward. Aw, little fish cake gonna cry? Gonna run home crying to mommy? Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't have one. The look on Naruto's face hit like a dump truck, and with that, Sasuke was out of his seat. Crawling over the desk with his Sharingan active, he pushed off the table right into the bully and his posse, knocking them down a few levels. They hit the tables and went in all directions, trying to get away. All except the head bully who was caught in Sasuke's grasp. Holding him by the collar, he mercilessly wailed on him, his fist in constant movement, his knuckles starting to get a little bloody. Whether it was the bully's blood or Sasuke's was unknown, but he continued to beat into him until Irika came over and pulled him off the bully. Of course, the hype men and bully all blamed Sasuke, saying that he started it. He and Naruto both. Irika would look to Naruto. Well then, if that's the case, then you two can finish your lunch in the Hokage's office. Sakura's hand shot up. Irika looked to her. Yes, Miss Haruno? Then she spoke. I called the boy a slimeball. I still think he's a slimeball, and I hope Sasuke beats his butt again. Irika sighed. Then you can also go to the office until the end of the day. They were sent to the office. Hiruzen was not there, of course. He was off watching the building of some of the structure that would bring more revenue to the village. But here they sat at the Hokage's desk in their own chairs and ready to eat again. Hirika's lectures are snooze fests anyway, Sasuke said. Naruto looked down at his box of ruined sandwich. He still had a bit of egg on his face and in his hair. Sakura wiped it off with her napkin. She and Sasuke looked to his sandwich. You don't have to eat that if you don't want to, Naruto, Sasuke said. Naruto obviously didn't want to, but what other choice did he have? His stomach audibly rumbled. He pushed the box away. Sasuke stood, took the box, and dumped the sandwich. He brought the box back and began to put some of his crackers and lunch meat into Naruto's box. Sakura saw this and how much food Sasuke was giving over, so she cut her own PB&J into thirds and gave one to Naruto and the other to Sasuke, who in turn gave her some crackers and sandwich meat. Sasuke and Sakura then ready to eat when they heard something. A snuffle. They each sat up and looked over to each other and then looked at Naruto, who was leaning forward a bit over his box, crying. Sakura was aghast. Sasuke put his hand on Naruto's back. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Naruto quickly pulled out the cookies he brought with him and gave one to Sasuke and Sakura each. Through his tears, he was smiling. Sakura was fighting it. She was trying to hold it together, but upon taking the cookies, her eyes ran over too. She couldn't believe how bad the condition of this boy's heart was. It made her want to cry. So many times she had thought that her parents were annoying, that they embarrassed her, were overly demanding. Now she didn't think that. She was just happy to have them. Seeing Naruto, she knew that there were some out there who had nothing. She felt truly blessed to have her family, and now all she wanted was to be this boy's friend and bring so much of that excess of love that she lived in to Naruto so he might be happy. Sasuke rubbed his back and pulled him into a hug. I know what it's like to have nobody, Sasuke said. I don't want you feeling like that anymore. You have us. We'll be your family. Friends to the end. Family by oath, not blood. Sakura leaned over and joined the hug as well. And please excuse me while I pause the story for a quick sec. I just gotta say something really quick. I know many of our viewers are still in school. So many kids are going to school talking about a shared interest in our favorite anime about ninjas. It's important for all of us to remember what Naruto is about. It's about learning to love others. That is the ninja way. Bullying's a real problem in our academic system. Many people don't even notice the signs of it, but it really can hurt people. That's why I just want to say, if you see someone being bullied, tell an adult or tell someone you can trust. And if you see anyone who doesn't have a friend, be that friend. Everyone needs a friend, and the best thing about that is that we never run out of slots for it. You never know how you could change a life for the better just by saying hi. And if you're upset, maybe you're the one being bullied. Maybe you are the bully. It's not too late. There's always time to change things and be better. And if you're upset, don't be silent. Reach out. There's no shame in it. We here at the Amagi care for our viewers, each and every one of you. You're like family to us, and that's why we enjoy entertaining you so much. We love you, and we want you to love others too. After all, that's my personal nindo, my ninja way, to love others as I would love myself and to treat them the same. Anyway, thanks for listening to this short spiel. Let's get back to the story. As the day came to a close and they were finally allowed to leave, Hiruzen appeared in the office where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were waiting. What happened this time? Sakura would explain it to him. Some boy in class was bullying Naruto and Sasuke stood up for him, but was punished because of it. Hiruzen looked to them. Well, to let you know, that boy has a broken arm. Sasuke, that was not the way to deal with it, but still, you did good sticking up for Naruto. One of the others in class mentioned that you were just defending him, so I'm going to let you off this time. Next time it happens, tell Irika about it. Sasuke nodded. They were then dismissed and allowed to leave. Naruto walked his own way back towards his apartment that he had. He lived a little further off from Sasuke and Sakura, but Sasuke decided to go the extra mile with him. Sakura had to turn towards her house as she didn't want her family missing her, but she wished them both a good day and left. Sasuke followed Naruto home to his apartment and walked in with him. This is where you live. It's not too much different from where I live. Naruto dropped his backpack by the door and slipped out of his open-toed boots and onto the tatami carpet. Sasuke followed suit. He walked in too. So what do you do for fun? Naruto turned on the stove and began to heat up water. Sasuke would come to a table where he'd see sheets of paper. On that paper were drawings of foxes, fully colored in and actually well shadowed. Wow, these are awesome. Did you draw them? Naruto looked back with a little bit of a smile and nodded. Grabbing a step stool, he stepped up to the cabinet and pulled the door open to show a hilarious number of ramen cups, bowls, and packets. He pulled down 2 instant noodle cups. He walked over and presented one to Sasuke. Sasuke smiled and took it. Thank you. He sat down by the table and waited. Naruto would open the fridge and pull out 2 soft drinks. He would put one on the table for Sasuke and one on the other side for himself. All the while, Sasuke began to stack up the drawings and move them to another table, putting the colored pencils back in the box and placing them nearby. After some time passed, Naruto returned with a kettle of boiling water. He began to pour that steaming water into the cups. He then closed the lid again on both of them and sat some chopsticks on top and got a timer ready and twisted it about. Having done this nearly every day, he no longer needed to look at the packaging to see how long to cook it, he just twisted the dial. They waited there. Sasuke looked around the apartment. Naruto sat with his chin on his arms and stared at the ramen cup with gleeful anticipation. Sasuke looked back at him. How long have you lived on your own? He asked, trying to gently dance around the question. Naruto looked over. All my life. Sasuke was struck by that. You mean you've always lived like this? Naruto nodded. Sometimes Mr. Hiruzen comes over to pay me a visit. He brings me money, checks up on me. And every October he stops by with some cake and takes me to Ichiraku. Sasuke would cock his head. What's so important about October? Naruto shrugged. He told me that it was the month I was born. Sasuke smiled. Ah, mine's July 23rd. Naruto smiled about that. That's soon. Sasuke nodded. And so he and Naruto just hung out for a little while. After all, Sasuke had nowhere to go and there wasn't really anyone at home to miss him. So honestly, this was as good for Sasuke as it was for Naruto. After supper, they watched TV and played a few video games. Sasuke, of course, could absolutely smash Naruto in any game they played as he had use of his Sharingan. Naruto would smile and make a bit of a habit of covering Sasuke's eyes as they rounded a corner in Hashirama Cart 46. The boys just had a lot of fun. But as night rolled in, Sasuke knew he had to leave and go home. After all, it was bedtime and he hadn't even had a shower yet. So he stood and turned. Well, I'll see you later, Naruto. Naruto would look over. Ah, you're leaving? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, but just until tomorrow. I'll come pick you up. We can go to school together. Naruto smiled. Okay, and maybe tomorrow. Naruto trailed off. Sasuke looked back at him. Naruto looked back up at him from the ground. Maybe we can ask Sakura to come and play with us. Sasuke smiled. You can bet on it. Maybe we'll have a sleepover. Wouldn't that be fun? Naruto seemed excited. As Sasuke left into the night, he traveled down the road. He turned back to see Naruto smiling in the window, waving at him. He waved back. This was a far cry from what Naruto had been previously. He was more open and happy. It made Sasuke happy. And honestly, Sasuke hadn't been this happy in a long time. He hadn't looked forward to going to school like this even once in his life. He made his way home to shower and rest, and all the while he didn't notice that in the window of the Hokage's residence Hiruzen stood. He looked out over this and smiled as he took a puff from his pipe. This is what he was hoping for Naruto. He was hoping that he would make a true friend. When he forbade all in the village from ever speaking of Naruto and the Nine Tails again, he was hoping that eventually it would lead to the next generation developing less to fear the monster he had and to love the boy that he was. Hiruzen could admit that there were a few stumbling blocks along the way, but by the end, Naruto had found two true friends. He kept that in mind for the future. If these three ever became fully fledged shinobi, he wanted them to be on the same team. He knew the perfect candidate for Jonin, someone who understood what it was to cherish friends and the meaning behind teamwork. He returned to his desk, dimly lit by a single lantern, and continued his work. As the night came though, Sasuke laid in bed. His sheets were up to his chin, but slowly his head turned and his fingers made an appearance. With another quick turn of his head, his feet straightened and he pulled the sheets down a bit as his arms raised above his head. His face was twisted as he grunted. Within his mind's eye, he witnessed it. A dark night. The street stained black with darkness spilling out of every home in the Uchiha compound. The skies were red, and hovering just above the clouds was the red moon. Its surface changed to look like a Sharingan staring down at him. He was scared, alone. He ran for home. Stepping in, he saw many of the belongings of his family smashed and scattered, picture frames broken and shredded. He saw from the steps a steady stream of blood, like a river slowly making its way down each individual step, congealed just enough that gravity seemed to take 3 seconds to pull it down from stair to stair. In his mind, he knew that something had happened, but his weak heart and scared demeanor begged him to find Mom and Dad. He ran up the stairs, despite Death's omen warning him to turn back for the better. He rushed up and found the river of blood traveling down the hallway and turning abruptly into his parents' room from which it seemed to flow. The wood creaked below him like an angry lion, each step of his tiny feet growling, giving away his position to all the monsters in the shadows. As he stepped forward, dread like impending doom weighed on him like a coat of lead. Rounding the corner, he saw a single man standing there in the dark room, a demon or shadow figure within a haunted house. From the window poured more crimson light as the moon, now changed to that of a Mangekyo Sharingan, poured in from outside. The man stood there, his legs in a strong and sure stance. Between the figure's feet, Sasuke caught glimpse of his parents. Their cold and lifeless eyes glazed over, their faces eternally caught in the terror of their slaughter. Sasuke wanted to move, but no sound came out of his mouth. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't work. It was as if he were frozen in ice. Slowly, the figure turned around. The face, shriveled up and no longer human. The eyes, glowing red from center to edges. The being turned around and a smile pulled up its cheeks. Teeth like 1,000 razor blades, tongue like a snake. Sasuke, a voice whispered as the being turned to face him. Sasuke recognized it as the face of his brother Itachi, but something was wrong. Something had changed. He had become possessed. "Sasuke, run," came a whisper. The pale face of his dead mother, her eyes bearing no spark, her lips curled up and spoke. "Sasuke, run." Suddenly he was free. He turned to run and Itachi was behind him in a flash. From his parents' room, red light and a dozen crows spilled out as the deep voice of his brother spoke. "Sasuke," it taunted him as he walked down the hall. "Come and give your brother a hug." The man, barely recognizable as Itachi anymore, walked nonchalantly down the hall, twirling his blade in his hand. Sasuke ran as hard and as far as he could. Breaking through the wall, he landed outside in front of a set of graves. The moon overhead, still red and glowing like genjutsu. The tiny child, eyes full of tears, looked upon the gravestones. Fugaku Uchiha, Makoto Uchiha, they said, but the one in front of him bore another name, Sasuke Uchiha. His eyes full of terror as he looked upon his own name, the epitaph reading, "As Cain killed Abel, so too shall Itachi be cursed." Suddenly, from the grave below, burst the arms and face of the demon Itachi, wrapping his arms around the boy, intent to drag him to hell with him. Sasuke screamed and woke up screaming. His Sharingan were active and his mind was racing, his brain telling him that he was still in danger. His quick and heavy breathing began to relax a bit as his mind worked all the logic out and put the pieces together. He had been sleeping. He'd been sleeping. It was a nightmare. He attempted to sleep, but his paranoia was still screaming in his ear, reminding him that Itachi was out there, and that he was waiting for Sasuke to awaken his Mangekyo. Sasuke tried with all of his might to sleep, but alas, it did not come. The next day was not so easy. He was up with the sun, already dressed and fed by the time he normally got up. Grabbing his things, he decided to go on his way. For the first time in a long time, Naruto is smiling and finding himself excited to go to the academy. After spending the day with Sasuke, he's up bright and early waiting for his friends. Sitting in Naruto's kitchen, we see the young man having eaten his breakfast and working on a sketch. He diligently drags the lead across the paper in quick yet calculated motions. You could see it in his face that something didn't strike him right in the image. He would take his thumb and pull down on it just a little, keeping it in tight circles. His face shows satisfaction. He then grabbed a new pencil, pink. As he finished, he looked down on it with the widest grin. It was a drawing showing himself, Sasuke, and Sakura standing together. In his heart, something tugged at him. Don't trust them. This is a ploy. They just want to hurt you. They will hurt you. But Naruto ignored it. He was scared, yes, but nobody had ever shown this much interest in him before as a person, and he didn't want to pass up the chance that maybe somebody might care for him out of more than just obligation, like Hiruzen-sama did. He would step up to the sink and turn on the water, using it to rub the remnants of his pencil smudges from his fingertips. As he did so, he heard a knock at the door and his heart leapt in his chest. Grabbing a towel and rushing to the door, afraid that somehow they might leave, thinking he wasn't home. He opened the door, and sure enough, there Sakura and Sasuke stood. Naruto's face lit up. Sakura smiled and waved hello to him. Sasuke smiled too. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun, hi! Sasuke smirked and turned around. We'd best be off to the academy or Iruka-sensei will blow another gasket. The three fell in line and made their way onto the street, where they then walked three wide, as if this were some action movie. To Naruto, it could have been, because never in his wildest dreams did he ever think something like this was going to come to his life. Naruto and his group finally made it to school, where they took their customary seats, three sharing a long desk in the back row closest to the window. Sasuke slowly laid his head down on his folded arm and let out a sigh. Sakura peeked around Naruto. Wow, Sasuke, you look beat. What happened? Sasuke opened one eye to look at her. Oh, nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Naruto looked at him. Why? Sakura cut him off from pushing it. Some things are best just kept a secret, Naruto-kun. Sasuke waved it off. Nah, if he's our friend, then he should know. About 5 years ago, my entire clan was murdered. I was the only survivor. My brother did it, and I barely escaped him with my life. Sometimes when I'm alone, I feel his presence, and when I sleep, sometimes I relive that moment. Last night was just one of those nights. Sakura looked down and forward. Naruto looked forward too. Don't worry, Sasuke. We won't let him hurt you again. Sasuke shook his head. If he ever does come back, I want you two to promise me that you'll stay away from him. He killed an entire clan of what was once the most reputable clan of warriors in the Leaf. Even if we all fought him at once, he would kill us. He wants my eyes, and he'll kill anyone to have them. Naruto looked down on him with curiosity. Sasuke knew what that meant. He dove a little deeper. My eyes possess a special technique. It's called the Sharingan. It's a technique that gives me increased processing power, the ability to cast genjutsu, and photographic memory, allowing me to learn any jutsu I see on the spot. He has a pair that have evolved and become stronger, but he's going blind. He needs my eyes to keep seeing and using his abilities. So when he's almost blind, he'll come back and take them from me. Sakura was gripping the front of her shorts. Naruto shook his head. I won't let him take them. Sasuke smiled. Maybe if we're lucky, it'll never come to that. It was then that Iruka came into the class. I have good news. The end of your time in the academy is closely coming. We'll be holding a test tomorrow to see if you're all ready to become genin. Basically, we'll be testing to see if you have the bare minimum to join a ninja squad. If you fail, we'll hold you back and make you take the test again until we're certain that you have what it takes. So for today, your work will be light, but you must study hard. I'll go over the upcoming test with you and explain what you'll need to be able to display for tomorrow. The class let out a cheer. For the rest of that day, they focused on studying for the written exam. On their way to Naruto's place, where they planned their sleepover, they noticed Naruto seemed a little down. Sakura looked over. What's wrong? He looked to them. What if I don't pass? What if I get held back and you guys pass? Will we be separated? Sasuke thought about it. It is possible that we would. Then again, even if we do pass, there's no guarantee we'll end up on the same team, so Sakura hushed Sasuke. It's okay, Naruto. We'll make sure you pass. Naruto smiled. But I can't do the thing. What thing? Sakura asked. Naruto tried to make a gesture with his hands. He would make a puff of smoke and suddenly another Naruto was there, this time just a pale rag doll of himself. Sakura choked a laugh. Sasuke looked at it. Yeah, you could use a little work on that. Naruto let it go. If I don't perfect it, I won't pass and we'll get separated. I don't want to lose my new friends. Sakura seemed concerned for him now, her hand on his shoulder. Sasuke shrugged. Well, I guess that means we better train all night. We're already going to stay over, might as well make it a training party. Naruto seemed a little comforted by that. Together with Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto spent all day working on his technique, only stopping to eat or for a break. Sasuke wanted to drill it into his head so that Naruto would know this technique better than he knew the freaking alphabet. Naruto would work from the afternoon till nighttime. By then, he was laying on the ground, tired from the amount of chakra he had spent. Sasuke was standing over him. Come on, don't tell me that's everything you've got. Naruto just lay there. Maybe we should call it a night, Sasuke. Naruto's had enough. If you push him too hard, he won't have the chakra to make a clone tomorrow. Sasuke looked down at him. Naruto wasn't smiling. This wasn't the sleepover he had anticipated. Sasuke nodded. You're right. Sometimes sleep actually helps what you learn to set in. Let's call it a night and just go have some fun. He helped Naruto up. Together, they walked to his home where they all proceeded to one by one change into their pajamas. Naruto was pleased with this. They stayed up late watching television, but not too late. Naruto had been working hard all day, and Sasuke was running on 3 hours of sleep as it was. Sakura was the only one capable of staying up through the movie. She took some time, but staring at the crescent moon for a moment filled her with peace, and soon she too drifted off. There lay Naruto, in between the two. He looked up at the ceiling. Turning to the left, he saw Sasuke, and to the right, Sakura. Returning his gaze to the ceiling, tears began to form in his eyes as he smiled. This is what it's like to have a family. That night, Naruto slept better than he had that entire year. The day after, they all awakened and changed back into their school clothes. As they made it to school, they waited for their return. Sakura was the first of their group to go up, as her clan name started with an H. It was a good thing too, because she was looking a little green. After her demonstration, Sasuke went up in front of the class and was asked to make his transformation clone. He made it quickly and adequately before letting it disperse. It was plenty enough to pass. Naruto stood there. He looked at the rest of the class. He heard their whispers. Dude's a loser. He'll never pull it off. With any luck, he'll be held back. I don't want that clown on my team. He looked at Sasuke, who nodded. Iruka sat there. You may now begin. Naruto took a calming breath, taking it in deeply, holding it for a moment and letting it out slowly. He then opened his eyes and put his hands together. Suddenly, another Naruto appeared beside him. Yeah! Sasuke cried out, his hands in the air, all the while Sakura was kicking the air, dangling by her hair. Naruto smiled. I did it. I passed. Iruka gave a smile and lowered his glasses. Congratulations, Naruto. Iruka would then step out and roll a table back in. On it sat headbands, each one possessing the plate of Konoha on it. Iruka handed them out. Eventually, Naruto came up. Iruka took a headband up. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Here you are, Naruto. Congratulations, you're a real ninja now. Naruto fought tears and hugged Iruka tightly. Iruka came down on one knee and returned the hug. I always knew you were hiding a genius deep inside. Now go, make your mark on the world. He pat Naruto's head and moved him along. Naruto stepped out into the hallway wearing his headband. He saw Sakura and Sasuke there too. They came in for a group hug. Sakura then spoke. Now, let's go see Hiruzen-sama. Together, the three of them walked into Hiruzen's office. They knocked on the door. The gruff voice of the third Hokage called out to them. I see the three of you made genin. I would like to offer my most sincere congratulations. This is the beginning to a new chapter in your life, one in which I'm sure you'll make the world a better place. Thank you, Lord Third, Sasuke said. Hiruzen then sat his papers to the side. Now, what can I do for you three? Is there a special reason you needed to see me, or were you just going to pop in and say hello? Sakura would speak. We did have a small request we wanted to ask of you, Lord Hiruzen. The Hokage sat forward. Well, what is it? Sakura continued. We three passed the test and became genin. Tomorrow we'll be assigned to teams and meet our jonin for the first time. We were wondering if you could possibly pull a string or two and keep us together? We'd like to be on the same team together. Hiruzen nodded. It seems you have good teamwork, and on the battlefield, knowing your teammates could be the difference between life or death. I'll see what I can do. Sasuke bowed. Thank you, Lord Third. They began to walk home together. They then parted ways and went home for the night. The three slept the sleep of the just and awakened the next day bright and early, feeling refreshed and excited to face the day. They met at the crossroads where they walked to school together. Honestly, there was some nervousness in them as they made their way, especially in Naruto, who worried that they would not be put on the same team. Sakura reassured him though that Hiruzen was a powerful man, and he could easily keep them together if he so decided. Stepping into the academy classroom for what would possibly be their last time, they took their seats and awaited their names to be called. They watched 6 teams get created. The anticipation was killing them. Iruka would then continue. Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Their jonin will be Hatake Kakashi. Their number is Team 7. The 3 of them were already celebrating. The remaining students thought they were nuts. After all, who would want to be on the same team as Fish Cake? But Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto were celebrating to their heart's content. Iruka waited for them to calm a bit. Team 7 is to go to classroom B4 and await their jonin. Do be aware though, I've known Kakashi for many years. He's tough on his students. Not a single team that has been sent to him has remained. He has a cruel test that none so far have passed. That statement stopped their celebrations flat. Their excitement was replaced with anxiety as they quietly stood and made their way to the room that they were bidden to. As they entered, they sat down and waited, and waited, and waited. During this time they waited, their minds ran away with them. They wondered what this brutal taskmaster might look like. Naruto imagined that he'd be bald, possessing a square jaw and having a face riddled with scars. Sakura imagined him to have long black hair that was stringy, almost like snakes hanging from his head. Sasuke believed he'd have a pointed face, an eye patch, and a crew cut. Much to their surprise, though, they were met with a tall, lanky man whose hair was white and set at an offensively jaunty angle. It was as if he was trying too hard to look unkempt. Sasuke was right, though. He was wearing an eye covering, but it wasn't a patch. It looked like this jonin was trying to become some hip and with it male model. His whole thing screamed out, "I'm trying to look cool, and I'll be danged if it wasn't working." He spoke with a calm voice that almost seemed mock intimidating. "Hello, my name is Kakashi Hatake. I'll be your jonin." This man was slightly frightening due to what they'd said about him, but at the same time Naruto couldn't help but like him. He seemed so lax. How could this guy be as brutal as they said? The man led them out. "Introductions will be better in the sunlight. Let's enjoy this beautiful day." So they followed him out onto the steps. They sat down and he leaned against the railing. "So, tell me what this thing called Team 7 is. Tell me who you are." Sakura spoke. "My name is Sakura Haruno. I'm an only daughter and I enjoy reading. I tend to sneak off with my mother's romantic novels and read them on a tree limb where she won't find me. It's dangerous but fun." Kakashi raised his brow. Internally, he noted to keep his Icha on lockdown whenever she was around. He looked to Sasuke. "What about you?" Sasuke started. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan to live in the village. My dream is to join the Konoha police force and reform my clan. To that point, I'm making friends with the heirs of each of Konoha's clans, from the Hyuga to the Nara. I want my clan in this village to be the best it can be." Kakashi nodded. "What about you, Orange?" Naruto cleared his throat. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the only member of my own clan, I think, and I want to make a lot of friends far and wide." Kakashi looked to him. "This may not be the job for you then. You'll be forced into confrontation with shinobi of other villages, and any ally you make today could be an enemy tomorrow." Naruto nodded. "Perhaps the village will go to war and maybe I will have to fight the people I meet, but I don't see how that means we can't still be friends. After all, we're both just taking orders." Kakashi nodded. "Then make as many as you can, because they won't be around forever." He stood and began to leave. Sasuke called out to him. "Hey, wait, what about you?" Kakashi looked back. "All you need to know is my name and rank. Everything else is none of your business." He led them out to a field. Kakashi looked around. "This looks like a fine spot. There are trees nearby, plenty of flat ground. The terrain is varied, so you have plenty of opportunities." "Opportunities for what?" Sakura asked. Kakashi pulled a set of bells from his pocket. "Opportunities to get these." He tied them to his waist. "We're going to take a test. You're going to take these bells from me before noon. If you fail to do that, I'm sending you back to the academy and stripping you of the rank of genin. However, for those that manage to get these bells, they'll become members of my team and I will be their jonin." The entirety of Team 7 gulped. This was the test. The infamous test they heard so much about. Kakashi pulled out his book. "Take as much time to strategize as you need. Just be sure to get the bells by noon." Sasuke decided to be the first one up, releasing a fireball jutsu which Kakashi seamlessly dodged. And when Naruto came in ham-fisted, Kakashi merely dodged with a substitution and then hit him with a special technique right where the sun don't shine. Sakura, he cast under genjutsu. Honestly, he was toying with them, playing, attempting to see what they could do. When noontime had come around, they failed to get the bells, so Kakashi took them to the side and offered them lunch. He told them that he'd make a special exception because of their drive. He'd let them try again with a new time limit, dusk. And so, when the second round began, he allowed them to start. He continued reading through the latest installment of Icha. Peeking up over the pages, he saw all three huddled and whispering. What are they up to? He asked in his head. Suddenly, in a flash, they were gone. Making use of the transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and even Sasuke's Sharingan, they threw everything they had at Kakashi. Of course, it still wasn't enough, but he was impressed by how hard they were working with each other. But now it was time for the ultimate part of the test. The one that every team he attempted to train failed. He loosened the bells and jumped just a bit too late, allowing Team 7 to claim them. Team 7 celebrated as they managed to get the bells just as the sun was starting to set. Kakashi returned to the group and put his book away. Naruto showed him the bells. "Ha! We got him! Now you gotta train us!" Kakashi scoffed. "Somebody didn't read the fine print. I told you that whoever got the bells would pass. There are only 2 bells. That means that you 3 will need to talk amongst yourselves on who to leave behind." They were appalled. What cruelty! Sasuke and Sakura talked amongst themselves. "This is where they betray you," a voice in Naruto's head spoke. "This is where they choose their careers over you and leave you behind." It was fun while it lasted. Naruto slowly felt tears well up in his eyes, readying for the impending betrayal. It was then that Sakura took the bells and walked to Kakashi. "We're sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but we're a team. Team 7. If we can't all become your genin, then we wish to be sent back to the academy and receive a new mentor. We're sorry for wasting your time." Naruto was struck. They chose me over the bells," he said. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. "No," he said. "Don't do this, Sakura. You and Sasuke take the bells. Become great shinobi." Sakura walked back to him and saw his tears. She wiped them from his cheeks. "And leave behind our best friend? Never." Sasuke pat him on the back. "What we do, we can do together." Sasuke looked at Kakashi. "I second Sakura's sentiments. If we can't all join your team, Kakashi-sensei, then we will all choose to return to the academy." Naruto was openly crying now, touched by their devotion to him. They were real friends. That voice in his head was lying. These were true friends. All the while, Kakashi clapped his hands. They looked over at him. Even he was tearing up a bit. This was the true test. Sakura was confused. "Huh?" Kakashi continued. "The test was never about the bells. It was about teamwork. Devotion. A team is only a team when the members form a single unit, when 3 become 1. And today I witnessed a team so unified that they chose to reject me just to stay together. That is the kind of team that I'm looking for. You 3 all passed. I would be honored if you would allow me to be your sensei." The 3 of them nodded, bowing with respect. "The honor is ours, sensei," they all shouted at once. Kakashi smiled. "Now, how about I take you 3 out for dinner, to celebrate the creation of a team which shall surely go down in legends as the new Sannin." Kakashi would lead them to a restaurant where he'd let them choose any dish they desired. The 4 of them ordered their plates and began to eat. They laughed, told stories and jokes, spoke of times past and times that would one day come. This was a dream come true for Naruto. After this, Kakashi would walk his students to the cross-section where they often parted ways. They would wave to each other and to their sensei, and he'd wave back. They'd return home. Naruto, upon coming home, would kick off his shoes and clean himself up. He would spend the rest of the day relaxing. Coming back to the kitchen to get himself some juice, he saw the drawing he made days earlier. He took it from the fridge and smiled. He sat down with his colored pencils and went back to work. For about 30 minutes he worked. He would stop and smile, having added the kind, white-haired ninja named Kakashi to it. He would then set up the picture frame that Kakashi had given them earlier after having their picture taken. The entire group posing for a memento of the grand occasion. He sat that by his bed and stared at it all night as he went to sleep. From that point on, they began to work as shinobi. The work wasn't much, just a few cuts and trees, basic stuff. They were more like community servants, Boy Scouts rather than shinobi. But that didn't really matter to Naruto, just so long as he was with his friends. His efforts didn't really sway the people's opinion to favor him any, but they did slowly at least stop picking on him individually, and they were willing to talk to him if he entered their place of business. But only if he bought something, otherwise they demanded he leave. It wasn't great, but it was better than it was, and Naruto began to wonder if it might actually be possible to win over the village to his favor. One day came, however, that the Hokage had a special mission. It wasn't set high enough for a Chunin to take it, but it also was no easy feat for Genin either. However, he chose to let Kakashi decide. After all, Kakashi was a trusted and competent shinobi, and was proving himself worthy of his team. So Hiruzen asked him flatly, "Do you think your team can handle this mission to the Land of Waves?" Kakashi looked over the form Tazuna had submitted. "It is at the tail end of what we'd normally allow for Genin. Normally, we'd send experienced Genin to do this, the kind that are ready for the Chunin exams." He thought back on his team and their devotion towards each other. "I think they can handle it though. They're close-knit and display signs that they'll grow with adversity. I say yes." Hiruzen would nod and then stamp the sheet of paper, approving it for Kakashi's team. That night, he took them out to eat again. Not quite as extravagant as the first time, but he did treat them to a quality meal. There, he explained to them that their hard work and diligence had paid off, and now they're being sent out of village to accomplish a special mission. They'd be escorting a VIP from Konoha to the Land of Waves to help with the building of some infrastructure that could prove valuable to both settlements. The mission sounded really important, and so Team 7 were glad that they had a chance to do it. The day after, they met in front of the gates as Kakashi had bidden them. They began to make their way to their objective location. Along the way, things seemed off. In particular, Kakashi noticed a rain puddle in the middle of the road when there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. Kakashi would travel a little further with his team until they'd be attacked, his suspicions realized. A set of ninja jumped from the puddle. They both wore a gauntlet that possessed a chain linking the two of them. They ran toward Naruto, as he was the one currently standing between them and Tazuna. In a moment, Naruto witnessed all the good times he had with Sakura and Sasuke and realized he may never be able to experience that again. It was as if time slowed down. "I don't want to go away," he said to himself as the shinobi came in. Suddenly, Sasuke stepped in and knocked them away, protecting Naruto. Naruto looked up with wonder as the sunlight gleamed off Sasuke's kunai. Kakashi would eventually finish off the demon brothers personally, tying them to a tree by their own chain. Naruto was in awe. Sasuke came to him. "Hey, you okay?" Naruto was surprised. "Hey, you're bleeding." "Huh?" Naruto looked down to see that his hand had been cut. "You might need to flush that for poison," Kakashi said. Sakura took Naruto's hand. "Let me see." She looked it over. "It's not so bad, but we do need to get the poison out." She sat down to the side with him as Sasuke stood by Kakashi and Tazuna on the other side of the road. Kakashi seemed to be more than a little furious at the old man. Something about being a liar. Sakura held Naruto's hand. Naruto seemed upset. She looked to him. "What's wrong, Naruto?" He looked down. "I froze. I was gonna let them kill us." She shook her head. "It's okay. It was your first time." She took a kunai and scored his wound with it. Naruto grimaced and looked away as she did so. She began to press her mouth to his wound, pulling the poison out with it. Begin spits, she spoke. "It's a natural response." He responded. "I never want to freeze again. If I get you or Sasuke killed, I'll never forgive myself." She smiled. "We're not gonna get killed. We're a team, remember?" She finished cleaning his wound and wrapped up his hand. Together, they continued. It wouldn't be much longer until they encountered Zabuza Momochi, a rogue shinobi from the Hidden Mist village. He was there to kill Tazuna under the orders of a local crime lord who wanted to keep the bridge from being built so he could continue to make his millions and monopolize the people who lived there. Kakashi went to fight him and in doing so revealed his Sharingan, which caught Sasuke's attention. Kakashi, for a time, taunted Zabuza with his ocular jutsu. Perhaps he taunted him a little too much, as Zabuza would eventually gain the edge in battle, trapping Kakashi in a water prison. Naruto and Sasuke knew that they had to move fast. Naruto was scared, terrified, but he looked down at Sakura's ribbon around his wounded hand and remembered his promise to protect them. Together, he and Sasuke rushed in, kunai at the ready. They attempted to attack the demon swordsman, but his movements were too quick, and his ability to swing that massive blade in a single hand with ease kept them on edge, literally. Sasuke stated that they needed to attack him twice, once high and another low. That way, he'd be unable to defend and would be forced to step away from the bubble. Naruto nodded and attempted to jump into the air and come down on him. During his attack, Sasuke attempted to slice the Achilles tendon of Zabuza's ankle. However, Zabuza saw this coming and jumped into the air over Sasuke's attack and kicked Naruto away. Zabuza came down, landing on Sasuke's kunai. He kicked Sasuke in the face. "Fool," Zabuza said as he raised his blade and begins to drop it. He didn't think. He didn't feel. He just moved. In a second, Naruto was standing between them. The blade came down, dragging itself across Naruto's body, sending him flying with a spurt of blood. Sakura screamed in terror. In anger, Sasuke's Sharingan immediately matured into a 3 Tomoe Sharingan like Kakashi's. He rolled back and began to throw kunai and shuriken. Pushing himself to his limit, Sasuke formed not just clones, but true tangible shadow clones, each one striking from a different direction. This was enough to force Zabuza back. This freed Kakashi, who would drive him back as well. It was then that Haku would appear and save his master by faking his death, taking his body away. Sasuke would run to Naruto's side, as would Kakashi to check Naruto's wounds. He had a deep gash across his body. His forehead protector had a chip and a line carved into it. One could follow that gash down from his forehead, across his left eye, and down his chest, and across his stomach, terminating just below his navel. It was bleeding profusely. Sasuke was in shock from the ordeal, and Sakura couldn't stop crying, just gripping his hand. Naruto was far from silent. He was crying out in pain, his left eye having been completely destroyed by the blade. Kakashi knew that pain. He had felt it too, but this was worse. He lifted Naruto up, and Naruto cried as he did so. "We need to find a place to treat him. Konoha is too far away." Tazuna put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. "My home isn't that far away. Come on." They ran with Tazuna. They made it to his home. Naruto had already stopped crying by this point, not a good sign. Kakashi stumbled through the door. "Somebody take him." Tazuna grabbed Naruto as Kakashi fell to the ground, utterly spent. He would move Kakashi to a place where he could rest. Tazuna looked to Tsunami. "Get Dr. Kuzan here, now!" He took Naruto to another room where he laid him down on a roll, all while Inari watched from the corner. Tsunami eventually returned with the doctor. "Show me to the patients." He stopped by Kakashi for just a moment to check on him. Severe chakra exertion. He went to pull down Kakashi's mask and check his breathing. Kakashi's hand shot up and gripped the doctor's hand. "No, my student comes first." The doctor nodded. He pulled out a bottle. "These are military ration pills. Give one to the ninja." He then rushed into the room with Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura were still pressing the towels against the wounds. The doctor bid them to move to the side as he checked Naruto. He still had a weak pulse and his breathing was there, if a little shaky. While the doctor was working on Naruto, Tazuna made his way to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and began to wash his hands. They were covered in blood. Naruto's blood. He remembered how he had lied on the form. I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford the Chunin," an accusatory voice in the back of his head spoke. "That's your problem, not theirs. If you'd been honest, maybe the Hokage would have cut you some slack, but now that Genin, that child is dying and it's your fault." Tazuna shook his head. "No," the voice continued. "Don't deny it. You know this is truth." Tazuna fell to his knees. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Outside, the doctor was finishing up. He stepped out of the room where Sakura and Sasuke were waiting. "How is he?" Sasuke asked. "Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any real internal damage. His ribcage caught most of the blade. It miraculously didn't break his ribs, but instead bounced, which only cut through his abdomen. It didn't damage any of the organs underneath. It's a miracle beyond miracles. Your friend will survive. However, his left eye is totaled. It's gone. Don't even hold out hope for it. I've wrapped him up and stabilized him, but he'll need to have his wrappings changed often and his wounds cleaned. Be sure to let me know should he show any signs of infection." Sasuke and Sakura bowed with respect. "Thank you, doctor." From that point on, rest was all they could do. Kakashi was making a full recovery as well. During that time, Sasuke sat there, feeling guilty. Sakura came to his side. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "He got hurt defending me. That was my plan we executed and he was the one that got hurt. I'm the one responsible." "No," a voice came from behind. Tazuna came out with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. "That's me. I'm the one who lied on the form. This mission qualified for a Chunin, but I lied because I couldn't afford it." Sasuke stood from his perch and pushed Tazuna back. "You son of a bitch!" He knocked Tazuna into the wall. "My friend and mentor are dying because you withheld information." Tazuna didn't attempt to defend himself. Sasuke continued. "If either of them die, I'm holding you personally responsible. I'll see to it that justice is served, and if nobody else will, I'll be the next shinobi coming for your worthless hide." All the while, Naruto was resting. Inari would be sitting by his bedside. "This is what happens to heroes," he would say softly. To his surprise, Naruto responded, "I'm not a hero. I just love my friends. I didn't do it because I wanted people to be proud. I did it because I love them. And love is worthy of fighting and dying for." Inari heard those words and thought back on Kaiza. Love? Tears welled up in Inari's eyes. "I love the village where my little boy lives," he heard echoing through his mind. He began to cry. Why do people you love always get hurt? Why do they have to die? Naruto was already unconscious again, but slowly, beneath his bandages, he was healing. Kurama was making sure of that. Days would pass, and Kakashi would already be up and at it again. During that time, the mission still needed to be completed, so they left to the bridge to protect Tazuna, all while Inari and Tsunami watched over Naruto. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Gato's men were on their way to take the two. But to their surprise, Naruto had gotten up and managed to defeat the thugs. Tsunami was surprised. She was grateful, but terrified for Naruto. "You've got to get back into bed now. You'll open your wounds." Naruto shook his head as he threw his jacket over his shoulder. "No, I gotta protect my friends." Tsunami got a little more forceful. "You can't. If you go, you could die." Inari looked to him. Naruto spoke. "I have to go, even if I die. I love my friends, and I was always told that if you love something, you fight to protect it." He then rushed off. Tsunami was left, mouth agape. Inari felt Naruto's conviction and heard his words deep in his heart. He knew. Returning inside, he grabbed a helmet and a crossbow. Tsunami was further confused. "What are you doing, Inari?" Inari looked to his mother. "I'm fighting for what I love, and what I love is the village where my daddy lived." He marched off to battle. Naruto would find his squad on the bridge. He'd see Sasuke in the demonic mirroring ice crystals technique. He was holding his own, but making no progress, and things were getting more and more dire as Haku increased his speed. Naruto ran past Sakura. She reached out to stop him, but missed. "Naruto!" He jumped in and tackled Sasuke out of the way of an incoming flurry of Senbon. Sasuke looked up. "Naruto?" Naruto smiled. "I'll never abandon my friends." just like they never abandoned me. He then stood back to back with Sasuke. In this way, they managed to avoid more senbon than either could alone, having eyes in the back of their head essentially, but as time went along, Haku was increasing his speed yet further. Haku was getting serious. And now, Sasuke could see, but no longer react in time, and the same was doubly true for Naruto, especially since Naruto was just recovering from a mortal injury. They steadily began to take more senbon. Eventually, Naruto went down. His strength failing him, he was struck in the knee with a set of senbon and he hit the ground. Haku saw his shot to take Naruto out and threw his senbon again, but Sasuke jumped in the way, taking the shot for Naruto. The senbon instead striking Sasuke in the chest, 3 of them passing through, skewering his heart. Sasuke hit the ground as blood poured from his wounds. Naruto held him in his arms. No, why did you do that? Sasuke smiled and looked up to Naruto. Some things are worth dying for. Naruto's lip began to quiver. Sasuke continued. I'm sorry I got you hurt. I didn't mean to. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't your fault. I chose to jump between you and Zabuza. Sasuke wheezed, his eyes closed. I'm still at fault. If we'd tried your idea with the Demon Wind Shuriken, neither of us would have been hurt. Naruto held him closer. He pressed Sasuke's ear to his chest. Please, just count my heartbeats. Focus on them. Will your heart to keep beating, please. Sasuke listened to it. Naruto, take my Sharingan. Naruto opened his eyes. No, I was supposed to protect your eyes from Itachi, not take them for myself. Sasuke laughed a bit. You're not taking them, I'm giving them to you. Naruto continued to cry. Please don't die. You were my first friend. I just learned what friendship was. I just learned what it felt like to be loved. Please don't take that away from me. Sasuke lay there, his head against Naruto's chest. In his bloody hand was a single orb. Take it. Show me the world that you're gonna create. Sasuke breathed out. Naruto held him. It was a dream. It had to be. There was no other explanation. He was still in bed right now, being tended to by his friends. This was a fever dream, a nightmare. Haku watched on. Your friend. He was a true shinobi. He deserves respect. Suddenly, there was pressure in the air. Haku was startled as Naruto's chakra swirled around him in a tangible manner like fire. What is this? He looked on. In the center of a hurricane of chakra and emotion, Naruto knelt, holding the now deceased Sasuke. Crying tears of blood, Naruto opened his eyes to show that he now possessed a single 3 Tomoe Sharingan. His other eye possessed a fox's pupil as the lines on his cheeks grew. I will kill you, and with pure energy, he burst from the dome of ice mirrors, sending Haku flying. True to his word, he killed Haku right then and there. As he stood over the body, he looked up to the sky and cried out like a kit fox having found its mother shot by a hunter. Howling like a wolf, his energy dissipated. Zabuza would be killed by Kakashi, and Inari, who had gathered an army of villagers, would fend off Gato's men. But Naruto didn't hear it. He didn't see it. All he saw were the moments he and Sasuke had spent together. The day he introduced himself to Naruto, defended him from the bully, and gave him a portion of his food. The moment he declared he wouldn't train under Kakashi if Naruto couldn't, and now he was dead. Was this what it was like to be a shinobi? Was this what it was to make a friend and know love? To inevitably lose it to sorrow and sadness? Love was a pendulum of happiness and sorrow, of winning and losing, of living and dying. The return home was not anything special, it was merely that. A return home. He didn't even go for debriefing, he just went home. He sat by his table with a cup of ramen. It was the same flavor that he and Sasuke shared on their first day of friendship. Naruto did not eat any of it. He just sat there crying. Looking up, he saw that picture he drew. He took it off the fridge and looked more closely at it. He roared and shredded it to pieces. Moving to his room, he fell to his bed to hide his tears. He looked over at the bedside table and saw the picture of Team 7. In his rage, he picked it up and threw it at the wall, shattering the glass and smashing the frame. Realizing what he had done, he ran over and picked up the picture, dusting the glass off of it. He looked down at the picture as tears dripped upon it. He took a deep breath in. Sasuke, I'm sorry. Sakura stood outside the door. She raised her hand, but it stopped. Her courage was waning. She didn't want to knock because she didn't know how to respond to this. What to say? She had loved Sasuke. She never truly admitted that to everyone, and now that he was gone, she was still in shock. Failure to believe this circumstance pervaded her soul, but she also knew that Naruto must be feeling the same thing. In the short time they had all known each other, Naruto had expressed his feeling that they were all a family, that she and he were more than friends, that they were his sister and his brother. A boy who had never known family gains it only to lose it. Oh, cruel world. How unjust of a hand have you dealt us? She wasn't sure how to deal with this loss in her own heart. How could she help Naruto sort it out? How could she answer when he asked questions? How could she face him? She knocked. She didn't even know that she did. It seemed at this moment inner Sakura was making her presence known on the outside, smacking real Sakura in the back of the head. It doesn't matter what you say, Cha. Just be there for him. Don't suffer alone. Don't let him suffer alone. She knocked again, this time a little harder. Nobody came to the door. Surely someone was home. She hadn't seen him out anywhere. Suddenly, a flash of terror rushed through her heart. She fumbled around and found his spare key. She put it into the lock and twisted it. She opened the door. Naruto? She stepped in and was appalled by what she saw. The entire apartment was a mess. It looked like a tornado had blown right through. Naruto! She walked in deeper. There was a cup of ramen sitting there, cold and congealed. It had been made but never eaten. Please don't, she thought as her heart raced. She felt as if it was going to explode out of her chest. Naruto! She stepped over the mess to his bedroom. The door was locked. She tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Naruto, open the door! There was no response. She felt tears of panic forming in her eyes. She stepped back. Where she got the strength from, the chakra, she wasn't sure. Maybe she subconsciously opened the first gate, the gate of opening. Whatever the case was, she put her foot to the door and it went through. This wasn't what she wanted to happen. She wanted it to come off the hinges, but this was the best she could do. She reached her hand in and flipped the lock, allowing her to open the door. She stepped in. Naruto! She looked in and saw the mess. It was even worse than outside. She looked over to the side and saw Naruto sitting there. He looked back at her, his fists clenched. Why didn't you answer me? I thought you could be hurt, or worse. He just looked at her. Tears rolled down his cheek as he turned and looked back out the window. Sakura felt her shoulders drop. She walked over carefully and sat down beside him. Are you okay? He didn't speak. He just looked down. I didn't see you at the funeral. Why didn't you come? He just shook his head. She sat silently for a moment. Just couldn't do it, huh? I understand. I'm sure Sasuke would too. Naruto's face slowly began to contort, like he was trying to hide his emotions, but like an overflowing dam, the barriers were failing, about to break down. The twitching of his nose was the warning. He looked at her once more, his Sharingan still glowing like the eye of a cat against the darkness of the night. It was a permanent Sharingan. Kakashi had explained that when somebody possessing a Sharingan gives it away, that Sharingan can never shut off. It can enter and exit other stages, but it'll never be totally off. Kakashi told her that it was strenuous for a non-Uchiha to have it active all the time, which is why it was always supposed to be covered. Not Naruto though. He wasn't covering it. He had never covered it. Kakashi also linked it as a possible cause to the dyslexia he had noticed in the years after his transplant. She wondered if Naruto was dyslexic. Kakashi told her when the Sharingan and a normal eye are not covered, this can cause strange reaction timing, as one eye sees things at normal speeds while the other eye sees things faster than the normal one could ever dream of seeing. Was Naruto also experiencing this? Was he just adapting? She had many questions. That inquisitive part of her was dying to ask, but the look in his eyes told her that now was not the time. She raised her hands and held his cheeks like a loving mother would. She used her thumbs to wipe away his tears. All the while, she herself was beginning to cry. Not just because Sasuke was dead. That was a big part of it, but the reason why was because now she saw how much pain Naruto was in. It's okay, she said. Naruto was breaking down. He mumbled something under his breath. She came closer. Huh? He said it again, a little louder, but the meaning was still lost under the squeaks of emotion he was not able to control. What is it? She asked. Finally, he spoke, his words understandable. It's my fault. Her eyes widened. She offered a false smile and shook her head. No, it's not you. It's not your fault. He grabbed her hands and began to slide them down his cheek. Sasuke could have survived. He had his Sharingan. I didn't have those. I jumped in and he had to protect me and himself too. He died because I jumped in. I got Sasuke killed. I'll never forgive myself. I swore when my hand got hurt and you were fixing it that I wouldn't get either of you killed, and I lied. I got him killed, and I'm afraid that I'll get you killed too. Sakura's teeth clenched as she fought to keep from crying as bad as he was. She failed. No, you didn't. It's not you. You didn't do it. It's not your fault. He would have been killed sooner if you hadn't shown up. This guilt. She saw the line tracing down from his forehead down his cheek. Sasuke had done the same. When Naruto was hurt because of his plan, he blamed himself and vowed not to get Naruto killed in the future. This was the effect of such a promise. Naruto couldn't see it through his own guilt, but Sasuke's actions were a direct result of his own guilt. She looked into his eyes. You know, you didn't kill Sasuke. You didn't get him killed. He chose to die. He chose to die for you. Did you know that he stayed with you the entire time you were hurt? Naruto looked up at her with confusion. She smiled. It's true. While you were healing, he stayed by your bedside. He held your hand the whole time. I asked if he was okay, and he blamed himself for you getting hurt. He knew you jumped into Haku's attack to protect him, just like you jumped in front of Zabuza's blade. He thought it was time to protect you instead. He knew that dying was a possibility, just like you did when you jumped in front of that sword. He protected you because you protected him. Naruto sniffled, his shaky breath audible as he attempted to speak. Why did he have to die? He was my brother. I loved him. She nodded. He loved you too. That's why he died. He died so you could live because he wants you to be happy. How can I be happy when I've lost my best friend? She didn't know how to answer this. I don't know. I know it hurts, but you've got to keep moving forward. You got to keep trying. Sasuke would want you to be happy, to find your dreams, to show him the future that he gave his life to create. That's why you have that eye. Show him the future. He would fall into her arms, and she would hold him in her embrace. What more could she do? Time moved along, and eventually the Chunin exams came around. Kakashi, despite knowing the skill of his team as well as their mettle, did not volunteer them. This was for a number of reasons. The obvious reason was that because the Chunin exams required a 3-man team to even participate. It's not to say that one couldn't find a capable genin to join their team for a short time, but the further reason was that he didn't believe them to be willing or ready. The death of Sasuke hit the team hard. Kakashi was moving through it pretty well. It's not like he hadn't suffered the death of a teammate before, and considering how the shinobi world functioned, he had become desensitized partially to it. Well, as desensitized as one could become. One never truly got over killing and dying easily, but sadly these were counted in the list of things that grew easier the more you did it. He had served during the Third Shinobi World War. You don't just serve in the war and not come back changed for the worse. As strong and efficient as he had become on the battlefield and in service of his village, he still had to sacrifice his soul for it. And he thought on the consequences of these things every day. And now he was witnessing his students grapple with the cruelty of the world as well. Perhaps that hurt worse than Sasuke's actual death. Kakashi was the one who realized that death never affected only a single person. Whether it be natural, through murder, or suicide, the death of someone always echoed out, rippling like an underwater earthquake that would send a tidal wave of sorrow out to those nearby. That tidal wave of emotion had devastated Naruto and Sakura, and he just didn't feel like they had the power to do this. Not now. So what would have become the Rookie 9 became the Rookie 6. Instead, he merely tended to his team. There was a time to kill and a time to heal. Right now, they were in recovery mode. The mind was as fragile as the body, perhaps more so. When the body was wounded, it could heal though. The mind never healed, only merely found ways to cope. And right now, this was what Kakashi was doing. He was staying involved with his team, taking them out to eat, giving them small missions in the village that they could all share. He hoped that in some way, not as a mentor, but as a father figure, or cool uncle more like, that he could somehow undo the effects of this on the minds of those nearby. This job that so many children had to take, it was robbing them of their childhoods. So many generations becoming adults before their time. Kakashi, for one moment, wanted to foster that child. In honesty, the heart of a child was both useless and dangerous on the battlefield, but perhaps it was better to say that he wanted to help them retain their heart. The heart so easily shattered and destroyed. Kakashi's friend Obito had shown him that. Heart was what made a shinobi good. Perhaps it made them less efficient, but it also made them good. It made the world a better place. And the world was now dimmer without Obito's shine. He didn't want Naruto and Sakura to lose theirs. The shine he was so dazzled by the first time they met, he didn't want to see that go away. And so he did not enter them into the exams. Instead, it was time to rest. Time to grow stronger and closer. The spot that had been Sasuke's was remaining left open. Kakashi would not replace him. Not until the team could find a suitable replacement. Someone both could agree was good. The three of them walked down the street, and as they did so, they spotted a cardboard box. They paid it no mind, but as they passed it by, they noticed that there was no distance forming between them and it. Team 7 was definitely moving, but they weren't getting any further away from it. The box was moving. Naruto stepped over to it and looked at it. He kicked the box. Ouch, a voice whispered from underneath. Naruto, in his curiosity, lifted the box to see a small boy. The boy looked up at them with surprise and then a smile. No, a beaming grin. Naruto looked at him curiously before putting the box back on him and turning away. As they continued down the road, they heard rustling branches. They looked back to see a bush in the middle of the road. They kept walking while watching the bush. Suddenly, the bush fell on its face and let out an expletive. A single blue scarf was caught in its branches. Team 7 once more ignored it. Kakashi looked at them. "Don't you guys think you should check it out?" Naruto waved it off and they kept moving. Eventually they stopped. There was a brick wall there. Something was wrong about this brick wall. First of all, none of the bricks were sized and lined up right. That, and it was sitting in front of a wooden fence. Kakashi stopped in front of the wall and pounded it once with his fist, causing it to fall over, revealing the same small boy again. Kakashi leaned against the fence. "So, wanna tell us why you're following us?" The boy would then look left and right before speaking. "My grandpa sent me on a secret mission. He said he wanted me to follow your team and help find someone to replace the dead guy," he whispered. "Grandpa said that I should learn what you guys like so I can help them decide what kind of friend they need on their team." Kakashi nodded. "That's an interesting mission. Why don't I help you out with it? Why not just join us for a little while? Nothing beats inside info, right? Go undercover and discover what my team likes. They'll never expect it." The boy's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Yeah, that's a great idea, Kakashi-sensei." He stepped forward. Kakashi would introduce him. "Naruto, Sakura. This is Konohamaru. The third Hokage sent him to study under us. He wants Konohamaru to learn more about the world and about what it means to be a shinobi. So as it stands, entertaining him is our next mission." Sakura raised her hand. "What all does entertaining him entail?" Kakashi would continue. "Basically, just showing him the ropes, what we normally do, what it is to be a genin, just the basics. This is a part of Konohamaru's special studies. As the Hokage's grandson, he gets special treatment, as both the Hokage and the boy wish for him to become Hokage one day. You guys okay with that?" Both Sakura and Naruto nodded. The three of them proceeded to move as a party. This included picking up trash and helping carry bags for elderly folks on their way back from the store. Kakashi was taken aback by some of these missions, as they happened to be what Obito was best at. Obito was naturally kind and caring, so even when he was off the clock, he was still doing this work. Why was Kakashi remembering Obito so much right now? Maybe it was because the situation Naruto had found himself in was so similar. It was then at Ichiraku Ramen that the question popped up. "How come your eyes so weird?" Konohamaru asked Naruto. Naruto just looked over. Konohamaru awaited an answer that wasn't coming. "Your eye looks different from your other one. Did you hurt it?" Sakura chimed in. "It's a Sharingan, a gift from a friend." Konohamaru stood in his seat and looked closer at it. "What's a Sharingan?" "Sharingan," Sakura corrected him. "It's a special eye that only the Uchiha possess." "Oh, a gift from the dead guy." Naruto knocked Konohamaru off his chair. The boy crashed to the ground pretty hard. He gripped his arm as Sakura slapped Naruto in the back of the head. "Naruto, what's your deal? That's the Hokage's grandson." Naruto just looked down at Konohamaru as Kakashi walked over with a sigh. He sat Konohamaru up, who was fighting every urge to cry. "Let me take a look." He took Konohamaru's arm and gently looked it over. Running his finger along the bone, he detected no breaks. "Just gonna have a nasty bruise. You're good." He helped Konohamaru up and brought him to the other side and sat him on the chair next to his own as a way to separate Naruto and Konohamaru. Konohamaru looked up at Kakashi. "Why'd he knock me over?" Kakashi, somehow eating ramen without removing his mask, looked at him from the corner of his eye. "Because Sasuke was Naruto's best friend. He's having a hard time coping, and what you said came across insensitive." Konohamaru examined his own arm as a purple coloration came up on it. "I didn't mean to be like that, I just wanted to know about it." Kakashi sighed. "There's nothing wrong with that, honorable grandson. It was just the delivery. Sometimes you need to be careful with the way you talk about someone who's passed, especially in front of their friends." After lunch, they continued doing their thing. During a lull in work, Konohamaru approached Naruto, who looked down on him with a slight bit of contempt. "I'm sorry," Konohamaru said simply. He kicked his foot across the ground, knocking up a little bit of grass. "I didn't mean to make you sad. I wanted to understand, and I said something that you didn't like. I understand why you pushed me off now. I'm not mad, I'm sorry." Naruto's shoulders lowered. "Sasuke was my best friend." Konohamaru looked up. "Can I ask about the eye?" Kakashi saw this and smiled, calling for another break. Konohamaru sat down between Sakura and Naruto. "What does the eye do?" Naruto covered his normal eye. "It lets me see very good. I can see things far away and I can understand them quickly. Since gaining the Sharingan, I've found it easier to learn new jutsu, and now that I've been learning to use it properly, I can even cast genjutsu with it." Konohamaru was in awe. He looked back at Sakura before looking to Naruto again. "What was Sasuke like? Can I ask that? I want to know what he was like." Kakashi-sensei said he was a true shinobi. Sakura thought about it. "Sasuke was ambitious. He was kind and sweet, and he stood up for what was right. He didn't like bullies, and he didn't like it when people hurt others for no reason, or dumb reasons. Naruto smiled. He was like an older brother. He was always trying to protect us from something. Either from Itachi, saying you would rather die than drag us into it. He even protected me against some bullies, fighting 3 head-on, and even took the punishment to protect us. Naruto almost started to cry while thinking about it. Konohamaru stood and hugged Naruto. I'm sorry. I wish I could bring him back to life. Naruto was shocked by the affectionate hug. He patted Konohamaru's back. It's okay. Sasuke gave me this Sharingan. He wanted me to show him the world. A little piece of his soul lives inside me now, and I'm going to use it to do good. Kakashi watched this from afar and smiled. Together they watched the Chunin exams. However, when Shukaku was released in the middle of the arena, Naruto attempted to stop it, even going so far as to utilize his tailed beast cloak. But Gaara was so strong he didn't even have a chance. As the battle raged on, Naruto found himself struck and cornered. Sakura threw herself in front of Naruto to protect him. But before she was attacked, another man appeared. He was an older man whose hair was white. He wore a red haori and a headband bearing the kanji for oil on it. You kids stay back. I'll handle this. And there was no lie in that statement, because that's exactly what he did. You see, Jiraiya is a master of jutsu. He knows summoning, he knows sage mode, he knows sealing techniques. These things can be used in conjunction with the others to bring down even a tailed beast. So Jiraiya had no issue facing down the one tail. What really gave him pause was noticing Naruto's use of tailed beast chakra. That's what caused him to recognize the boy. As this battle raged on though, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were facing off against each other, and this would result in the death of Hiruzen, as well as the sealing away of Orochimaru's arms, as per the usual line of events. But during this time, Jiraiya instead was checking up on Naruto, seeing if he was alright. Of course, Naruto was. It wasn't something that would really keep a good shinobi down, he just got throttled a little. No biggie, walk it off. He would then offer him a chance. He told him that he would train Naruto, help him to master his power and grow even more capable as a shinobi. Naruto, however, did something unprecedented. He denied Jiraiya, plain and simple. He didn't want to. This sort of startles and then confuses Jiraiya, but he respects the decision. Time passes and the death of Hiruzen was discovered. He was buried and Naruto attended the funeral alongside the others. After the funeral, he, Sakura, and Konohamaru decided to stop by Ichiraku Ramen for something to eat. It was silent for the most part. Even Teuchi, who had not attended the funeral, wasn't speaking, and was giving them plenty of privacy. Sakura looked over at Konohamaru. Are you okay? He nodded. Yeah, it's not like the first time I lost someone. She cocked her head. It's not? He looked over for just a second before returning his gaze to the ramen in front of him. My mom and dad worked for the Anbu. They were on a special mission and that's why I lived with Grandpa. Sakura looked down. Oh, Kono, I'm so sorry. She returned her gaze to him. Are you gonna be okay? Where will you live? He shrugged. I don't know. You'll live with me, Naruto said simply. Konohamaru looked up. Huh? You'll live with me, he repeated. I don't have anyone either. Since neither of us have anyone, why don't we just have each other? Konohamaru began to break down in tears. This mixture of emotions, his grandfather's death along with Naruto's kindness, struck him all at once. Naruto hugged the boy. Oni-chan, Konohamaru asked, is this what it felt like to lose your friend? Naruto embraced the boy tightly. This is why Sasuke saved his life, so he could save the life of others, so that he could pay it forward. Sasuke had protected him from the emotional whirlwind that was the cold and empty life Naruto had been living. Now, Naruto saw another in emotional upheaval, and he knew that he needed to be a rock, and so he promised to protect him. He would go back to the Hokage's office where he would help Konohamaru gather up his things. His clothes, his favorite toys, anything he might like to have with him. He would then lead him back to his apartment. Of course, this action wasn't truly needed. As Konohamaru was the Hokage's son, there were plenty who would be willing to take him in. As he spoke, Asuma and Kurenai watched. Are you sure you wouldn't rather just take him in? Kurenai asked. Asuma watched. I would be willing to take in my nephew, but it looks like he's got a friend for that already. I'll just let him find happiness his own way. Independence is important for a shinobi to learn. Naruto would lead him in and help him get settled. Konohamaru was amazed by the size of the apartment. To you and me, it wouldn't look like much, but for children less than half our size, it was like a mansion. And beyond that, since they were living by themselves, Konohamaru felt like an adult. He felt confident. He felt independent. Naruto was just glad to actually have someone hear him when he walked in and said, I'm home. Due to the fact that Naruto wasn't with Jiraiya, it's very possible, if not likely, that Tsunade would not survive the encounter with Orochimaru and Kabuto. This means that the next in line for the position of Hokage was Danzo Shimura. Konohamaru did not like this one bit. He attempted to stop the elderly man from taking office. He was afraid that if he wasn't worried that he would besmirch the office his grandfather served in. But furthermore, he was afraid that if he did too good, he might cause everyone to forget all the good stuff that Hiruzen had done. But in the end, he was no match and was moved out of the way. He seemed rather upset by this turn of events, but Naruto did his best to reassure him, and Sakura says that Danzo will probably do fine, but be just a forgotten footnote in history compared to what Hiruzen did while he was in charge. It's then that they receive a knock on the door. Naruto opens it up, and it's Jiraiya. Jiraiya asks if he can come in. Having no reason to say no, he allows him to come in. Jiraiya sits down as the three kids look on. Jiraiya focuses on Naruto.
"I've come to ask you to train with me."
"No," Naruto responds simply.
"But why?"
Jiraiya asks.
"I could make you a wonderful shinobi. I could teach you how to control your tailed beast."
"My what?" Naruto asks.
"Your tailed beast. You have one just like Gaara, but your beast is far stronger than this. So why not come train with me?"
"'Cause I don't want to," Naruto said as he got up and walked over to his friends, sitting down and turning his back. Sakura looked over. "Why don't you train with him?" Naruto looked over. "I don't want to leave you." Sakura smiled. "Naruto, you need to do what's best for you." He shook his head. "You guys didn't abandon me when Kakashi said he'd send me back to the academy." "That was totally different," she said. "That was us not splitting up the team. We'll still be on the same team, we just will be apart for a while to train. It's a good opportunity to grow." He looked to her. "But I don't want to. I want us to stay together as friends." She let off a giggle. "Naruto, no matter where we go, we'll always be friends. No matter how far apart, okay?" Naruto pointed at Konohamaru. "What about him though? We can't just leave him behind." Jiraiya waved.
Hey, over here."
Everyone turned to look at him. Jiraiya looked at Konohamaru.
"If the kid doesn't have anywhere else to go and you really don't want to leave him behind, just bring him too. I'll make time for him as well. I just really think you should come and learn from me, Naruto."
Naruto looked over to Konohamaru. "I'll go wherever you go, Oni-chan." Sakura nodded. "Do it, Naruto." Naruto thought for a moment. He then turned back. "All right, we'll train with you." Jiraiya stood and clasped his hands together.
"Wonderful. You two grab whatever you think you'll need and let's go."
And so the two of them packed their bags and set off with the old master. As they left, they were met by Sakura and Kakashi. Kakashi pat their heads. "I know you two can do this. Come back stronger, you hear?" Sakura would proceed to hug the both of them. "I know you can do it too. Go get stronger. I'll be waiting for you when you get back." They nod, and together they set off with Jiraiya. The plan is to train for 3 years. There's no telling what sorts of misadventures there are to come. Itachi sat in his chair. He'd been in the middle of a meeting when he excused himself. It wasn't hard. He was sick. He was growing worse by the day, and every so often he'd find himself coughing up blood. He would use this as an excuse to get away. Pain was, amazingly, a very patient man and would excuse him. More than once, Itachi'd even gotten packages from Pain himself with exotic medicines and ways of treating illness. These were really useful. He almost felt bad that he was plotting his downfall. Despite Pain's nihilistic views, he was still good inside. Itachi wondered if there was a way for him to foster that good, a way to bring him back. But as it stood, Itachi was not leaving the meeting because he was truly sick. He'd left the meeting because his crow, Wotan, had come across dire news that Sasuke had been killed. Itachi held it together for a time, but came to his room and just sat down. There, he let out all of his tears that he'd been fighting, holding back. It was meaningless. It was useless, he shouted within himself. Everything I did was for nothing. Itachi had been young and stupid. Even in his younger years, he was considered as wise as the Hokage, but this wasn't to say that he never made a mistake, and he had made a grave one. Life had forced him in that direction. He had been forced to take this course of action, but there was one choice he made personally that he regretted. He regretted leaving Sasuke behind. Itachi knew that he had to leave. He knew that he had to exile himself from the village, but the choice to join the Akatsuki was his own. He had hoped to foster hate within Sasuke so that one day he might target him. One day he might, through hatred, hunt Itachi down and kill him, delivering the justice they all deserved. Sasuke, the last Uchiha, was the only one fit to be his executioner. He had tormented the boy, scared him, given him nightmares, and done everything within his power to traumatize him and force him to grow stronger. But to his absolute surprise, Sasuke instead pulled back. He didn't extend his arms up to the sky, demanding retribution upon Itachi. He instead held it all in and moved on. There was patience in this boy's heart, something to the point that even Itachi couldn't understand. Even Itachi could not swallow hatred like this. How could Sasuke? Maybe it wasn't that Sasuke was so patient. Maybe he had a reason not to. Was it possible that he had seen through Itachi's ploy? Was it that Sasuke simply still possessed love for Itachi despite everything? Whatever it was didn't matter now. There was no way to ask. This destroyed Itachi. Itachi had wished for that one moment he could go back, that instead of threatening him and forcing him to experience the deaths of his parents over and over again, that instead he had hugged him, explaining everything to him, begging him to forgive him and follow him out of the village to a safer and peaceful location. But he hadn't. He'd been foolish. Itachi could not hold it in. He cried bitterly. Outside of his room, Kisame leaned against the wall and listened to it. Kisame was far more intelligent than most gave him credit for, and he was always the one that was questioning Itachi's loyalty. It was because Itachi wasn't as slick as he thought he was. Kisame could see right through him. Tobi could see right through him. Pain could see right through him. They knew what he was up to, which is why they never told him anything. Even still, Itachi was a good man, and despite his treasonous nature, you couldn't help but love the bastard. And as Itachi cried, Kisame could do nothing more than lower his head and shake it, realizing that half of Itachi's grand designs had come crashing down. It truly was sad. Pain would need to send him a fruit basket or something later. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Konohamaru were making their way down the road. They were all singing a song about toads. They would continue the song as they danced down the road. They eventually made it to Jiraiya's house, which Naruto and Konohamaru were awestruck by. It seemed so massive. Jiraiya's abode was no different than many others. In fact, it might have been smaller, but considering where Naruto and Konohamaru had been living, it must have seemed massive. "I bet it's even bigger than Grandpa's house," Konohamaru shouted. It wasn't, but maybe the boy just didn't realize this because he was too excited to be someplace new. There was a river nearby and a clearing in the woods. The home sat in the center of the clearing and even had a koi pond nearby. It seemed so peaceful. The birds chirped nearby their beautiful song. Jiraiya picked up a stone and threw it into the trees. "Shut up!" he shouted. "Stupid birds are always pecking holes in the side of my house, thinking they can find grubs or whatever. Wish they'd all just spontaneously combust." He looked around. "I've got a spare room in the house you two can use. I've got 2 rolls and a partition just in case you want to have some privacy." Konohamaru refused the partition. "I had my own room when I lived with Grandpa. I want to share a room with Oni-chan," he shouted in excitement. Jiraiya let them get settled, but he wouldn't wait too long for training. The first thing he did was bring them outside to start building up muscle. As it turned out, the more you increased your physical strength, the more you could increase your chakra. Your body and soul were 2 sides of the same coin. If you took care of one, you were taking care of the other. The way you looked meant nothing. It was what you could do that mattered, and a shinobi would always strive to be fast and strong. So he had them doing a lot of physical exercise to start with, which left them near incapacitated on the ground once they finished. "We just walked all the way here from Konoha. Why do we have to work out now?" Jiraiya looked down at them. "A light walk like that is barely enough to be called exercise. Why, in the war, we had to walk 15 miles uphill in our bare feet in the snow just to get to the battle, and then we'd rush in, fight, die, and then walk it all off and do it again. You kids are spoiled. But don't you worry, Uncle Jiraiya is gonna make something of you. Alright, up, up, up. We're gonna see how much chakra you can build up and expend without dying." The kids looked over at each other without speaking, just a look of utter fear in their eyes. They'd be off to bed immediately afterward. The sun was barely setting, and they'd only taken the time off to have dinner and take a bath. Naruto would button up his pajama shirt and put his hat on as he'd fall back into his bedroll. He would look over at Konohamaru, who was also in his PJs, but he seemed a lot livelier than Naruto. He was busy setting up a picture of Hiruzen. He sat it above his pillow and smiled at it. "Good, now Grandpa's here too. The room's perfect." Naruto looked at his own picture frame. It was a picture of himself, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. It was the picture they had taken immediately after becoming a team. It was bittersweet, but he looked at it and smiled. Jiraiya knocked on the door. "Housewarming," he shouted and came in. "I found these old things in the closet when I was cleaning up. I don't have much use for them, so I thought you two would enjoy them." He presented them each with a stuffed frog. Naruto and Konohamaru hugged them close, which brought a smile to Jiraiya's face. He looked down at them. "Asleep with the sun, eh? A good practice for shinobi. Rise and set with the sun. It gives you the strength to train your rears off. Me though, I'm a bit older and I got other stuff to do, so I'm gonna be up for a good many more hours. Let me know if you need anything." He went to shut the door, but Konohamaru called out to him. "Oji-san, what are you working on?" Jiraiya peeked back in. "Oh, I'm a writer. I'm writing novels and stories." Konohamaru's eyes lit up. "Stories? Oh, read us one." Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. "I don't think my stories are meant for children." Konohamaru seemed disappointed. Naruto was too busy playing with his stuffed frog to care. Jiraiya thought about it. How about I tell you another story? What about one of the times I was in Amagakure teaching kids not too unlike you two?" Konohamaru nodded his head and sat there, waiting for elaboration. Naruto even put his frog down for a minute and turned over to face Jiraiya. Jiraiya began to tell his story of adventure and fun, starring himself, of course, and his 3 sidekicks, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. He told them of the times he attempted to teach them how to fish.
You see, the knot wasn't perfect, but it was strong. A lot of things in life are like that. Anyway, Yahiko was the only one who got a bite on the line, so we rush over to help him reel it in. Conan and Nagato cheered him on from the side, and I told him how to do it without letting the fish snap the line, and by thunder did he pull it in. Well, we were planning to eat it that night, and I was taking the picture with it, and the fish began to bounce around in Yahiko's hand, and it slapped him in the face with its tail and jumped back in the water.
Jiraiya laughed. He pulled out some pictures to show.
We had to order out that night. Isn't that just how life is sometimes? You don't always get what you expect. But then again, if you always knew what to expect, life wouldn't be any fun, now would it? He stood. Anyway, I gotta be off. Got a nasty case of constipation and writer's block, and I plan to solve one of them by the end of the night. Sleep well.
He closed the door behind him. Naruto put the plush under his head as an extra pillow. Konohamaru cuddles up with his. Good night, Oni-chan. He falls asleep. Naruto, however, finds himself looking out the window for a time. He watches the sun set and then further watches the stars come out. He looks over at the picture of Team 7 and then looks over at Konohamaru. It was then that he felt in his heart that he would be okay. Sasuke would always be with him, and now he was the big brother to another down on his luck shinobi. So maybe everything would be okay. And so the next day they began to train, a lot harder. But instead of just physical training and chakra training, Jiraiya had them doing mental training too. He taught them the ancient game of shogi. He taught them how to focus chakra flows in the body, but above that, he taught them how to do a few more various ninjutsu. He started with the easier stuff, such as the fireball jutsu. Jiraiya was especially proficient in fire style, and he was hoping to pass this on to his students. But beyond that, he knew that it was important to let the student focus on what they were good at. So he gave them each a special piece of paper. The paper was designed to help them learn what their natural affinity was, which style of chakra nature naturally flowed in them. For Konohamaru, the paper burst into flame, as it did for Jiraiya when he first started. But Naruto's paper did differently. It was cut to pieces, signifying he had a natural affinity for wind style, which was unique, as not many people were naturally geared towards that. Many could learn to use it, but very few had a natural affinity for it. The only person Jiraiya could think of right off the bat would have been Danzo Shimura. But alas, this was not all Jiraiya hoped to teach Naruto. He also wanted to teach him how to use his tailed beast. There wasn't much that Konohamaru could do to learn from this, and so, while Naruto was training to learn to control his tailed beast, Jiraiya kept Konohamaru occupied by making him learn how to make a Rasengan. Now, the Rasengan is a hard jutsu to master. It was given the A rank due to its difficulty after it was invented by Minato Namikaze, so Konohamaru would take a long time to even complete it, let alone master it. But the good news was that him constantly trying was a form of training. Not only was he straining his chakra to make it, but he was also learning to increase his chakra while controlling and containing it, which naturally made a shinobi stronger. Even if you had a small energy well, if you managed to control it right, you could beat anyone, no matter how much chakra they had. So he had Konohamaru focusing on that. Naruto, on the other hand, was only now meeting with the Nine-Tails for the first time. Jiraiya told him to be forceful. The Nine-Tails couldn't hurt him so long as it was behind the seal. He also said that the Nine-Tails would try to manipulate him and that it wasn't his friend, so he shouldn't even bother treating with pleasantries. This didn't stop Naruto from doing so, but he was at least forceful with the Nine-Tails, demanding chakra from it. The tailed beast would answer Naruto by providing him with chakra, knowing that the more chakra he gives, the sooner he's likely to break free. Naruto would enter his initial Jinchuriki cloak at first before eventually progressing into his version 1 state. Jiraiya was impressed by his growth. Was this because he was naturally gifted, or perhaps it had something to do with his Sharingan? Who knows? Naruto was growing stronger, and that's what mattered. As time went on, they both worked on their Rasengan. Konohamaru was upset. He could spin the balloon and he could even pop it, but he couldn't create a Rasengan. He couldn't keep it compact. Naruto was having the same issues with the ability. Konohamaru kicked a can across the yard in frustration. "Oni-chan, I can't do it." He seemed so peeved. Naruto couldn't either. He could make it spin and pop, but not recreate it without the balloon. He just couldn't make the shell form right, so what was one to do? Naruto came up with an idea. He raised a finger to Konohamaru to get his attention before crossing his index and middle fingers over his other side to create a shadow clone. The shadow clone would walk to Naruto as he would raise his hand. Naruto would attempt to make a Rasengan, but as he was failing, his shadow clone would stick out its hands and begin to smooth out the shell, allowing Naruto to make a perfect Rasengan. Konohamaru was amazed. It was so powerful too. Naruto smashed it into a tree, which left a deep, spiraling depression in it. He then turned to Konohamaru and tried to help him make one. Konohamaru managed to make one of his own with Naruto's help. Jiraiya felt that this was unconventional, but until it could be perfected, this was a good solution to their issue. Eventually, one day, as Naruto and Konohamaru got up to train more, Jiraiya stopped them and told them that they had something else to do. At some point during the night, in the village nearby, a girl had been kidnapped. Some said it was by a demon, but no one knew exactly what it was, and so Jiraiya and his students went to investigate. They head down to the village, and while there, they would find the home of the girl who'd been taken. They talked to her parents, who said that she should have known it would happen. Jiraiya questions why this is. They tell him that on her 18th birthday, she awakened a strange dojutsu that allowed her to see into the future. So why shouldn't she have known? Jiraiya nods at this and begins to look for clues. As he checks her room, he sees Naruto going over to the dresser and opening up a very private drawer. Naruto, what are you doing in her underwear drawer? Naruto looks back with flushed cheeks. Looking for clues? Jiraiya stands there. Did you find any? Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya walks over. Maybe you're not trying hard enough. He sticks his head in. Not long after, Konohamaru looks through too. It's then that her father walks in. What the hell are you doing? They look back with surprise on their face. Looking for clues? They slam the dresser closed, only for a secret compartment to open up. A diary falls out. Ha, see? I knew we'd find something. There's always something hidden in the secret drawer. He opens up the diary. They read through it with a bit of a smirk on their faces, but the father tells him to skip to the last entry. They begrudgingly agree. Flipping to the final page, they begin to read it. It was written the night before last. Oh joy, my love has agreed to run away with me. We shall meet up at the statue of the panda spirit tomorrow night. I have to wear my best perfume and do my hair up just the way he likes it. They read it and looked up. It seems like she eloped, Jiraiya said. The father shakes his head. There's no way my daughter would do this. It has to be genjutsu. We've not heard anything about a new boyfriend. Jiraiya thinks about it. It's possible, I suppose. Maybe we can track her? Search for more clues by the panda spirit statue. The father leads them out. Please, find her. Jiraiya and the students make their way to the statue and begin to search for more clues. It just seems like a statue with a fountain below it. There's nothing strange about it, let alone any clues. Or at least there wasn't until Konohamaru spoke up. I found something. Jiraiya walks over to take a look. He examines it closely. It was a stain, but the closer one looked, the more they came to realize what it was. Blood. Naruto looked at it and sniffed it. Too bad we don't have a dog or something to track it. Jiraiya said, if we had a dog, we could track the blood or the perfume, and The kids looked up to him, waiting for him to continue. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. Maybe I can borrow one for a while. I bet Kakashi wouldn't mind. Back in the leaf, Kakashi was reading his Icha Icha and petting Paku while laying in a hammock. Paku, you're so wise. I can always tell you my troubles. Now, I wanted to ask you about this, he said as he stroked the dog. Suddenly, there was a poof. Kakashi raised his hand to find a note between his fingers. It read, I gotta borrow this for a little while. Thanks. Love, Pervy Sage. To say Paku was confused was an understatement. He was suddenly in front of a fountain. He looked up to see Jiraiya waving at him with blood dripping from his thumb. Paku spoke. Oh yeah, I forgot I made a contract with you, too. Konohamaru was already on his knees hugging Paku as Naruto was petting him and playing with his ears. Paku, barely able to breathe, spoke. I assume this is important. Jiraiya would nod his head. A girl's gone missing and we need someone to track a scent for us. Can you help? Paku agreed. Give me something to sniff. Jiraiya would spritz some of the perfume out in front of them. Paku would take a sniff and then sneeze. He'd shake and then begin to walk about, his nose up in the air. I think I got something. Follow me. Paku would rush off and the others would follow close behind. They jumped from tree branch to tree branch. The smell was getting stronger and stronger. They kept going until they found their destination, a small underground facility. Jiraiya looked at it. Oh boy. Naruto looked back at him questioningly. Jiraiya looked down on them. This looks like one of Orochimaru's facilities. Konohamaru gasped. You mean the guy who killed Grandpa? He's here? Jiraiya shrugged. It's entirely possible. We better be careful. They began to sneak into the facility to look for any sign of the girl. Jiraiya told them to be extra careful as there could be booby traps and other security devices. They continued to sneak in deeper until they found what appeared to be a hiding area. There was a girl there. Her eyes were a beautiful purple, her hair was bright blonde. Jiraiya walked up and introduced himself and his students. Hello, I'm Jiraiya, and these are my students, Naruto and Konohamaru. She greeted them. I'm Kari. Can you please help me? I thought my boyfriend was gonna run off with me, but he brought me here. Jiraiya smiled and spoke under his breath. I guess she really would do that. Guess her father doesn't know her as well as she thinks. Jiraiya then spoke up. Can you tell us more about your boyfriend? She blushed. Oh, he's the most handsome boy I've ever met. He's tall, well-built. His hair is white like an angel, and he has the most caring eyes, hidden under such intellectual glasses that shine like moonlight. Jiraiya had hoped for a less cheesy description, but he could peg the boy she was talking about. It was Kabuto, Orochimaru's subordinate. He just happened to be the one who killed Tsunade when Jiraiya was sent to recruit her. He took advantage of her hemophobia and struck when she wasn't able to react. Boy may not have been the strongest in the world, but he definitely was the sharpest tool in the shed. Jiraiya began to unlock the cage as Konohamaru explores the room. He finds a notebook that speaks about her. Apparently, she possessed a unique dojutsu that appears in those of royal blood from the land of demons. Apparently, it's called the Miraigan and has the ability to see into the future, but only events in which one is about to die. This includes the user. He'd show the pad to Jiraiya, who would look at it. No wonder Orochimaru wants this dojutsu. He can practically avoid death with it. The girl shakes her head. No, it doesn't work that way. Once you see someone's death through my Miraigan, it's set in stone. You can't change it no matter what you do. All you can do is accept it. At that moment, they would hear the sound of a bell ringing and Kari would seemingly go into a daze. She almost wanted to pass out. Jiraiya caught her. What is it? What's wrong? She opened her eyes. I just witnessed the future. One of you will die. Jiraiya was shocked. Which one? She pointed down. Him. He will die, she said, pointing at Konohamaru. Konohamaru was startled. Die? I don't want to die. Someone trade places with me. It was then that Kabuto and Orochimaru walk in. It looks like we have uninvited guests, Orochimaru states. Kabuto laughs. What is this? Have you come to steal away a guy's girlfriend? Naruto steps in front of Konohamaru, and Jiraiya steps in front of Kari. Orochimaru sighs. Isn't that noble, protecting them from me? But you should know by now, Jiraiya, that I've always been stronger than you and always will be. Don't you remember the rules of Mushiken? The frog always loses to the snake. Jiraiya pops his knuckles and his neck. I always played homebrew rules, snake. Orochimaru would send snakes from his sleeves at Jiraiya, who would burn them away with fire release. Kabuto would rush at Naruto with a scalpel. Naruto, pulling a kunai, would defend himself. The two would trade blows in this tightly packed room, Naruto doing his best to keep Konohamaru out of the fray. If it was true that he'd die if he fought in this battle, then he wanted to keep him out of the battle to save his life. He wouldn't let another brother die. Orochimaru, pulling the blade of Kusanagi from within his throat, would once again rush at Jiraiya. Jiraiya would defend himself with his hair needle technique before firing the hair out at Orochimaru like Senbon, driving him from the room. Jiraiya would follow after him. As Naruto and Kabuto fought, he felt himself get struck in the cheek by Kabuto's foot, knocking him to the side. Naruto almost lost consciousness. He heard Konohamaru crying out for him. He sat up and looked back as he formed a Rasengan, but to his surprise, there were two Konohamarus, each one attacking the other, stuck in a lock. Save me, one of them shouted. Naruto looked to them. Give me a sign. Which one of you is real? One of them seemed to tear up. Oni-san, I don't want to die. The other one seemed nervous. Oh, Naruto-kun. Remember when Jiraiya-sensei told us the story about Yahiko and the fish? I'm the real Konohamaru. Please, don't let me die. Naruto made the decision. The one who told him about Jiraiya's story was the one he struck. He hit this Konohamaru full power with the Rasengan, knocking him against the wall where there just so happened to be a broom handle facing out. The Konohamaru was impaled on it, but Naruto stepped in front of the real Konohamaru just in time to keep him from seeing. Even if it was an enemy, it was using his visage, and it would surely scar him for life to see himself impaled. Naruto turned around and looked at the real Konohamaru. Kono looked up at him with tears in his eyes. Oni-chan, how did you know which one was the real me? Naruto smiled. Because you would never call me Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, Kabuto had returned to his original appearance upon death. Kari was by his side holding him. Oh, cruel world, she cried. Why must you make me the Juliet to his Romeo? Naruto grabbed her and pulled her out of the room before she could be any more melodramatic. They rushed into the main hall where they witnessed Jiraiya fighting Orochimaru. Naruto would immediately enter his version 1 cloak and join the fray, but as he does so, Orochimaru summons Manda to defend him. As soon as the snake hit the ground, Naruto was knocked back. Naruto goes sliding across the floor but manages to stand up and charge once again. Konohamaru stands with Kari to protect her as the battle rages on. Naruto would then manage to summon Gamabunta to face off against Manda. Naruto would rush off to help Jiraiya but would be kicked back by the Sannin and slide next to Konohamaru. Deep in Konohamaru's heart, he knows that Orochimaru had been the one to kill Hiruzen and he wishes to get revenge. But what can one boy do? He's not even a genin yet. How is he supposed to take out a man stronger than Grandpa? Naruto looks up at him. You can do it. I believe in you. Konohamaru stands there and gulps. He then forms a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto sits there and enters his version 1 chakra cloak, and he places his hands on Konohamaru's and transfers his excess chakra to him, building up his Rasengan into a new one. A technique Konohamaru calls Ototo to Onisan Odama Rasengan. He literally comes up with the name right on the spot and jumps up into the air with it. Orochimaru looks up to see the child coming at him. Little brother and big brother big ball Rasengan, he shouts. Jiraiya dives out of the way as Konohamaru presses the Rasengan onto Orochimaru. The ball explodes spectacularly, knocking all nearby on their rear, the pressure coming off enough to blow them back across the floor. When the light dissipates, they see nothing but a crater. Orochimaru is nowhere to be found. Laying in the center of that crater is Konohamaru, unmoving. Naruto stands and runs over to him. "Konohamaru!" he cries out as he rushes to the crater. Kari stands there and watches on. Jiraiya also rushes over. Naruto raises Kono up and holds him. Konohamaru grimaces and opens his eyes. Oni-san, did I do it?" Naruto sighs with relief. "You did, Kono. You beat Orochimaru." Suddenly, feeling comes back to the boy, and his broken and discolored arm suddenly flares up with pain. Konohamaru cries out, but eventually regains his composure, showing strength by only letting a few tears escape. Instead, he smiles to show he's pleased. Jiraiya wipes the sweat from his face.
Damn, kid. That was a gutsy move. I expected no less from the boy who carries the name of the village.
Jiraiya would stabilize Konohamaru's arm and pick him back up.
Let's get back to the village.
They would head back, leading Kari along with them. On the trip back, Jiraiya can't help but lament the fact that he's the last of his team alive. First he lost Hiruzen, then Tsunade, and now Orochimaru. He's the last member of his team left, and though Orochimaru had it coming, it does hurt to think about. Making it back to the village, they would bring the girl back to her father where they'd explain the situation to him. She indeed gets a scolding and is told never to run off like that again. They thank Jiraiya and his students for helping them and even pays them, which is enough for them to get the most high-end of all high-end ramen to celebrate. That night, they eat the ramen before their baths. After Naruto's bath, he steps outside and sits on the porch while Jiraiya tries to figure out how to get Konohamaru clean without getting his cast wet. While sitting there, Naruto looks up at the moon. As he does so, the moon seems to roll over and display what looks like a pupil. This freaks him out a little. The moon then turns red, and 3 Tomoe appear on the moon and begin to spin before shifting into a 3-spoked Mangekyo Sharingan. The clouds rush by at unnatural speeds. Everything seems to stop besides that. The fire on the candles, the dragonfly that had been passing in front of his face, even the flowing river. Naruto stands up and looks around only to see a man in a black cloak with red clouds on it. The man possesses glowing eyes. Sharingan, like what Kakashi and Sasuke, and now Naruto possess. Naruto immediately knows who this must be, as there are no other Uchiha left. He gets into a defensive position and pulls out a kunai. The moment he blinks, the man who once was in the distance is now standing right in front of him. He falls back. "You're not gonna steal my eye. It's Sasuke's. I promised I'd show him the world." The man shakes his head. "I'm not here to take your eye away. I never wanted Sasuke's eyes." Naruto's confused. Itachi continues. "I only did those things to make him hate me so he'd kill me for the mistake I made. But that's all a moot point now. He's gone and I'm utterly alone." Naruto continues to look up. "Why did you come here?" Itachi looks down. "I've come to warn you. Within your body is the demon fox, the Nine Tails. I am a part of an organization known as the Akatsuki. I've come to warn you that the organization will soon move and attempt to steal it from you, as well as all other tailed beasts. If that happens, you will die. The reason why we're targeting these tailed beasts is unknown to me, but I do know that you'll be in danger, so please, be prepared." Naruto was confused. "Why are you telling me this?" Itachi smiled. "I see Sasuke in your eyes. He trusted you with his dreams. I'll hedge my bets on you too." That was what Naruto noted about this man the most. He had such a kind, warm, and inviting smile. But before Naruto could ask another question, the man was gone, and the moon returned to normal. Naruto was just sitting on the porch, all alone again. Suddenly, that dragonfly passed by his face, and he heard flowing from the river. "The Akatsuki," Naruto said as he awakened from his dream. Itachi, from a distance, would turn to walk away, unaware that in the trees nearby, Kisame Hoshigaki was watching him. He shook his head.
I was afraid it would come to this.
He would then disappear and head back to their base, beating Itachi there. That night, Naruto could only think about what Itachi had said. He looked at the picture frame that showed himself, Sakura, and Sasuke with Kakashi. There were so many questions he had, but those questions were for another day. 3 years of training had passed, and Naruto and Konohamaru were growing older. Naruto, now 16, had grown a bit taller and more muscular, with his eyes possessing a glint in them that had never been seen before. They possessed confidence. Konohamaru was still young, but he was slowly growing older as well. He was now 12, and while he was nowhere near as tall or as strong as Naruto, he was still tall and strong, having come from good stock. This was what Jiraiya had told him as they trained. For Jiraiya, it was an honor to train the grandson of the man he'd respected for so long. Jiraiya had aged too, for better or worse. Well, yeah, definitely for worse. His back hurt, along with his hips and his neck. He had gout. Life as a shinobi wasn't kind to one's body, and he was feeling that on a level so deep right now that he respected Hiruzen's desire to laze about most days as Hokage or council member. Bro hit his midlife crisis ages ago and was now just learning to be content. The words Itachi had spoken to Naruto years earlier had faded from memory and returned to the gray. They had made their way back to the village. As they stepped through the gate, they saw Kakashi and Sakura standing there, waiting for them. Sakura ran to Naruto and embraced him. "Welcome back! You've grown so tall and strong." Naruto looked her up and down. "You too. You've also grown so tall and so, wow." Konohamaru and Jiraiya looked at each other out of the corners of their eyes with a knowing glance and a smirk. Kakashi stepped up as well. Electing to give his student some time with his old team, Jiraiya offered to take Konohamaru out for something to eat. They decided to stop by Ichiraku Ramen. The village had changed quite a bit in the 3 years they'd been gone, but stepping into the restaurant, Konohamaru was glad to see that nothing there had changed. The same old man, the same girl with him, albeit a smidge taller, the same stools, the same peeling wallpaper. The only difference was a new set of wind chimes, which made it even homier in there. They sat down by the bar and Jiraiya merely held up his fingers, asking for two. Teuchi would see them and smile, preparing 2 bowls of freshly cooked ramen. Jiraiya would turn to Kono and speak. "I've got a bit of a surprise for ya." Konohamaru looked up curiously. "I sent some messages ahead of time to the 5th Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and mentioned your growth. I gave account for everything I'd be teaching you, and he approved your status as a genin. You're now officially a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village." Konohamaru was ecstatic, face lit up like a Christmas tree, pure joy and excitement. "Really? I'm a shinobi now?" Jiraiya laughed. "A shinobi is measured by their heart, Konohamaru, not by a piece of paper. You were a true shinobi in my book the moment you began to take your training seriously. And to show that, I've got something for you." He pulled a headband with the plate of the hidden leaf on it from behind his back. "This was the headband I used during the Second Shinobi World War. I'm giving it to you. You deserve it." Konohamaru took it and looked at the headband with reverence. This single piece of cloth was older than he was. He put it on his head. It obviously hadn't been washed in that many years either, as his nose could detect. But this did not mean that he was going to clean it though. He hoped that if possible, the blood, sweat, and tears within this old headband could transfer to him the wisdom and skill of this powerful toad sage. Just as he looks up to speak, a voice from behind echoes out along with the smell of cigarettes and discount body spray. "As I live and breathe, little Konohamaru." Konohamaru looked back and smiled. "Uncle Asuma!" Alongside him, Asuma had with him the rest of Team 10, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. It seemed he too was here to treat them to a meal as Jiraiya was for him. Asuma stepped in below the light-hanging partition of the little restaurant. He sat down at the bar and his team sat down on either side, Choji rubbing his hands together with a smile, raising his hand to display the number 4 with his fingers. "I didn't know you were back in town." He noticed the headband. He gave it a flick with his finger to hear it tink against his nail. "Ah, finally reached genin. I'm proud of you. How do you like being the 3rd official member of Team Kakashi?" Konohamaru looked a little confused. He looked back at Jiraiya. "I was planning to inform you all a little later." Asuma's brows raised. "Uh-oh, did I just reveal some big secret? My bad." Konohamaru's eyes lit up even more. "I get to be on the same team as Oni-chan?" Jiraiya laughed. "Yes, Kakashi should be showing up not too long from now to officially add you to the team." Konohamaru was so excited. "This has to be one of the best days of my entire life." He shouted and he hugged Jiraiya, as if Jiraiya had anything to do with this. In fact, he didn't. Asuma knew that as well. This was all Hiruzen. Hiruzen's last gift to his grandson, and his last gift to Team 7. After some time went by, Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto returned. Jiraiya looked to Konohamaru. "Alright, Kono, let's keep it quiet. We don't want to ruin the surprise for everyone, right?" Konohamaru would nod vigorously. Team 7 entered as Team 10 was leaving. They gave them a quick look of greeting as well as well wishes before heading out. They came in and sat down beside Konohamaru. Naruto looked over and then did a double take. "What's with the fish-eating grin, Kono?" Konohamaru suddenly realized that he was beaming. "Huh? Oh, well, I'm just happy because I got promoted to genin. Jiraiya-sensei gifted me his old headband. I hope I can live up to the shinobi who wore it before me." Naruto patted Konohamaru on his back. Jiraiya sat there, his bowl completely empty, his face showing a clear desire for a popsicle, something sweet to wash down the savory. Kakashi ordered 3 bowls of ramen, which quickly came. After that, Teuchi began working on a new batch as he just had enough to make 3 more bowls. The others ate while Konohamaru just propped on his elbow watching them, his grin still on his face, a slight giggle in the back of his throat. Sakura would look over and let off a small giggle of her own. "What?" Jiraiya would lift the back of Konohamaru's bandana, causing the protector to slide over his eyes. Konohamaru lifted it and looked back at the elderly sage, who gave him a look telling him to stop being so obvious. After the meal, Kakashi walked out with them. He took them to the monument of the Will of Fire. Jiraiya followed at a distance. Kakashi stepped up to it and looked it over. He looked back. "I have a surprise for you, though I suspect Konohamaru already knows." Sakura and Naruto listened carefully, curious but excited. "We've officially received a 3rd member to our team to take the vacancy left by Sasuke." That Kakashi had to say, measuring his words carefully, knowing that the word replacement might tear open a wound. Konohamaru Sarutobi will be our third member, as per the wishes of Hiruzen. This has been planned for a long time, he said. If you recall, when Konohamaru was sent to us to learn, or as he believed, to scout out a new member for our team, that was but a lie I made up. The true motivation was to see if you could mesh well with the team, and to see if you were even open to allowing another member to take the vacancy left by Sasuke. It was Hiruzen's hope to see his grandson on a team where he could grow and understand the brotherhood that comes with being a shinobi. That's why I brought you all before this symbolic statue. This, the will of fire, signifies a bond between us all. We're all brothers and sisters, not of blood, but by will and decision. This was something Hiruzen always taught me and taught others, so I felt it was only right to come here and say the same, perhaps as a parting gift to you from him. Sakura and Naruto turned around. Konohamaru bowed to them in honor and respect. It's not my wish to replace your friend. I wish only to join your family if you'll have me. I'll attempt to live up to my name and your expectations, and hopefully perform in a way that'll make Big Brother Sasuke proud to have me carry on his duties. I hope you'll please accept me. Jiraiya smirked. How long did it take him to think up that, he wondered. We would be so honored to have you on our team, Sakura said. Naruto mirrored the sentiment. Nobody can ever replace Sasuke, but if there was one person I could choose to carry on his duties for him, it would be you, little brother. Konohamaru would suddenly begin to tear up, large drops rolling down his cheeks as his lips quivered. Sakura looked at him and wiped one away. What's wrong? He looked to her. I'm so happy that you all like me. I was so scared that you wouldn't want me on the team. Sakura laughed. No, you're a wonderful kid, Kono. We're honored to have you a part of our little family. We're brothers, Kono. There's no reason that you shouldn't be on our team. They were overtaken with joy. After this, Jiraiya requested that Naruto and Konohamaru follow him. They'd find a beach and sit down. Jiraiya would give each one a popsicle, as he himself would have two. Popsicles came in packs of 2, meaning there was always one left over, and since he was the one buying, he got the extra. They just sat there and enjoyed the delicious blue raspberry flavor. As they enjoyed their treat, Konohamaru looked over to Naruto. What even is a blue raspberry anyway? I don't think it exists. Naruto scoffed. If it didn't exist, we wouldn't be eating it right now. Jiraiya was too busy going full walrus on those popsicles to even care if blue raspberries were fruit or not. As time slowly passed on, he'd be left with 2 empty sticks. He'd look down at Konohamaru and Naruto for a moment before looking back up. Well, I suppose I should be on my way. On your way? Konohamaru asked. Jiraiya nodded. I gotta get back home. You didn't think I planned to move here, did you? No, Konohamaru said. I thought we'd have more time to spend together. Jiraiya pat the boy's head. Distance is never an issue between friends, because we always carry a piece of them with us. I promise to visit often enough though, so keep an eye out for me. You two are strong, and you've already learned enough to make even most Chunin shake in their boots. Jiraiya thought about it. You know, I've taught you everything that I know, except for one thing. He looked down. How about I teach you all Sage Mode? Naruto and Konohamaru looked up. Sage Mode? Jiraiya nodded. Well, it won't be me teaching you. I feel you'd benefit from learning it all on your own. I'll let Kakashi know about the 3 unexplored Sage regions that I know about. Perhaps it's time to pass on my team's strength to the next generation. Make a new Sannin. After that, Naruto and Konohamaru would gather up by the gate to see Jiraiya off. They would wave to him as he left, tears in their eyes, but a smile on their faces. They returned to Team Kakashi, where they'd begin to talk about Sage Mode and wishing to learn it. Kakashi, however, denied them this, to their utter shock. Kakashi explained this, however, that they could not do the training right now because of a new mission they were just assigned. As it turns out, the current wielder of the One Tail, the Kazekage, Gaara of the Hidden Sand, has just been kidnapped, likely by the Akatsuki. Naruto's face lit up. Hey, I just remembered. Itachi visited me about 2.5 years ago and told me that the Akatsuki were trying to get tailed beasts together for some nefarious plot. Kakashi nodded. We know. Jiraiya sent us a letter with the story you told him inscribed into it. That's why it is of utmost importance that we go get him back. If this tailed beast falls into the hands of the Akatsuki, we'll be in big trouble. And with that, they began to make their way to the Hidden Sand. As they entered the village, Kakashi would feel the eyes upon him as he was mistaken for his father, something evident by Chiyo's reaction to him. Konohamaru was having the time of his life. He'd never been to a desert before. But it was then that they came across Temari and Konkuro, the latter in critical condition. What happened to him? Kakashi asked. Temari looked over. He was poisoned by an Akatsuki puppet master. Kakashi began to get the details while Naruto and Konohamaru checked on Konkuro. Sakura was there too to ensure Naruto and Kono didn't get in the doctor's way. After collecting some information, they set out to rescue Gaara. "What kind of man is this Gaara?" Naruto asked. "Well, he attacked Konoha during the Chunin exams and released a massive sand tanuki into the middle of the stadium. That was him. Then why are we rescuing him?" Kakashi would sigh. "It has a dual purpose. The first is to foster a good relationship with Suna, and the other is to keep the One Tail out of the hands of the Akatsuki." As they spoke, they'd suddenly be stopped by a clone of Itachi. He was alone, likely intended to serve as a distraction for the heroes, but he instead let them pass, telling them exactly where to go. They rushed in that direction and made their way into the cave. They had just barely missed the enemy by no more than a minute. They had just extracted the One Tail from the body of Gaara. This would lead to a battle. Naruto and Kakashi versus Deidara, and Konohamaru, Sakura, and Chiyo against Sasori. Konohamaru would stand there, a kunai in one hand, the other clenched into a fist. Sakura was quite the same. Chiyo was making use of puppets, much like Sasori. Konohamaru would rush in, only for Sakura to completely blow past him before jumping into the air and striking the ground with such force that the ground began to shatter. Konohamaru stopped for a moment, his mouth agape, finally realizing why big brother Naruto had a crush on this girl. As Sakura drove him back, she managed to get a good strike in on her target. She smiled as the body fell apart, but as she realized it was just a puppet, her smile faded. The real Sasori appeared. Well, real is an exaggeration, as this body was a puppet as well, though it was also the vehicle of the only human part left of him. He had his own little private army of puppets appeared to defend him. Sakura would smash some, and so would Konohamaru, but in the end, Chiyo decided to use her own puppets to destroy those of Sasori, creating an opening. Sakura rushed in, ready to strike his one weakness, but as she did, a compartment in his abdomen opened up and a wire laced with poison came out to strike at Sakura. But Konohamaru, being a little bit smaller and more nimble, rushes through and gets close. He's not quite strong enough to do a Sasori, so he tries something new. He uses his scarf as a weapon and wraps the long tail of it around Sasori's wire by infusing his own chakra into it. This creates such an opening that they can kill Sasori with one strike. A strike that Sakura takes advantage of. She strikes Sasori in his heart, killing him. It's then revealed that Deidara escaped, but they had recovered the body of Gaara, and in a moment of consciousness, Chiyo sacrifices her life to bring Gaara's life back. After this, they take a sample of Sasori's poison and return to Suna, where they present it to the doctors, who use it to cure Kankuro. They then head back to Konoha, but once they get there, they have very little time to rest, as Danzo is taking the threat more seriously now. He begins sending shinobi out to capture the Akatsuki, dead or alive. The first targets are Hidan and Kakazu, two shinobi that are linked to the Akatsuki, and had partaken in another attack on another Jinchuriki not too long ago. Before the mission begins, Konohamaru finds himself at Ichiraku Ramen, eating while Asuma comes in. He sits down. "Hey Kono, what's up?" Konohamaru shrugs. "Nothing really." Asuma scoffs. "Surely you got something going on. What about the hunt to take down the Akatsuki?" Konohamaru shakes his head. "No, my team isn't partaking right now. Sakura's taken up studies to be a healer, and Naruto's creating a new jutsu with Kakashi. I've just been twiddling my thumbs." "Ah, that's a shame," Asuma said. Konohamaru looked over. "Anything new with you, uncle?" Asuma smiled. "Yeah, something pretty big has happened to me recently. Guess who's gonna be a father?" Konohamaru looked over. "You?" Asuma nodded. Kono grew excited. "That's wonderful, Uncle Asuma. It means I'm gonna have a new cousin. I can't wait to meet them. Who's the mom?" Asuma smiled and scratched the back of his head. "Remember Kurenai, the leader of Team 8? Oh, that's the team Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino are on, right?" Asuma pointed a finger to say Kono was spot on. "That's her." Konohamaru would hug Asuma. "That's so wonderful. I know you'll make a great dad. You're an awesome uncle, so it's only natural that you'll make a great papa." Asuma smiled, a little surprised by the hug. "You really don't have anything to do?" Konohamaru just shook his head. Asuma thought for a moment. "Well, why don't you come with me then? Join Team 10 for a short while on mission." Konohamaru's eyes lit up. "You really mean it?" Asuma shrugged. "I mean, yeah, why not? But you should know that it's gonna be dangerous. We're hunting S-ranked rogue shinobi. Are you sure you can handle it?" Konohamaru stood up. "Handle it? I'm a Sarutobi. I can handle anything." Asuma laughed. "All right, you're on the team. Meet us by the gate tomorrow." The day passed and the sun eventually rose. Konohamaru grabbed the things that he thought he might need. He headed out to meet with his uncle, and the team consisting of himself, Asuma, Shikamaru, and two others Konohamaru had never seen before, Izumo and Kotetsu. Together they go out to search as Ino, Choji, and a shinobi named Raido search in another direction. They reach the fire temple and learn that Chiriku has died. They believe the Akatsuki may be attempting to claim the bounty on him, so they decide to lay in wait and ambush them at the bounty exchange point. Sure as the sun rises in the east, the two roll up. Hidan is ambushed by Asuma, who throws his shuriken. Hidan manages to deflect them, but finds he can't move as Shikamaru has gripped him tightly with his shadow paralysis jutsu. It's then that Izumo and Kotetsu rush in and stab Hidan, but to their horror, he does not die. It's not long thereafter that Kakuzu arrives, offering to help, although Hidan refuses any help. Asuma and Hidan fight, but as they do, Hidan manages to lick some of Asuma's blood. Hidan's skin color changes with the cursed jutsu now in effect. Every bit of damage done to Hidan causes Asuma to take recoil, Hidan having transformed himself into a living voodoo doll. Hidan readies to kill Asuma. Konohamaru cries out. Shikamaru does manage to stop this with the shadow paralysis jutsu. Shikamaru learns that if they can get Hidan off the curse circle on the ground, the jutsu doesn't transfer the damage, so they need to pull him out of the circle, and Hidan takes damage from an attack, the damage not being transferred. Asuma beheads Hidan, but horribly, Hidan remains alive and has Kakuzu reattach his head. The battle continues. As it does, Hidan manages to fool Asuma, stabbing himself with his own scythe as he steps over the circle again. Asuma goes down. Shikamaru cries out, as does Konohamaru. Both run towards Asuma and Hidan, as Hidan prepares to puncture his own and by extension Asuma's heart with a spike. As Shikamaru runs, he trips and falls on his face, losing his chance to save his mentor, all while he blames himself for what's happening. But not Kono though. Agile and nimble as ever, he rushes past quickly. Hidan laughs as he goes to stab himself, but suddenly his arm is gripped by a scarf. Konohamaru manages to swing around Hidan by the scarf, tripping and pulling him down and out of the circle. Hidan stands and pulls the scythe from his stomach. Fine. You want to die first? I got no qualms with who dies. He rushes at Konohamaru with his strike. It's everything Konohamaru can do just to dodge it. He forms a shadow clone, but the moment it hits the ground, it's killed. A lucky shot. Hidan trips Konohamaru. Hidan raises his blade. See you in hell, squirt. Before he can drop the blade though, Shikamaru catches him in shadow paralysis. Konohamaru stands. He steps back and forms a shadow clone, which then helps him form a Rasengan. Kono runs forward, planting the strike in Hidan's chest, sending him flying backwards. He lays there for a second before sitting up, declaring how badly that hurt before shrugging it off. How do we kill something like that? Konohamaru asks. Shikamaru is unsure himself, but all he knows is that they need to deal with it. They need to take one alive and kill the other. Since this one is functionally immortal, he may need to be the prisoner, but with his pain tolerance, Shikamaru wonders how well the intelligence team will do getting any information out of him. It's then that Choji, Ino, and Raido appear and join the battle. Kakuzu is beginning to wonder if they should retreat. Hidan doesn't want to though, and so he continues the fight, refusing to leave until he's killed at least one person in revenge, and right now, the one he wants to kill most is Konohamaru. He licks his scythe. It's then that Kono realizes that he's been cut at some point in time. Hidan draws a circle on the ground and looks up with a nefarious grin. I'll teach you what happens when you dare blaspheme in the face of Jashin. He stabs himself in the side with a spike. Konohamaru cries out and hits the ground as he coughs up blood. He raises the blade once more to hurt Konohamaru, but he's suddenly stopped when Ino uses her mind-body switch technique to take over Hidan's mind and body. Shino realizes it. Ino, get out of the circle! She forces Hidan out of his circle, and once more Shikamaru rushes forward. The technique ends and Hidan opens his eyes with confusion before suddenly his head is once again decapitated. Shikamaru takes the head for himself, shoving it into his backpack where they can no longer hear it speak. It's then that Kakuzu is informed by Pain that he should return to base as they need to seal the two tails into the statue. Kakuzu informs Pain of what's happened, and Pain informs him to leave Hidan, as attempting to get him back would risk Kakuzu's safety, and would risk the loss of 2 members instead of just 1. So he orders him to retreat, and Kakuzu obliges. With the battle over, they rush over to Asuma, who's still bleeding. Asuma-sensei, are you okay? Ino asks. Forget about me. Is Kono okay? Shikamaru rushes over to check on Konohamaru. I think so. It looks like a flesh wound. Hidan must have wanted to hurt him, not kill him. Asuma sighs in relief. That's good. Now I just... The adrenaline wearing off, Asuma passes out. Both Asuma and Konohamaru are rushed to the hospital for their wounds, both suffering from blood loss. Konohamaru suffers from mild anemia, while Asuma suffers from major anemia, as well as some perforated organs. It doesn't take long to get Konohamaru patched up, but Asuma is still under the knife for a good few hours. Konohamaru would wake up in the hospital. His eyes open but blurry, his speech slurred as his groggy eyes meet with a figure standing over him. The figure leans down. Kono, Kono! He smiles. Are you an angel? Sakura sighs in relief. No, I'm just a healer. Konohamaru blushes a little in embarrassment. Suddenly, Naruto rushes in, still dripping wet from his training at the waterfall. Is he okay? Sakura looks back with a smile. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. It was just a flesh wound. A lot of blood loss, but we've given him a transfusion and stitched him up. He should be back in working order in no more than 2 weeks, maybe less. Naruto sighs in relief, a feeling shared by Konohamaru. Suddenly his eyes light up.
Uncle Asuma, please tell me he's okay. Sakura smiles. Yes, he's in surgery now, but the doctors are adamant that his life can and will be saved. Shizune herself even stepped in to deal with the injuries. She's gonna do everything she can to make him better. It was then that Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji step into the room. Shikamaru sees Konohamaru and asks him how he's doing. Like I've been stabbed, but I'll live. Shikamaru would laugh. The Ino Shikacho trio then present a bouquet of flowers from Ino, cut personally, a bouquet of balloons from Shikamaru, and a big box of chocolate from Choji. Shikamaru stands there. I think I speak for all of Team 10 when I say thank you. If it hadn't been for you, our mentor would have been killed. Konohamaru smiles. He's my uncle too. I would have been crushed if he died. Shikamaru smiles. I see. Well, we just wanted to thank you anyway. You did us a solid. Know that if you ever need anything, you can rely on the Ino Shikacho trio to help. We'll leave now and give you your privacy. They proceed to turn around and close the door behind them. Sakura smiles. You did so good, Kono. I'm proud of you. Konohamaru sat forward. Hey, save some for me, he called out to Naruto, who had already broken into the chocolate. Konohamaru then lay back. Sakura giggled. Just take the rest of the time off to heal. Kakashi said that if this mission goes smoothly and we don't have anything super big to do after, we can finally take that time off to train with Sage Mode. There were 3 different locations and each provides a special way of accessing a new power. Kakashi said we should all train separately and grow proficient in our own style so we can complement each other better when we're back together. Naruto already called dibs on Mount Myoboku and I took Shikotsu Forest. That leaves you with Ryuchi Cave, where you'll meet the Snake Sage. Sound good? Konohamaru pouted a little. I wanted to be the frog. Sakura laughed. Snakes eat frogs, so it'll give you a leg up on Naruto. Kono smiled. Alright, let's do that. For the rest of the time he was in the hospital, Naruto finished his signature technique, the Rasen Shuriken. With it, he managed to find and kill Kakazu. Asuma would also get better, being capable of returning home, where he would get quite a bit of time off that he could spend awaiting his new child, Mirai. Sadly though, it was during this time that Itachi would die. He would just fade away. He believed such a disgraceful end to a shinobi as he would be fitting. That maybe this was in some way divine punishment. Maybe God was getting him back for the evil life he had led. He hoped so. It would bring his soul some peace as it passed on. After this, the 3 of them met up by the gate where Kakashi met them. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, eh? That's good. I can't come with you, but here's a map for each of you. It's quite hard to find the sages without knowing how to get to them, and this should help you get there in one piece. Now, head off, get stronger, and make me proud. With hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies, the 3 go their own ways to learn Sage Mode. The 3 ninja walked down the road together. Naruto was beaming from ear to ear. On his right was Sakura, on his left was Konohamaru, the 2 people he cherished most in this world. As they continued their trek down the road, Konohamaru spoke. So, I'm gonna learn from some snake sage? What's that gonna be like? Sakura looked over. I don't know, but you should watch out. Snakes aren't the nicest. Be cautious. Konohamaru's eyes widen. What, you mean to say they might actually kill me? She shrugged. There's no telling. Naruto smiled. You'll be fine, Kono. I believe in you. Konohamaru huffed. Easy for you to say. You took the toads like Master Jiraiya. You already know what they're like. Naruto smiled. He knew this was true, but still, he couldn't wait to see what it was like when Konohamaru mastered Snake Sage Mode, or whatever it was. They then came to a crossroads. They stopped and looked to each other. I guess this is where we part ways, Sakura said. Konohamaru slowly nodded his head. Yeah. Sakura brushed it off. Ah, no matter. We'll be done in no time. And once we are, we can all just hang out. Remember when we used to have sleepovers, Naruto? Well, we can do that again. Naruto smiled. Bet. Train hard and master it as soon as you can. And with that, the 3 of them began to go their own way. Each one travels until they reach their intended destination. For Sakura, that's Shikotsu Forest. For Naruto, that's Mount Myoboku. And for Konohamaru, that's Ryuchi Cave. For Sakura, it took her about a week to get where she was going. For Konohamaru, only a few days. Naruto is saddened to find that it takes him a month to get there. However, he realizes that he could theoretically just hitch a ride with Gamabunta, so he uses the summoning technique to bring Gamabunta there and climbs on his back and is teleported out. There, Naruto begins his training. Konohamaru ends up reaching Ryuchi Cave just as the sun begins to set. The moment he enters, he's surprised to find it's ornate and possesses the aroma of the night-blooming jasmine. The smell is so strong that it's like a flowery punch to the face. There, he's met by a beautiful woman who welcomes him in. Konohamaru can feel his ears turning red as he looks at her, and perhaps he was grinning a bit more than he'd hoped as he notices this girl is giggling at him. She shows him in. I'm here to meet with the White Snake Sage. I'd like to humbly ask of the honor of being taught senjutsu. The girl giggles again as Konohamaru lowers his head in respect. Do not worry, you will meet the sage. But before you do, let's try some hospitality first. The greatest chefs in all of Ryuchi Cave's vast network of tunnels have prepared a wonderful feast for you to enjoy. Would you like to partake? He thinks for a moment. I don't know, I'd really like to begin my training. She smiles. Perhaps you should merely take off some time to relax. Soon the sage will grant you an audience and will begin to teach you. At that point, there will be no time to relax, so now's the time to treat yourself. She holds her hand out to him with the most beautiful smile. Looking into her eyes, it's as if he's mesmerized by her, captivated by the deepness of her soul. He takes her hand and is led to a table where she sits. Food is brought to him as she sits beside him. Feel free to eat as you wish, she said, and at that time, another girl enters the room. Scantily clad, she begins to dance for his pleasure. A quick burst of blood shoots from his nose and he nearly passes out. He finds his head laying in the lap of his hostess as she giggles. He's in heaven. He's never seen the afterlife before, but if it's anything like this, he's no longer afraid to die. The woman giggles. What's the matter, Kono darling? Is it too much for you? He laughs a little. Maybe just a little. He stops. She's looking down. Is something the matter? Konohamaru sits up and looks over. When did I mention my name? The woman's soft expression grows slightly more serious before softening out again. You told me when you arrived. Konohamaru looks at the food and the entertainment again. And who told you I was going to arrive? The woman sighed, her expression becoming slightly more disappointed. I really was looking forward to eating you. You're so small and adorable. I wonder if you taste as sweet as you act. Konohamaru was a little startled. Eat? The woman looked over, her visage a bit more reptilian. Of course, silly. You didn't think we were just gonna let you go. The sage insisted that whoever fails our test we can eat, but only if you fail our test. Sadly though, you passed. At least, you passed my test. Let's see if you have what it takes to make it to the end. She faded away, and with her, she took the rest of the ornate palace. All that was left was the dancer, whose clothes had shifted to something a bit more modest, similar to what the hostess had been wearing before. She beckoned Konohamaru to follow her with a giggle. Konohamaru stood and chased after her. Hey, wait, he called out. She appeared to be about the same age as Konohamaru. She was playful and almost seemed sweet to a point, but by this time Konohamaru had reinforced his mind, realizing that nothing he saw in this cave was for real. For all he knew, he was right now in some elaborate genjutsu while the snakes were slowly draining his life force. He kept his attention up and kept moving forward. Eventually he's led by her into a room, and the moment he does, the entrance behind him closes. What's going on? I wanted you to take me to the sage. The girl giggles. You're so much livelier than the others. Generally, we only ever see old men come through, and they're hard to play with because they're so stiff. So rare that someone closer to my age comes through. I bet you're so fun. You're cute too. Maybe you could just stay here with me forever? I love to drink the chakra from a defeated man, someone who no longer has the will to fight back. It's so delicious. She giggles. Konohamaru looks back at the entrance and finds a stone slab with many holes and crevices in it. Each is a particular shape. A man-made shape. He begins to look around and finds stones of the most vibrant colors, each in a man-made shape. Oh, so you've finally discovered the puzzle. Fantastic. You're so smart, Kono, but solving it's a different story. He begins to pick up stones and measure them to the holes. He fits one into one hole. That was easy, now do the rest. He begins to search for other stones. For a few hours, he continues his puzzle, all while the snake girl's just floating about, keeping herself occupied while she waits for Konohamaru to give up. Eventually, he makes it to the final hole, but not a single stone he tries will fit. He tries them all, 3 times each. He then kicks the door. Damn it, this isn't fair. I did the puzzle. This is cheating. The snake girl comes up behind him and puts her chin over his shoulder. So now maybe you can stay with me. If you do, I promise not to drink you all at once. I'll bite you and leave you in a euphoric dream and just slowly siphon from you over the course of a few days. If you thought the first test was heaven, just wait until I bite you. Food and drink to your heart's content. Konohamaru shrugged her off his shoulder without a word as he continued to search the stones. He picked one up of a similar shape and tried to mash it in, but it also did not fit. In his anger, he began to take that stone and push harder. Eventually, he let out a yell as he began just smashing the stone into the wall as if he could will it to fit, and oddly, it worked. He smashed it so hard that the stone broke, and when it did, the remnants fit into the hole. The girl behind him sighed. Pooh, I really wanted you all to myself. Konohamaru would book it out of there ASAP. But why don't we take a break and check in on Sakura-chan real quick? Let's see where she is. Sakura's finally made it to Shikotsu Forest, and she's surprised to see that the forest is far larger than she'd imagined. It's filled with giant sequoia trees, and even giant versions of other trees. It almost feels like she's but a bug in this forest. Her normal walking speed, which had carried her this far, was now suddenly seeming inadequate. She continued to follow her map, which would apparently lead to an underground spring. She walked for what seemed like forever, making very little progress. Even the grass here was larger. She weaved under massive leaves. It was as if she had been shrunk down to a miniature size, but as she did so, she would eventually find where she was going. Steam poured out of this tiny hole in the ground. As she entered, she felt the humidity, but she also began to smell something strange. It smelled like grains, boiling wort, and sulfur. That's just what her nose thought it smelled. Coming deeper, she discovered that this little hot spring had been transformed into a bathhouse and a makeshift brewery. She was smelling the process of them making beer. She would be led deeper to the sage himself. She would bow and introduce herself. To her surprise, the slug was very kind and welcoming, only stopping his conversation with her to take in more beer. He offered her some, and she feared being rude, so she accepted. She took one sip. There was the bitter and sour tastes of hops and fermentation, though there were traces of sweetness in there that tasted like citrus. The slug sage laughed upon seeing a foam mustache on his soon-to-be new apprentice. Sakura giggled and pointed out the sage's very own mustache, and the two chortled for some time.
"And what did you say that your name was, little human?"
the sage asked. Sakura, she spoke up. Sakura Haruno. The sage's eye stalks bounced a bit in excitement as she spoke.
"Well, Miss Sakura, I believe this to be the start of a wonderful and most fruitful relationship."
Sakura then asked what he would teach her, and the sage informed her that they did not teach senjutsu as the other sages did. Instead, they believed in storage, in storing one's power for use at a later time, to be prepared. It was then that he informed her that he would teach her the strength of 100 seal, as well as how to make use of healing chakra, as healing was one of the specialties of the slugs.
"Of course, your body doesn't secrete the same types of fluids that ours does, so it'll be harder to teach you our ways, but we have many techniques for healing."
And so Sakura continued her training. Naruto had a leg up on everyone, as he had already been training for days. He was past the preliminary stages of his learning and was now learning to take in nature energy, though his cheeks continued to pudge as he had yet to be capable of balancing it properly. But that was what the beat stick was for, just to beat that extra sage chakra out of him to help him find his balance. Back at Konohamaru's training grounds, he found himself walking alone in the darkness, when suddenly a snake girl rushed up from behind and bit his shoulder. He let out a cry and fell to one knee, holding his shoulder. He looked up. What was that for? He sees Jiraiya looking back at him.
"I don't know. What was it for?"
Konohamaru is startled. Pervy sage. Jiraiya kneels down next to him and looks him over.
"Shame. Real damn shame. I had thought that maybe Hiruzen might start a dynasty here, produce at least one heir worthy of becoming Hokage, but you're just so weak."
Konohamaru shook his head. "No, I will become Hokage."
"Will you now?"
came the voice of Asuma from behind. He looked back at Asuma. "Uncle?" Asuma looked back. "You really are pathetic. You thought that you had what it takes? You're ashamed to Hiruzen's legacy," he said, "and you're not ever going to become Hokage." A third voice came after Asuma's. Konohamaru looked back to the figure to find Naruto there. "I entertained your dream for a while, but it's time to face facts. Even if I gave up on my dream of becoming Hokage, you wouldn't have a chance. You're a watered-down version of Hiruzen, and you bring shame to everything that was the god of shinobi. You're a burden on me, your friends, your family, and everyone you know. But then again, you knew that. When we faced Orochimaru, I was the one having to defend you because you were so scared of that girl's vision. Being stabbed to death, she told you. Even still, you wonder if she really meant you and not Kabuto. You're paralyzed in fear, and because of that, you'll never amount to anything." Konohamaru growled. "Don't assume you know anything about me," he shouted at the shade of his friend. But suddenly, the gruff voice of a man he knew well spoke from behind him.
"We know everything about you, grandson."
Hiruzen stood there.
"I never told you about your parents, did I?"
Konohamaru looked back at him with terror in his eyes.
"Or maybe you always knew."
The specter of Hiruzen knelt beside him, one hand on the boy's shoulder, his eyes filled with malice.
"They're still alive," he whispered to him. "They were always alive. They abandoned you because you were weak. You were not the child they wanted, so they dumped you off on me, and I, in turn, dumped you off on Ebisu. None of us wanted you. Ever. Why do you think Asuma didn't take you in after I was killed? Why do you think Ebisu never tried to stop you from leaving to train with Jiraiya? Even Jiraiya didn't want you there. He only agreed to take you so Naruto wouldn't be lonely. But even Naruto's grown out of you now. You're just a third wheel, a hanger-on. So why should you even walk out of this cave alive? Why are you fighting so hard? Nobody loves you. Nobody wants you. Maybe you should just die."
Tears were rolling down Konohamaru's cheeks as he listened. So much of it made sense. He just sat there on his knees, his own arms crossing in front of him as if he were searching for a hug from himself. The specters of his past stood and gathered around him. "Just give in. Just choose to die. You'll save yourself and the rest of your friends a lot of trouble." Konohamaru sniffed a bit and took a deep breath. You're right. I am weak." The specter of Hiruzen began to smile nefariously, but suddenly that look in his eyes was robbed when he heard Konohamaru say, "But I know you're wrong. You're lying to me because I know Naruto. He fought to protect me when I was scared, not because I asked him to, but because he was scared to lose me. I'm still scared that I will die. I'm still scared of being stabbed. But if I had a choice to get stabbed to death or let my big brother Naruto down, I would choose to be stabbed. He refused to go train with Jiraiya without me, so I know he loves me. And Jiraiya-sensei does too. When I broke my arm, he wrapped it personally. When it ached at night, he let me sleep in his bed with him. Jiraiya loved me too, and I loved Jiraiya. He was my master, but he was also a friend, a part of my family. And Asuma? Well, I saved his life. He screamed out my name in fear when I got hurt doing so. And when you died, Grandpa, I was so sad, but I knew you loved me and wanted what was best for me, because your final order was to put me on Team 7 so I wouldn't be alone after you died. I am loved. I may be weak, but I'll fix that. I may be scared, but I'll face that. And as long as the love of my friends exists, I will too. I won't let you mess with my head. My parents, they were valiant Anbu agents who gave their lives in battle in defense of the village where their little boy lived, a boy that they named after the village of his birth. I carry the name of the very village I love, and I will not disgrace it by calling myself of no worth. He wiped his eyes and stood. Nice try, but I'm not gonna let you destroy me. The image of Hiruzen seemed shocked, but smiled before transforming back into the third snake woman. The fog went away, and Konohamaru found himself in front of a temple. The woman before him smiled. You passed my test. Normally I'd be upset, but after witnessing all of your self-doubt and fears, I know your heart is pure. And that is something so rare to find these days. You are worthy of meeting with the Snake Sage. Go on, I'll be there with you. Konohamaru let off a small, triumphant smile and climbed the stairs into the temple where he found the white Snake Sage resting on a lounge. She seemed elderly and weak, but she exuded a sense of power. Her eyes watched as he stepped in with a smile on her face. So rare are the worthy that I know you must truly deserve this power if you've come this far seeking it. Konohamaru nodded. Yes, your excellency. I would be so honored if you would deem me worthy to learn your most treasured of arts. Impressed by the flowery nature of his speech, she knew that he must have learned it during his time in the Hokage's residence. She bid him closer with a finger. He came closer to her. Turn away from me and kneel. Konohamaru would turn to face away from her and kneel just as she asked. She pulled on the sleeve of his shirt to expose his neck before sinking her fangs into it. He let out a cry as he felt the piercing pain and the flow of a poison so potent that it seemed his insides were turning to liquid. Once she'd removed her fangs from his neck, he crawled forward and stood. What was that? I thought you were going... He saw 3 of the sage and wondered if it was a trick. No, it was his own eyes. He felt lightheaded. A moment later, his legs went out from under him and he hit the ground. The snake sage then spoke. He made it this far. Now let's see if his body is truly strong enough for this power, to go beyond his natural limits into far greater potential. Konohamaru was out, not just for hours, but for days. For a week, he was unconscious, fighting the inner demons in his heart as his body sat on a fence, trying to decide whether to accept this poison into its system or to merely give up and die. The process of deciding was as painful as the bite itself, and Konohamaru found himself unaware of how much time was passing. Under the orders of the White Snake Sage, the 3 girls who had tested him would be his personal servants, tending to his every need while his body fought to accept this new power. For the most part, his needs consisted of a cool rag to stave off the fever and a warm bowl to hold the food his body needed to burn for fuel. Each one possessed the utmost respect for him that was not present when he came to them. They too would offer their own poison, but not in a way as to harm him, but like a steroid to help his body grow strong enough to accommodate his new sage transformation. To them, this was the most powerful form of sage power to exist. While in the form, he would need to passively take in nature energy without the threat of turning to stone or needing to stay still, unlike the ability taught by the toads of Mount Myoboku. For those who weren't truly worthy of this power, even if they could access it, their organs would inevitably fail. But alas, that was what their poison was for. By slowly poisoning him throughout the course of his agony, they would help his body build a tolerance. And if ever he woke up from this, he would enter a world of power he had never known. For a week, Konohamaru agonized, but as the 7th day rolled around, his fever broke and he seemed to sleep in peace. One of the sages who had spent time testing him and further attempting to heal him would inform the White Snake Sage that his body accepted it. The White Snake Sage was pleased. This should make a shinobi of wondrous power, perhaps enough to even rival the very Sage of 6 Paths himself. As time passed, Konohamaru would wake up in the bed he'd been allotted by the sage. He wiped the sweat from his brow as one of the sage women approached him. It seems you've accepted the power. Konohamaru blinked for a moment. I've learned sage mode? The girl giggled. Far more than that. You've gained a sage transformation, something far superior to mere sage mode, a form designed to help you better attain sage mode without the drawbacks that you get from Mount Myoboku. Kono grabbed his stomach. Ugh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up. The sage once more laughed. That is the effect of the poison. It should subside soon. Konohamaru looked up. How long was I out? The sage thought for a moment. About a week. 172 hours to be exact. Konohamaru sat up in bed. It was that long? I thought it was 2 days tops. The sage shook her head. Time passes differently for those in the dream world. One may live a full life in but an hour-long doze, or they can spend 2 days in nonsense as years pass them by. It's better that you don't remember your week of agony, but thankfully that time is over. You're free to leave whenever you desire, but I recommend you stay one final night to rest. If you do, I ensure that you will feel better in the morning. Konohamaru nodded and proceeded to spend one last night with the snakes. The day after, he began to take in his breakfast and load up, preparing to return home. He would once more thank the white snake sage and prepare to leave, but she would stop him. The vision that girl had of you. Konohamaru stopped and felt his heart jump. Yeah? The sage continued. She saw that you would die by stab wounds. Konohamaru looked back. The sage continued. You will be the deciding factor of the future of your village. Unlike other fates, I see 2 paths you may take. One will lead to your own prosperity and the destruction of your village, but the other will lead you to ruin for the sake of your homeland. I see a blonde boy with tears on his cheeks and the eye of the sage of 6 paths. May these powers you've received from us serve you well, and may the path of your destiny be one you climb without regret. Konohamaru nodded in thanks and began to leave. All the while, he thought deeply upon what Oba-san had said. It seemed that very soon he would have to sacrifice himself, and if he didn't, all he trained and fought so hard for would be destroyed. He was still fated to die, and that terrified him. Naruto would eventually finish his training, but as he did so, he'd be told that Konoha was under attack by the Akatsuki who were searching for him. The village was already devastated, though many yet lived. Naruto knew that it was of utmost importance that he hurry back to the village, but at the same time he knew that even if he ran off now, he would still take a month to get back. And so he decided to ask the Toad Sages if it were feasible to use reverse summoning. They nodded, and so Naruto was teleported back to Konoha almost immediately. But upon getting there, they realized that the leaf had been all but destroyed. The only thing left is the Hokage monument. He's then met by Pain, who stands there before him. That's fine. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Naruto would leap off to meet him in battle, activating his Sage Mode. He begins to go all out, throwing his Rasen Shuriken at them. With his new control over nature energy, Naruto has gained the ability to utilize an even more powerful version of his own technique, and through this, he manages to even throw it. In doing so, he defeats the downside of his Rasen Shuriken, but it still consumes so much chakra. He can only use it maybe twice without running out, but that is what his other shadow clones are for. As he fights, he comes to learn that the Paths of Pain are resurrecting due to the Naraka Path's interference, and so Naruto makes taking out the Naraka Path his next priority. He creates a dust cloud and then sends shadow clones in as a diversion to attack the other paths while he himself launches himself into the air unnoticed to strike the Naraka Path. However, the fated winds of What If begin to blow and Naruto misses the Naraka Path, who suddenly jumps to the side to get away from the threat. The Diva Path stops and looks back, rather impressed with what Naruto has done. As the Toads rush to his aid, the Diva Path orders the Animal Path to deal with them, which she does with her summons. Naruto stands and prepares to attack once more, all the while Diva is ready. He utilizes his universal pull to drag Naruto to him before smashing him into the ground. He then stabs his hands with a chakra rod. As Naruto is left on the ground, Pain kneels by him. This pain you feel, it's the same that I once felt. My village was, like this, destroyed by another's hand. My friends, my loved ones, my parents and adopted family, they were all killed. I came to realize at that moment just how much pain there is in this world, a world that thrives off of hatred, off of the pain of others. I will teach them another way, but before I can, I must teach them the true meaning of pain. I will subject them to a war so brutal that they will not wish it upon even their worst enemy. And then, in the brotherhood of sorrow and pain, love and peace will bloom. You're a fool, Naruto cries up at him, his single Sharingan glowing. You think you can force people to be friends? I had a friend. I lost a friend. That was my first great pain. The first person to willingly be by my side and actually care if I was alive, if I was happy. It would have meant nothing to me if you'd been forced to do it. So I know when I tell you that your desires are hogwash. That's not peace, it's endless deterrence. Those two aren't the same thing. You dream of peace and quiet, but never mistake the two. Quiet isn't peace, it's just inactive war. Hate and pain will exist still, and people will suffer anyway. Naruto attempted to rise to his knees and painfully drag his hands up and off the spike. I'll make peace my own way, and I don't need you. I only need my friends. Pain thought this was admirable, and that his determination and conviction were nothing short of the same he himself had. Pain saw himself in this boy, but there was something separating them that Pain was certain he could crack. He just needed the right thing. He would strike Naruto in the back with his fist and place 6 more chakra rods down his back to hold him in place. Take the Nine Tails from him. If he will not join us willingly, he'll die. The other paths of pain gathered around to remove the tailed beast, but just at that moment, the Naraka path went down, blown apart by a Rasengan. Naruto looked over. Standing there was Konohamaru. Naruto called out to him, "Little brother, run!" Konohamaru pulled his thumb across the tip of his nose as he winked at Naruto with a smile. "You think I got these powers for nothing, Oni-chan?" Naruto was stunned. Powers? Konohamaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly, a cyan aura formed around him as his hair rose up a little. From his forehead came a single horn as his chakra congealed into translucent snakes. Pain looked on with curiosity. Another sage, perhaps? Konohamaru smiled. Indeed, but this is different from anything Oni-chan has hit you with. Be prepared. Konohamaru rushed in and began to strike out at all these 6 paths, his fists coated in chakra, his snakes covering every inch of himself that he couldn't see or couldn't catch. Konohamaru, without the help of even any of his shadow clones, was taking on the 5 remaining paths of pain. But suddenly, as he fought, a second Kono appeared beside Naruto and gently began to pull the rods out of his body. He hugged Naruto. "I made it back just in time." Naruto looked up at him. "Get out of here, please. I don't want you getting hurt." Konohamaru would smile at him. "Same goes for you, big brother." The clone vanished as Naruto came to his knees. Konohamaru managed to take out the Asura path, leaving only Diva, Animal, Human, and Preda paths. Animal and Preda both attacked Naruto, with it being Preda's sole duty to take the Nine Tails from him. He grabbed onto Naruto and began to absorb his chakra, hoping to start taking the Nine Tails last. As Naruto found himself being drained, he called out and Shima would summon his final clone. That shadow clone would transfer its Sage Chakra to Naruto, which he would use to turn the Preda path into a stone frog before shattering it. But he was already so weak. The animal path continued to assault him with its summons, though a weak Gamabunta saw him struggle. At that moment, he threw his dagger out at the animal path, killing it. All the while, Konohamaru had just killed the human path, leaving only the Diva. With a sudden raise of his hand, Diva pushed Konohamaru back. He then looked at Naruto and raised his hand again, a multitude of chakra rods forming in the air around him. He began to launch them at him. Konohamaru would rush between Naruto and Pain, attempting to catch the rods with his snakes, and many he did, but in the end, Konohamaru would find himself perforated 5 times. Naruto lay there in the dirt. He looked up, his eyes transfixed upon Konohamaru standing before him. The sun shone down through the smoke and debris. Konohamaru had his arms out, his legs in a wide stance as his chakra snakes held the remaining chakra rods. As the chakra dissipated, the rods fell. He faltered a bit and stumbled. He hit his knees. Naruto rushed over and grabbed him and held him. Konohamaru let out a gasp and a cry. He looked at Naruto. Oni-chan, it hurts. It hurts. Naruto gripped Kono. "Why did you do this? Why?" Konohamaru's breathing grew quicker and more frazzled. "I don't know, I just moved." His face grimaced as tears rolled down his cheeks. His voice was cracking as he spoke. Oni-chan, Oni-chan, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Naruto shook his head. "Just stay with me, here." Konohamaru looked up at him. "Please, don't let me die." His eyes rolled up into his head. Tears began to roll down Naruto's cheeks. Pain looked down upon them both. "Only through pain will you understand." Naruto looks up at Pain, but something's different. His Sharingan has evolved into a Mangekyo. Pain sees this and feels some interest. Naruto lays Konohamaru down and stands, tears streaming down his face as he looks on. Suddenly he feels a pulsing pain, and for a second he thought he saw Sasuke standing with him. Suddenly, when his hand pulls from his eye, it is once more evolved. Pain is astounded. Is that the Rinnegan? The wind blows dust between them. "You killed my little brother," he seems to whimper through a shaky voice. He suddenly cries out at him, and Pain is knocked back by an almighty push. Pain catches himself. Only the Sage of 6 Paths can achieve this dojutsu. Only the one who will bring peace to the world. The 6th Tomoe Rinnegan of Naruto seems to burn with the darkness, as suddenly the eternal flames of Amaterasu appear from it. Pain sees this coming, so he removes his cloak and throws it out in front of him to catch the flames. But to his surprise, Naruto suddenly utilizes Amanotejikara and changes places with Pain's coat, where he shoves a Rasengan into him. But this Rasengan is unlike any other. It's black as night, filled to the brim with 6 Paths chakra, an onyx Rasengan. Something not too far removed from a truth-seeking orb, and just like a truth-seeking orb, it explodes with incredible ferocity. Like a miniature nuclear explosion, Naruto jumps back and away from it. The Diva Path lays there for a moment as its broken body begins to stand. It weaves hand signs and he launches a fireball at Naruto. Naruto raises a hand and absorbs this jutsu with his new Preda Path. He then summons from out of the blue the Ghetto statue. Pain is terrified as he realizes Naruto has just hijacked his entire plan. The entirety of Project Tsukinome has fallen into Naruto's hands, along with all the progress that they had made up to that point. The Ghetto statue raises its hand and mercilessly strikes Pain, ending him. But all the same, Naruto knows that it's not over yet. He picks up a chakra rod and uses his sage mode to sense it and knows where it's coming from. Naruto then proceeds in that direction, into the trees nearby the village. As he does, he finds himself in a paper tree. He steps in as Konan and Nagato grow a bit defensive, though Nagato quickly relaxes and tells Konan to do the same, informing her that there is no way to fight him. Naruto stands there as tears stream down his face. "You killed my little brother. I already lost a brother and you just took the other." Pain sits there. "Do you hate me?" Naruto sneers through glassy eyes. "I hate your guts. I wish you were dead." Nagato nods. "Then maybe you finally know pain. Maybe you're the person to replace me as leader of the Akatsuki." "Like hell!" Naruto shouts at him. Nagato seems confused. "How can you say that after this? How can you not understand that this is the only way to stop other people from losing their villages and brothers like you have?" "Because I'm not a dumbass like you," Naruto shouted. "Do you think that I don't know that war causes death? When I was in the academy, they taught us the warring states period. They had to. It was what spawned the beginning of the village. The Senju and Uchiha fighting endlessly. We don't even know the cause, and it's well reputed by those who knew the first Hokage that even the Senju and Uchiha didn't know why they were fighting. It was an endless war, an endless cycle of tit for tat, of vengeance and revenge. You can cause as much pain as you want, but it won't stop people from fighting. So long as 2 people or less are on this planet, there will always be a reason to kill somebody. You can't stop that." Nagato listened with intent. Naruto stepped forward. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you. So damn badly. I want you to die, but I'm not gonna kill you. I'm not like you. I don't want to give into this cycle. I want true peace. That's why instead, I'm gonna drag you before the Hokage and demand that you answer for this." Nagato listened. Naruto continued. "My eye? I received it from my first brother, my own big brother. He made me promise him that I would show him the world that I'd make. I'm gonna bring peace to this world in my own way, without killing, without giving into the cycle of hatred. I will save this world the way it was meant to be saved, through love. Just as Sakura taught me, just as Sasuke taught me, just as Konohamaru taught me." Nagato sat there in silence, but in that moment, he felt in his heart that he was right. "Maybe I was right all along. You are the one to replace me as the daybreak for this world. But unlike me, you'll do it in your own way. You'll do it the right way." Naruto listened in. "I will place all my faith into you, and into this new world which you'll show Sasuke. I wish to see it too, and I shall. Through the eyes of all those I'll resurrect." Konan turned to him. "No, Nagato, don't. You'll die." Nagato looked to her. "There's a time for everything to live, and a time for everything to die. I wish for my death to have impact, and to leave a lasting legacy as a founder of peace. And so I will return to the ways of Jiraiya, and I'll put my faith into Naruto and his friends." He puts his hands together and expends all of his chakra to summon the King of Hell to resurrect those killed by his hands. And in that moment, the souls of those who died were restored to their hosts. Nagato sat there, his hair as white as a spirit. He looked up at Naruto. "I trust you." He then died. In the village, he lay there, Konohamaru's corpse devoid of blood and life. This was exactly as the White Snake Sage had said. He would one day die, stabbed to death. He could escape it, but if he had, Naruto would die and the world would be thrown into turmoil. He had died a selfless hero. But suddenly, as the King of Hell rose from the ground, a green light passed into him. He gasped as his eyes opened. He breathed deeply. There were still chakra rods in his body, but he felt no pain. He, for a second, wondered if he were dead, but he felt as if he were alive. It was then that a medic rushed over to him. "I have him," the medic cried out. "I found the honorable grandson. He's wounded, but alive." The medic looked down. "This may hurt, but it's best in the long run." He began to pull all the chakra rods out. Tears came to his eyes as each one was pulled out, but he came to rest once the deed was done. The medic began to heal him. Konohamaru asked him what had happened, and the man said he had no clue. Konohamaru relaxed, but as he did, he looked to the side and saw Naruto coming. Naruto looked forward and saw Konohamaru. He rushed over to him and lifted him into his arms for a hug. Naruto gasped out a sigh of relief as tears of joy sprang from his eyes. "I thought I lost you." Konohamaru, also in a particularly emotional mood, began to cry as he held onto Naruto. All the while, as the dust settled, Danzo and a detachment of Anbu were investigating the damage as well as the strange new structure in the center of the village. "It's giving off chakra readings, sir. Tailed beasts." Danzo smiled. "Wall it off. Allow nobody to see it until we can have it moved." The Anbu saluted their Hokage and began to set up tarps and build walls to hide this strange new discovery. Little did they know what they had. As the dust settled and the sun began to set, Sakura returned to the village. She bore on her forehead the Strength of 100 seal, as well as all the healing jutsu that the Slug Sage had to offer, including the Creation Rebirth technique. Not only had her body grown immensely stronger, but it also grew functionally immortal so long as her technique was active. She couldn't wait to show the boys what she could do. She seriously began to think that she might have been the strongest member of their team at this moment. As she reached the village gate, she smiled and opened it up. "I'm back, baby!" she screamed out before promptly rolling down the incline of the crater left behind by Pain's almighty push. Once she reached the bottom of the crater, she looked around. Wait, what did I miss? She stood and sighed. It's a damn good thing that I'm perhaps the most talented healer in the history of Shigotsu Forest. I guess it's time to get to work. She made her way to the hospital, one of the few structures that had already been built by Yamato. On her way there, she passed by the ghetto statue, already covered and hidden. She had no idea what it was and didn't really want to find out. She simply hoped that everyone was okay. With added urgency, she rushed off to be of use at the hospital. The wind blew as the freshly grown grass and cherry trees lined the path. Yamato must have worked so hard on this, the most beautiful parkway in all of Konoha. And why wouldn't he? It was the pathway that led to the cemetery where those who gave their life in defense of Konoha were interred and memorialized. Today, Naruto had a bouquet of flowers. These were the birth flower of babies born in July, and today just happened to be July 23rd, Sasuke's birthday. He walked to the stone tablet that marked where Sasuke was buried and laid the flowers down. Sakura and Konohamaru weren't far behind. Each had decided to give the others privacy and a moment to spend with their friend. Naruto knelt down by the headstone and pushed a little debris from it so it could be properly read. He let off a weak smile that was so light one might not have even noticed it. "It's been a long and hard road, brother," he said as his finger traced the name engraved on the stone. "I sometimes can't help but wonder how things might have been different if it had been you here fighting for Konoha and me, well, here. You had so much to live for, and yet you gave it all up just to keep me safe. With you gone, your clan is now extinct, and that's a separate tragedy. I really wish I was able to save you. The world could have used Sasuke a lot more than Naruto." He stood and looked down. "But I suppose I shouldn't get all mopey in front of you. It's your birthday, and I don't want to ruin it. Happy birthday, big bro. I hope that you can see the world through this Rinnegan I have now. I hope I'm making you proud." Naruto turned to walk away and saw Sakura coming, holding her own bouquet. She had tears in her eyes that she wiped away as she smiled. A truly bittersweet moment. As she walked past, he put his hand on her shoulder to give a little comfort. Naruto would look over toward the statue of the Will of Fire and see Kakashi standing there, admiring the red monument. Naruto would slowly make his way over. "Kakashi-sensei, did you come to see Sasuke too?" Kakashi continued to look at the statue, reading the inscription. "I came here to honor a lot of my friends." There was silence for a time. He looked to Naruto. "You know, you remind me of myself in a way. I too was gifted a Sharingan by a friend I considered a brother." Kakashi lifted the sash over his eye. Naruto looked at it. He had known Kakashi had always had a transplanted Sharingan, but never really asked about it. Kakashi sat down on a bench nearby. Naruto sat beside Kakashi. "What was your friend's name?" "It was Obito Uchiha, and he was a boy with a heart of immeasurable size. If I could be half as kind and caring as he, then I would consider myself a saint." Naruto nodded. "I'm sorry for your loss, sensei." "I'm sorry for yours too, Naruto." He put his arm around Naruto and the two just sat there. As sad as days like this are, they do get easier. All wounds heal with time. They can leave a nasty scar, but in our line of work, a scar is a badge to show experience, and a tool used to help others heal. To be a shinobi is to be more than just a fighter or someone who knows ninjutsu. A true shinobi is someone who looks out for others and helps everyone without bias, especially when they're in their lowest point. You're going to make a fine shinobi, Naruto. The key entered the lock on the door and turned, unlatching it. Naruto opened the door with Konohamaru behind him. They stepped in and immediately felt the AC and smelled the smell of their home, which smelled a little like sweat and ramen mixed with air freshener. They left their shoes at the door and stepped in deeper and began to boil cups of water. Naruto then grabbed some instant ramen and sat it down on the table. The difference this time was that there were 3 cups instead of just 2. They were expecting company. Not too long after, they heard a knock on the door. Konohamaru opened it up and saw Sakura, who stepped in, carrying a small duffel bag with everything she would need to stay the night. "Ready for the sleepover?" she asked with a smile in her eyes as she ruffled Konohamaru's hair. His eyes sparkled as he nodded and let her in. Naruto was just now pouring the water into the cups of ramen to let it cook. The 3 of them sat down, said a blessing over the food, and began to eat. Sakura smiled. "This reminds me of old time. Yumi and Sasuke used to do this a lot. Whenever we had the chance, we'd have a sleepover. We really were just a big family. Still are, too. And now we have another little brother to spend time with." Naruto nodded and didn't say anything as he continued to eat. They would watch some TV, play a few games, and ultimately just spend time with each other, but it was obvious that having a good time was going to be hard. After all, who could really enjoy a birthday party when the birthday boy wasn't present? They lit the candles on the cake, 17 to be exact. The three of them stood by it as Sakura took a picture. All three would then blow out the candles and cut the cake. After eating it, they'd prepare for bed. 3 rolls on the living room floor. Konohamaru was fast asleep, and Sakura was attempting to fall asleep as well. Naruto was having a far harder time though. After a while, he stood up and opened the door that led to the balcony. He stepped out on it and leaned on the railing lazily as he gazed out over the sleepy village, the moonlight blanketing the landscape in a pale blue color. He looked out at the ghetto statue he'd summoned. It was now covered and hidden, an Anbu presence constantly remaining vigilant to defend it from any possible threat. Ever since he had gained the Rinnegan, things had changed for him. He was no longer allowed to leave the village, and was barely allowed to go anywhere inside the village unless it was absolutely necessary. His visit today was the first time in a week he was allowed out of his apartment. He was the village's hero, and he knew this. Donzo Shimura knew this too. But the one thing they both knew but never mentioned was that Naruto right now was a prisoner. Maybe he was allowed to stay home, see friends, and get whatever he wanted, but the fact remained that he was a prisoner. But as he continued to look out at the village, he remembered that his Sharingan had evolved. It was far more powerful now than it ever had been. What had happened, Naruto didn't know, but he began to realize that whatever it was Sasuke's potential and not his own. Had Sasuke remained alive, he would have far surpassed everything Naruto was. Naruto looked down again. This was always the hardest time. The 2 hardest days of the year. The date of Sasuke's birth and the date of his death. At about that moment, Sakura stepped out behind him. He looked over his shoulder at her for a moment and then back to the village. "What's the matter, Naruto? Couldn't sleep?" He shook his head. She came up to the edge beside him, looking out over the village. "It really is beautiful at night." She looked over at Naruto to see tears streaming down his face. "Oh, Naruto." His eyes were shut tightly as his head seemed to look down and to the right, as if trying to hide tears. Like he was embarrassed. She took his cheeks in her hands and raised them to face her, her thumbs wiping the tears from his cheeks. "It's okay to be sad, Naruto. Sasuke wouldn't be mad. If you need to cry, you can cry." His lip quivers a little. "It just hurts so much. I thought I was over it all, but sometimes, when I'm heating up the water for ramen, I look back to Konohamaru and call him Sasuke when asking what flavor he wants. Does this pain ever really go away?" She seemed to tear up a little too. She shook her head. "No, it doesn't. He left a hole in our hearts that we can't fill. That we wouldn't want to fill even if we could." He stood there sniffling. "I wish it had been me. I know you loved him. You loved Sasuke, and because of me, he's gone. You must hate me." Sakura almost seemed appalled. "Hate you? I could never hate you. You didn't kill Sasuke. Sasuke gave up his life so you could live." Naruto continued to cry. "His clan is gone, and your chances of being with someone who makes you happy are gone, and it's because of me." Suddenly, Sakura pressed her lips into his. At first, he was surprised, but as time continued to pass and she continued to kiss him, he gave in and instinctively began to reciprocate. All the while, Konohamaru from within watched with a smile on his face. He turned over to his side to give them privacy and went back to sleep. The next morning, as the sun rose, it cast a new light down on everything as Naruto awakened to the kind gaze of Sakura laying in her roll beside him, the distance between their respective rolls being about 0. She rubbed his cheek gently with her hand as she smiled. He also smiled. Things today just felt better. And as he fixed breakfast, Naruto seemed to do so with a pep in his step, a dance in his stride. A man in love. Sakura giggled and pointed over. "You're gonna burn the eggs. Pay attention, Naruto." He smiles. "It's called caramelization. The black on it means that it's good." Konohamaru was resisting every urge to declare Sakura and Naruto to be sitting in a tree. The 3 of them had breakfast together. After this, Sakura stood and grabbed her things. "Well, I need to be off. My family will be expecting me." Naruto waved as she left. Konohamaru sat there, his head propped up against one hand as he smiled. "You two are so cute together." Naruto's face turned a little red. "What do you mean?" Konohamaru laughed as he fell back. "There's no way you think others can't see it. It's so cute." Danzo stood by the statue within the gate they had set up. A sensory shinobi came up to him. "Sir, we've confirmed that this statue currently houses the tailed beasts that have been reportedly stolen from the other shinobi villages." Danzo looked up at the statue. This was the super weapon the Akatsuki had formed. This is what they were planning to use to destroy. That meant 2 things. Number 1, Konoha was now in control of what was perhaps the most powerful weapon on the face of the earth, and number 2, the Akatsuki would come for it. This meant that Konoha would soon become a battlefield. It was dangerous, yes, but at the same time, it would be far harder to protect it outside of the village. So it was at that moment that Danzo decided to take the statue and have it moved to a location under the village where it could be properly hidden. One day, the village folk were looking at the statue, and a second later it disappeared with a puff of smoke, as if it had never really been there. As Danzo and his people studied it, they came to realize that the Rinnegan was required to control this beast, which meant that Pain had been the only one capable of making use of it. But with Pain's death, his Rinnegan had disappeared. No matter how much Danzo looked for them, they were gone. But that didn't leave him without other options. Naruto possessed a Rinnegan, and currently he was the only one with the means to control this. But as Danzo thought about it, he continued to realize that he shouldn't and couldn't just stop there. This super weapon was incomplete. If he could finish what the Akatsuki had started, he might just be able to secure Konoha's future. Perhaps unite all nations under the flag of the leaf. He himself would become the most powerful man in the world, and the world would know peace. All the while, Danzo was unaware that he was being watched. Naruto was just walking down the streets towards the marketplace to pick up some produce, and he was whistling as he walked. The villagers who had once hated and feared him now waved as he came closer. He was no longer that little demon that threatened the village. He was their hero. He saved their lives. As Naruto walked back to his apartment, he stopped by the door and prepared to pull out his key. Fumbling around with the bags in his hand trying to get the key out, he puts the produce down and produces a key. Suddenly, a voice, gruff and tired, calls out to him. "Having a hard time?" He looks up to see Danzo Shimura standing there. "Lord Fifth, it's an honor to have you here." Danzo looks around. "You've been doing well. You've been doing Konoha a favor by keeping yourself hidden. But now I believe that it's okay for you to leave your home. I am adamant that you're no longer a target of the Akatsuki, but there is something new that you need to do for your village, child. The power in your eye controls the statue. The statue's the Akatsuki's weapon that they've been building up to destroy the world with. Such a power cannot fall into the wrong hands. And so, that eye you possess, you must give it to me." Naruto is startled. His hand goes up over his Rinnegan. "My eye?" Danzo's hand extends to him. "You will be well compensated." Naruto looked at him. No, I can't." Danzo's face twisted in disappointment. "This isn't a request. This is a direct order from your Hokage. Give me your Rinnegan and you shall be compensated." Naruto shook his head. "I understand the value this eye must have, but I can't just give it over. It's a treasure from a friend, a brother. The Leaf can ask me to do anything for them, you know that. I'm loyal to my home, but this is the one thing you can't ask me to do. This Rinnegan was a gift from Sasuke, and when I took it, I vowed to show him the world with it. I let him experience life through my own eyes just as he let me see through his. I am truly sorry, Lord Fifth. I'll act and use it for you in the village, but I won't give it to you." Danzo's hands gripped his cane a little tighter. "How unfortunate." He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, surrounding Naruto were members of the Anbu. Danzo raised his hand. "Take the Rinnegan from him, and once you have it, take the Nine Tails as well. We must have both to awaken the weapon." Naruto's eyes widened. "Wait, if you do that, I'll die." Danzo looked to him through his squinted eyes. "You were the one who said you would do whatever the Leaf asked you to do. And right now it asks that you die in its sacrifice, granting us both the Nine Tails and the Rinnegan." The Anbu moved in. Naruto managed to open the door and close it behind him, locking it. He began to run through the apartment as suddenly the door behind him was blown off its hinges. He pushed himself out onto the balcony as more Anbu agents came at him. He jumped off from the ledge to the ground below, where he formed a multitude of shadow clones and began to scatter in different directions with them. The Anbu would split up and chase after. Danzo stepped out onto the balcony. "Find him, and when you do, bring him to me." Konohamaru was on his way back to the apartment after a routine checkup. Every 6 months he had to do one since he was an active duty shinobi, but this wasn't because he needed to have it done. Ever since he died to Pain and came back, he'd been paranoid. He had kissed death, and it had cradled him in its cold arms before Naruto ripped him back out. He was probably just paranoid, but he wanted to make sure that there were no issues. Just then, he sees the apartment and his blood runs cold. "Oni-chan!" He runs through the door, stepping over the debris and through the ransacked home. "Oni-chan!" he calls out, but there's no answer. Something was wrong. He jumped over the railing to the ground and saw many footprints, a few of them bearing Naruto's sandals. But what was worse, there were other boots also giving chase. Someone was after Naruto. Konohamaru ran to Sakura's house and beat on the door. Sakura-chan! Sakura-chan, it's an emergency! Open up! He heard the sound of feet shuffling and fumbling, a loud thud, a vase breaking, and an expletive. The door eventually opened up and Sakura was standing there. What is it? Is someone hurt? Is everyone okay? Konohamaru was out of breath. Oni-chan, Naruto is gone! I think someone's after him. Sakura seemed shocked. Show me. Danzo sat there in his chair, frustrated. Despite the fact that he was just a genin being chased by the Anbu's most elite group, Root, he somehow managed to elude them. And now both the Rinnegan and the Ninetales were gone. It was then that an Anbu agent walked in and bowed. Danzo let him come closer. The Anbu looked to him. We have something for you. The agent placed a small packet on the desk before Danzo. Danzo picked it up and was shocked. Is this the Rinnegan? How did you get it? The agent looked up. The group you sent undercover to Ame managed to pilfer this from a storehouse. The last surviving Rinnegan that was possessed by pain. Danzo took it. You've done a wonderful job to bring this to me. Now all we need is the 8 tails and the 9 tails to activate it. That should not be as hard as it seems. We found a horn of the 8 tails within one of Orochimaru's laboratories. It should suffice to activate the statue. All that's required now is the 9 tails chakra. Danzo thinks for a moment and smiles. I think I know how we might be able to procure that. Sakura and Konohamaru followed the various tangled web of boot prints for a time. In most cases, they came to an abrupt stop, but one of them didn't. One set of boots continued on to the edge of the village. Naruto left Konoha, Sakura said with surprise in her voice. But why? Konohamaru asked. It's obvious he was being chased by something, but what? They continued to examine the chaser's footprints. Look at this, Sakura said as she pointed to the boot. See this extra set of holes here? These marks are from extra cleats that most shinobi footwear doesn't possess. Only one group needs this extra set of cleats, the Anbu. Konohamaru was confused. But why is the Anbu chasing Oni-chan? Sakura shrugged. I don't know, but it can't be good. Sakura looked at Konohamaru. It's funny that this happened right after they moved that big statue Naruto summoned. It might have something to do with his Rinnegan. We need to find him. Issue is, I don't know where Naruto would go if he ever left the village. Konohamaru thought about it. I might know. Sakura nodded. Okay, then you should go. Konohamaru seemed confused. But wait, what do you plan on doing then? Sakura smiled. I've got to look out for the Anbu. I want to see what they're up to, so I'm going to do a little digging. Here. She pulls out a flip phone. You can use this to call me if you need to. Konohamaru took it and pocketed it. She kisses Kono's forehead for good luck and sees him off. After that, she walks back. Now, let's see if I can get Kakashi on our side. Konohamaru would walk for quite some time, making his way to Jiraiya's home. He knocks on the door and the old white-haired man appears before him, having just been awakened from his sleep. It's 2 in the morning. What could you possibly want to sell me at this hour? He squints. Konohamaru, is that you? Hi, Uncle Jiraiya. It's been a while, Kono. What have you been up to? Nothing much. I'm looking for Naruto, though. After he fought Pain, he developed a Rinnegan, and now Konoha's leaders are trying to capture him. I don't know where he went. Jiraiya sat Konohamaru down. Oh, dear. That is an issue, but I may be able to help you with tracking him. They began to head back in the direction of the village. As Sakura and Kakashi watched, they followed Danzo and his entourage to a building bearing the crest of the Uzumaki clan. What could he be after here, Kakashi says to himself. He keeps his Sharingan active to see if he can find anything. Later, they walk out with a mask. Sakura is confused. They came to pick up some old ritual mask? I don't get it. Kakashi then chimes in. There is a legend that the Reaper's mask is here. Him taking this means that the Reaper has something he wants, and that is not a good sign, as the Reaper only consumes the greatest of threats. Following him back, they'd witnessed 2 of Danzo's men. One sits in a black circle while the other bears a dagger in his hand. The first dons the mask and plunges the blade into his own belly and cuts it open before passing away soon after. Once this was done, the souls within the Shinigami were freed, and the other awaits his own sacrifice. It's then that a shinobi looking over papers that were marked with Orochimaru's signet began to finish the ritual cycle. As the circle activated, ashes covered the man, and his body was transformed into a perfect vessel of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Sakura and Kakashi are confused, so they listen deeper. Minato opens his eyes. Where am I? How am I alive? Danzo steps forward as chains grip Minato. You're alive because we freed and reincarnated you. Minato is further confused. Why would you want to do that? Because something exists within you. Something we need. Your son, Naruto, has fled. But as you sealed away the 9 tails, I know that there's some of that chakra within you. I will have you fed to the ghetto statue, and then I'll finally awaken the ultimate weapon. Sakura sees this and quickly pulls out her phone. Keep watching them, Kakashi-sensei. I gotta make a personal call. Konohamaru and Jiraiya follow the shoe prints out, using Sage Mode to pick up residual chakra signatures. They manage to find a trail that leads them further into the forest. They run through and stop only when they reach a clearing and realize that there was a second signature here. Massive. Familiar. It was then that Konohamaru gets a phone call from Sakura. He answers. Hello? Sakura speaks her mind immediately. Please tell me that you found Naruto. Konohamaru shakes his head as if she could see him. No, we haven't, but we have a lead. Sakura sighs. I hope you find him soon. Danzo is using that statue to create a super weapon out of the chakra of all 9 chakra beasts. He just resurrected the 4th Hokage to take his Nine-Tails chakra. This is about to usher in a new world order, one run by an all-powerful tyrant. You've got to find Naruto as soon as possible. His Rinnegan may be the key to stopping this catastrophe. Konohamaru nods. Okay. He then hangs up and explains all to Jiraiya, who tells him that he believes he knows where Naruto went. Jiraiya quickly summons Fukasaku and Shima. What's up, Jiraiya boy? The elderly toad asks. Jiraiya looks to him. Please tell me that Naruto's with you. This is an emergency. The toads look to each other. Shima speaks. This was supposed to be a secret, but if it's an emergency from his friends, I think we can lead you there. Konohamaru steps forward. Is Oni-chan alright? Shima nods. He is. When he first came to us, he seemed a little shaken up, but he's been resting. Come, we'll take you to him. The sages then reverse summon themselves and their guests back to Mount Myoboku. Once there, they were led to where Naruto was sleeping. Konohamaru walks in as Jiraiya stays by the door. Kono walks over and grips his shoulders, shaking him a little. Oni-chan, he whispers. Naruto's eyes open as he panics for a moment. He looks back at Konohamaru and in a moment of terror utilizes almighty push to knock him away. Jiraiya catches him, however. Naruto sits up, breathing quickly before calming down. Kono! Oh shoot, I'm sorry, are you okay? Konohamaru dusts himself off. I'm fine, no harm done. I'm just glad I found you, it's an emergency. Sakura inches closer to Danzo. Minato looks up at the elderly man. You're crazy, you know that? You're insane! Danzo doesn't flinch. Your opinion is about to be obsolete, and so is this world's way of doing things. Remain still or I'll have your mind erased. Suddenly, Sakura comes out of nowhere, dropping down with a fist, plowing Danzo right in the spine. She hears a pop and a crack as he hits the ground. The Anbu around her begin to raise their weapons. She looks up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Fourth. Minato just blinks at the pink elephant in the room. Watch out! Suddenly, Sakura realizes that Danzo is no longer on the ground below her. Huh? A chakra rod pierces her back and exits through her chest. This is the fate of all traitors. Sakura sits there for a moment before kicking back at Danzo, knocking him back. She pulls the rod through her chest and disposes of it as the wound quickly closes, her strength of 100 seal covering her body. I don't know how you survived my attack, but just know that you're not the only one here who can cheat death. The two begin to battle. Danzo seems to understand how Sakura is doing what she's doing, as this isn't the first time he's witnessed the creation rebirth technique. He realizes that this all depends upon her strength of 100 seal. He also has a time limit on his Izanagi, but he knows that all he has to do is make her sustain enough damage that her chakra runs out. After all, the strength of 100 seal is nothing more than someone pooling their own chakra to make a second reserve. He knows that all he has to do is make her use all of her chakra, which shouldn't be too hard since he has an army. The Anbu agents begin to attack Sakura. She manages to jump back but is struck by a kunai and knocked to the ground. From behind, Kakashi prepares his Raikiri attack, powerful lightning chakra coursing through his hand. Suddenly, he rushes forward and skewers 3 Anbu agents at once. Pulling his hand back, he weaves hand signs and begins to use fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. This sends a wave of fire out at the enemy shinobi, burning many of them up. Kakashi decides to take care of the Anbu while Sakura handles Danzo. She trades blows with him, but Danzo begins to use his 6 Paths abilities, summoning the other 3 Hokage, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Madara Uchiha as his 6 Paths, and begins to use them to fight back against her. At this, both Kakashi and Sakura are overwhelmed and captured, but due to the battle, all of Danzo's Sharingan have been used up for the Izanagi. But this does not matter. He then turns to Minato and has the Nine-Tails stripped from him and devoured by the Geto statue. The statue begins to move. Danzo thanks Minato for his service and says he has earned his reward. He frees the soul of Minato and sends him to the afterlife to be with Kushina. Danzo then grabs Kakashi and Sakura and brings them with him. Just outside of the village, Naruto stands there with Jiraiya and Konohamaru, looking down at it from over the village. He sees the 10 tails emerge from the ground and atop it is Danzo. He holds Sakura in one hand and Kakashi in the other. Naruto approaches him. Danzo! The old man looks down on the boy from atop the 10 tails. This could have all been avoided if you had just given me the Rinnegan. This is your doing, and now you will suffer for it. Danzo smiles as he holds Kakashi and Sakura out. For a moment, time slowed as he dropped them both from his perch into the Ten-Tails' mouth. Kakashi looks at Sakura once and she returns his gaze. Naruto cries out for both of them as the Ten-Tails closes its mouth. Naruto roars to the heavens as the Ten-Tails seems to begin breaking loose. But instead of the beast attempting to escape or take over, it submits to Naruto's will. Now, Kodama here does not have that great of a relationship with Naruto, but he will submit for 2 reasons. The first being that he does not want to become the Ten-Tails again. The second reason being that Kodama notices that Naruto has the Rinnegan, which is supposed to be only obtainable by the Sage of Six Paths, so he allows Naruto to use his power, realizing that doing so is in everyone's best interests. And so, Naruto and Kodama enter Tailed Beast mode. Naruto stands atop the Nine-Tails. The villagers below scream at what's happening and flee, but they spot Naruto atop the Nine-Tails' head and begin to cheer him on. The Nine-Tails begins to face off against the Ten-Tails as Naruto begins to face off against Danzo. In every way, Naruto is superior to Danzo and this begins to show. Naruto has lost so much. The only family he ever knew is now dead, and it's all because of Danzo. Naruto once swore not to kill in the name of peace, but some things are just too painful. He already decided that Danzo has to die. Once he gains purchase, he knocks Danzo from the Ten-Tails and follows him to ground level. Naruto's eyes are full of rage and murderous intent. Konohamaru shows up. "Oni-chan, don't do it! Remember your Nindo!" Naruto looks back. "He killed Kakashi! He killed Sakura! I can't forgive him!" Konohamaru shakes his head. "No, please no, don't become like Pain." Naruto looks back and prepares to kill Danzo. As he raises his blade though, he's stopped. A pair of arms wrap around him from behind as a head lays on his back. Naruto stops. He looks back and sees Sakura there. "Sakura? But how?" Kakashi shows up too. "My Kamui technique. Strangely, it's only supposed to be long range, but I guess I can do either under duress." Sakura looks up to him. "Don't kill him, Naruto. He's not worth it. Destroy his Rinnegan and stop the Ten-Tails with your own." Danzo stands and reveals a mark on his chest. "If I can't control the Ten-Tails, then nobody can." The seal begins to shoot black liquid out of it, a seal designed to put any who are within his range into his body upon his death. "If the world will reject me as its leader, then the world can burn." Suddenly, a shadow jumps down, grabs Danzo, and disappears via teleportation. Everyone is surprised to see this. Eventually, that figure returns. It's a man in a white mask who also has a Rinnegan. "Who are you?" Naruto asks. The man discards his mask as he doesn't believe he'll need it anymore. Kakashi's eyes widen. "No way." The man smiles. "It's been a while, Kakashi." "Obito, I thought you were dead." Obito runs his pale hand across his head. "I did, and I've been reborn as a completely different person." Kakashi can't understand. Obito explains. "After the death of Pain, I returned to Ame to retrieve his eyes. I implanted one in my own head and saved the other for a special occasion. But wouldn't you believe that I had witnessed my compatriot Black Zetsu steal the other Rinnegan and bring it to Danzo. Upon seeing this, I killed Black Zetsu for his treachery, but at the same time I did not kill Danzo, as he had more resources to finish the Ten-Tails, but not enough information on how to use it. Not like me. So I merely let him do the dirty work, and when the time came, I was ready to finish what I started." Kakashi stepped forward. "Stop it, Obito! This isn't like you! You were so kind and gentle! What happened to you?" "You happened to me," Obito shouted. "You let me perish. And worse still, you let Rin perish. You killed her with your own hands. I could never forgive that. I could never live in a world without Rin. And so I'll destroy this world and remake a new one. A world where Rin is still alive. A world where there are no winners or losers. And I'm free to have my own team back." He goes to the Ten-Tails and utilizes his Rinnegan to seal it inside of himself, using his own willpower to subjugate it to his will. "Don't try to stop me or I'll kill you too. After all, in the world of the infinite Tsukiyomi, I can always just make a new you." Naruto steps forward. "What you're doing isn't right. Forcing people into a dream world, I won't allow it." Obito looks down. "Even if in the world I create, I can bring Sasuke back to life. He was like family to you, wasn't he? Don't you want to see him again? I can make it happen. Just surrender to me and I'll put you in a world where your greatest dreams come true." A tear comes to Naruto's eye as his Rinnegan remains steadfast. "No, I won't let you. Because that world, just like the Sasuke you would resurrect there, wouldn't be a real one." Naruto activated Sage Mode and rushed at Obito, forming a Rasengan in his hand. He used Ameno Tejikara to switch places with one of Obito's Truth Seeker orbs and smashed his Rasengan into his back. Obito was knocked forward but seemed relatively unharmed. He turned back and the two continued to fight. Sakura and Konohamaru joined the fight as well, as did Jiraiya and Kakashi. However, Obito summoned Danzo's 6 paths, which technically he could use since Danzo and Obito shared a set of Rinnegan. Naruto and Obito continued to fight viciously until Obito stopped. "You're so foolish. Maybe Nagato was right. You just haven't felt enough pain yet." He raised his hand and fired multiple wood spikes at Konohamaru, who didn't have enough time to get out of the way. Naruto used Ameno Tejikara to switch places with Konohamaru. He took on each spike point blank. He coughed blood and hit the ground. Kono rushed over and gripped him. "Naruto! No! Naruto!" Naruto looked up at Konohamaru and smiled. "Now I know why Sasuke did it. He didn't think, he just moved." Konohamaru shook his head. "No, Naruto, why?" Naruto dried one of Kono's tears. "Some things are worth dying for." Naruto closed his eyes. Konohamaru cried out in sorrow as Sakura rushed over to attempt medical ninjutsu, but nothing was working. Was he really dead? Obito looked out to them. "See why this fight is pointless. You can't beat me. Surrender now and I'll spare your lives." For Naruto, everything was dark. There was no light, merely a ripple across a thin layer of water below his feet. "Where am I? Am I dead?" "Technically you are, but it doesn't have to be that way," a voice said. Naruto looked around. "Who are you?" In the light appeared a single person. "Hi, Naruto." Naruto's lip quivered. "Sasuke." He rushed over and hugged him. "I missed you so much, Sasuke." Sasuke patted his back. "I missed you too, Naruto." He pulled away for a second. "You have to go back though. You can't let Obito win. He's gonna destroy everything worth dying for. Everything we've all sacrificed will be in vain." Naruto shook his head. "I can't. I don't have the strength. He's too strong." Sasuke smiled. "But you're not alone. You don't have to fight alone. You have your friends, and you have me too." He put his hand on Naruto's chest, and Naruto would suddenly feel a rush of energy pass through him. Sasuke smiled. "Now go and defeat Obito. I'll be with you." Suddenly, Naruto gasped back to life. Sakura was shocked. Naruto's wound suddenly healed. He stood, and now a golden cloak covered him as the sun mark and moon mark appeared on both of his hands. Naruto looked up at Obito, a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Mangekyo Sharingan in his right. Naruto rushed at Obito. Obito fired wood spikes at him, and Naruto burned them up with Amaterasu. Obito summoned the Ten Tails and prepared to attack Naruto, but Naruto summoned a perfect Susanoo to do battle with the Ten Tails. The two titans clashed. Naruto suddenly shot from the Susanoo onto the Ten Tails and touched Obito with both the sun and moon mark. Suddenly, he became the center of intense gravity as his tailed beasts were ripped from him. The sphere began to rise into the sky. Naruto continued to push it higher and higher until it left the atmosphere into the deepness of space. Each of the tailed beasts that had been freed suddenly bolted, knowing that this was their chance to escape. Naruto landed on the ground and fell to his knees as the marks on his hands disappeared. His chakra cloak disappeared as his second Mangekyo Sharingan faded. Sakura ran to him and held him in her arms. "You did it, Naruto! You stopped him!" Naruto sat there and looked up at the celestial body as it pushed away from them. "I didn't do it alone." A few days later, Naruto walked the pathway lined with cherry trees to the cemetery where Sasuke was interred. By his side were Sakura, Konohamaru, and Kakashi. In his hands, he held another bouquet of flowers. Naruto stood before the grave with the others and laid the flowers down. "Thank you, Sasuke, for everything." Naruto reflected on their long journey to this point, the highs, the lows, the wins and losses. Had they suffered? Yes. But had they also been happy? Yes. It's said that the Sharingan are the eyes that can see the truth of all creation, and that truth was sometimes that love hurt. Sometimes love died. Love was a pendulum of happiness and sorrow, but we still did it anyway. Why did we open our hearts up if we knew that in the end they'd be hurt? Perhaps it was because we knew deep down that even if they were hurt, it wasn't the end of love. Maybe love didn't die. Maybe love didn't stop at the death of a person. Maybe love transcended the borders of life and death, and while life may have been filled with happiness and sorrow, it was also true that sorrow and pain, like everything else, had a time to end as well. And when it did, it would be replaced by something else precious. Naruto looked down at Konohamaru, who had truly grown in the time he knew him. He ruffled his hair a little as the boy smiled. Naruto then looked to Sakura. Sometimes it was only through the fires of pain that love could be tempered into a fine blade worthy of a warrior of peace. It was this truth that Naruto witnessed by viewing life through the Sharingan that he'd been gifted those many years ago, and though their original owner was now dead and gone, they continued to view the world and show all those who used them the truth of life. Naruto leaned closer, as did Sakura. Their lips touched and gave proof that love was like a perennial flower. You plant it once and that seed sprouts, and though the flower dies in the bitter winter, it's resurrected in the springtime to blossom anew. This was the lesson the Sharingan had showed Naruto, and it was one he was happy to have learned.
Why that story is so good is because it shows us the contrast of love through the lens of sorrow. Only after Sasuke was gone did we truly understand how much he meant to Naruto. Perhaps that's only when Naruto truly grasped how special their relationship was. In stories, one finds a lot of death, but the deaths that stick with you are the ones between friends. That adds depth. But while we're on the topic of battlefields, loss, and defining right and wrong in a world where such lines have become too gray, let's move on to our second what if. What if Naruto were a Senju?
The wind was blowing. The smell of blood and rotten flesh permeated the air. The crows were cawing and crying out in the cloudy skies. Above even them, the vultures circled. Among the bodies were those bearing a fan on their backs, but there were a few others bearing the horizontal vajra of the Senju. At this point though, did it even matter? Lives had ended. Their lives were over. They were dead. There was no bringing them back, and now, in death, the deceased Senju and Uchiha found themselves on the same side. The other side, that is to say, the afterlife. A world where they looked down upon their lives and realized how petty and useless those moments were. The flocks of children separated from their parents. The parents separated from their children. Surely those who had crossed over were faced with the conviction of what they had done. The eyes of those they had murdered and helped murder. In death there was brotherhood, and none in life were so enlightened to understand such. These thoughts were not the thoughts of Butsuma Senju as he walked the battlefield, taking quick survey of the dead he may have known personally. Normally that was a lot. There were none still remaining from his childhood. Only his wife remained, and that was specifically because she tended to be pregnant much of the time. Not always, but there was a point that he realized that her place was not on the battlefield. The same wasn't true for his other friends. Every hand he shook, it was as if he could see their future. Those same hands extended in kindness towards their clan head would soon be covered in blood and flies, pale as ghosts, for that they would soon become ghosts. In honesty, the word ghost sort of fit well to every Senju and Uchiha. In a world where the average life expectancy was 30, all were nothing more than ghosts. Specters attached to the bodies of those who had yet to die. Specters of war. But as he looked over the bodies, preparing in his mind the words he would speak to the widows, widowers, fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, but among the screaming in his head, he heard another sound echoing out among the mist. An animal? No, it wasn't. This was no coyote coming to devour the bodies of the dead before they could become host to disease. It was human, crying, wailing. Some mother or child has found someone dear to them, no doubt, he said as he continued to note the losses. But the sound didn't end, and it set him on edge. He had heard crying, but something was different here. This sent shivers down his spine. He felt an urge that wasn't present. Not until Hashirama had been born, renewed by the somewhat recent arrival of Tobirama. He looked back across the battlefield and saw nobody standing. He stood from his kneeling position and stepped through the blood and gore in the direction of the cries. "Hello?" he cried out. No answer. Continual wailing. He stepped over and across bodies, intentionally planting his heel into the corpses of the Uchiha as he came closer. Among the bodies and death, a single life sprang forth. A tiny child crying out, shivering in the cold, its lips beginning to turn blue as hypothermia set in. Instinctively, Butsuma reached down to it, but the moment his hand touched the skin of the poor, swaddled bundle of misery, his mind heard a roar. His back felt the ripping of claws, and his hand burned as if it plunged itself into an open fire. In his eyes, he witnessed the spectral face of a fox, an ancient god formed from the very earth itself, a force of nature. The primal darkness of nature manifest into a hateful spirit, a spirit that bound itself to this form. In a moment, that fatherly instinct was gone, replaced with the cold strategist who saw this child not a soul to be loved, but a weapon to be used against his enemies. Once again, he carefully touched this child, finding it now possible and far less painful to make contact. He lifted it up into his bosom and stood, having forgotten all about what he had originally come here for. He had been here to find those who had perished, but had found something so much more interesting. He brought it back with him to his dwelling, and that's basically the story of Naruto's infancy. A foundling abandoned in the midst of war, a living casualty. Cruel, but status quo for the world they were living in. To be parentless was nothing new. To be a child was a liability. Child, adult, male, female, such distinctions fell away. They were frivolous. Nobody had the luxury of any of them. The only distinction that mattered in this world was ally or enemy. The rest was meaningless. In this world, you lived quick and died horribly early, with only enough time to hopefully produce an heir, too, if you were lucky. This child was a miracle, not for any sentimental reasons, but due to the perfect storm it had landed in, with the possession of Butsuma. So imagine the surprise Butsuma's wife when she saw that he brought home a little package and told her to nurse it along with Tobirama. It must have been quite the surprise. But in this era, a woman had her own duties as well. If she weren't on the battlefield, then she was pregnant and nursing. Does that sound bad? Well, it should. We're talking about an era of child soldiers. Time was not something people had in spades. It was a rare commodity that was spent securing one's future. Personal life? No such thing. You were born a senju, a warrior. You lived and died by that. You were expected to be nothing but that. Anything else was frivolous. Personality? Lay it aside. Grief? Fear? You're a machine, assembled and disassembled. Nobody has a future, only a legacy, and that legacy was the Senju clan. Be born, fight, make a baby to replace you, and then die. This was your reward for being conceived and winning that cosmic race between all the other possible yous that died the moment you hit the egg first. From the beginning, you were killing to live. You expected it to be any different? That's what it was to be a Senju in the era of the warring states. And that was something Naruto would soon come to learn. He had just won the biggest lottery in the world, and his prize would be endless suffering as a weapon. This was something Naruto was conditioned to learn as he grew beside his new elder brothers. Brothers in not genes, but in blood. Specifically the blood they shed and spilled together. Training day in, day out. By age 6, he could do 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, 50 if they were inverted, 100 push-ups. Each one fit and strong enough to wage war against even their older counterparts. No longer children, but tiny adults. And as they witnessed their first battle, what was left of their young mind was either forced to mature or crack. Years passed in a flash. Suddenly they were on the battlefield. Naruto had a blade, wore the standard armor of the Senju. He ran through the trees and mountains, his breath moving as fast as his heart and his legs. There was an explosion as a kunai with a paper bomb hit the ground about 3 meters to his left. He was lucky that a rock was there, or the ringing in his ears and concussive shock to his body would be the least of his worries. He heard the distant clamor of battle cries. They were in full retreat. The Uchiha were coming. At their head was Tajima Uchiha, the oldest and most skilled Uchiha in the clan. It had been a disaster. On their way through a valley, they had been met with the Uchiha to their front, Uchiha forces flanking them on the right and left, having taken the higher ground. He saw flames before him as it appeared that the Uchiha were now sealing off their only exit, closing the box. To his right was his childhood friend Itsuko. Suddenly, an explosive kunai landed beside him. Itsuko, with the strength of every ounce of his chakra, pushed Naruto over a rock and into a cave as it exploded. For the sake of the viewer, I won't describe this, but for Naruto's eyes, he would suddenly see the meaning of life. Not the life he was supposed to have, but the life he was forced to have. He had been born only to suffer and die an excruciatingly painful death. For a second, he envied Itsuko. He hit the cave floor hard, cracking his head open a little on a rock. There was some blood, but to his knowledge there wasn't a fracture. He lifted his head up over the rock to look and see the masses of Senju that had taken to the rear running. He watched them run and suddenly started falling as kunai and crossbow bolts struck from afar. Tears were forming in his eyes as he watched. No, this isn't real. This can't be real. What nightmare have I been born into? Suddenly, a hand grabbed his mouth as an arm wrapped around his waist and pulled him deeper into the cave. Naruto pulled out his broken sword and swung like mad, his muffled screams drowned out by the fear in his head. Suddenly, he turned the blade on himself and tried to stab. He would rather die by his own hand than suffer what he had heard the Uchiha do to prisoners. What he knew the Senju did to prisoners. No, his hand was gripped. He looked over to see Hashirama. Calm, Ototo, calm. Naruto slowly stopped fighting. They're gonna be on top of us soon, Hashirama, came the voice of Itama. Hashirama stood. I know. Stay away from the entrance. He began to weave hand signs as suddenly wood sprang up from the earth and stones, shattering the rock and forcing a controlled cave-in, something to conceal the surface. They were then cast into darkness. Utilizing fire release, Kawarama gave them light. Slowly the hand let go, revealing it to be Tobirama. Naruto sat there, his face lit up by only the flames. Tobirama would wipe the sweat, snot, and saliva from his hands onto his pants. Ew. Naruto's breathing was still heavy, his mind processing things. Slowly, his eyes squinted, his nose scrunching up as his teeth shone in a twisted antonym of a grin. Tears streamed down his face as he began to cry, first as a whimper, then as a full wail. Suddenly, a hand struck his face. "Quiet, you stupid bastard, they'll hear us," Tobirama shouted. Hashirama held his hand out to Tobirama and knelt down beside Naruto. "It's okay, let him cry." Tobirama removed his breastplate and hugged up to Naruto. This was comfort, but it had further usage as the cloth of his shirt would bury the sounds of his crying. "It's okay," he said. "It's okay, you're safe now." "Are we?" Itama asked. "Are we really safe? Didn't you see the death out there? The amount of Uchiha on their way? We're going to die." "Nobody's going to die," Tobirama said. "Not so long as we play it safe." Tobirama looked around. "We'll ride out the storm." He knelt down and put his hand to the ground. As a sensory type, Tobirama could sense those nearby. He was silently praying that no Uchiha sensory types were nearby, and if they were, hopefully the Senju's presence was being drowned out and concealed by the multitude of other Uchiha nearby. Kawarama stood there silently. "We're gonna make it out of this, guys, I promise. We'll be home by the end of the day. Tonight we'll be in our beds, and tomorrow we'll wake up as if this was all just a bad dream. Just have faith." Tobirama stood and reached out to Kawarama's hand, sniffing the flame. "Get down! They're right on top of us!" The four of them hit the ground and pressed against a wall. Itama was curled up, hugged up to Kawarama, letting out a quick whelp of fear. Kawarama put his arm around his little brother and pulled them closer. As if war weren't horrible enough, it also meant a lack of supplies. That being said, the day Itama was born, the boy's mother died. She couldn't stop bleeding. They buried her. Hashirama was so young, but he remembered that day vividly. His father did not cry. Was it that he didn't care? No. This was one of the most painful deaths he had witnessed, but still he didn't cry. A mixture of pride and showing his strength to his clan, as well as desensitization. He had just seen so much death, killing, being killed. During this era, once you had done this enough, seen it enough, lived long enough, it just clicked to you that this is what it was. You did it for your clan and your clan only. No greater honor. This was the birthplace of the Will of Fire. Nursed on the blood spilt during the warring era, the Will of Fire was sung to sleep by the lullabies of war. Pride, honor, love of your clan. That was the beginning. Having thought back to that day often, Hashirama supposed that his mother also had the Will of Fire. Maybe she did not die on the battlefield, but she had given rise, through pain and death, to 4 strong boys who would push the Senju to greater heights. Hashirama had vowed that he would not die until he had changed the world. This was his nindo, his ninja way. He would make the most of his life to make the world a better place no matter the cost or sacrifice, and he refused to die until this was accomplished. As he held the shaking and weeping Naruto, he knew that he wasn't the only one who desired this. His 4 brothers shared that same dream, the same nindo. They would change the world. Count on it. Hours had passed them by. Night had come. By the glow of the moon, under the guidance of Tobirama, they made their move. They dug themselves out of the cave with Earth style and began to head towards their village, east, keeping close to the trees. Tobirama took point as he was the one with the keenest senses who knew where Uchiha, shinobi, and traps alike would be posted. Moving for about 2 miles, they'd eventually get out of the newly claimed Uchiha territory and made a break for home. Bootsuma stood there by the gate as the sun began to rise. "No word yet," one of his lieutenants said. Bootsuma pursed his lips and let out a sigh. Something went wrong. As the sun rose over the horizon, its light cast out upon the trees as a few tiny figures began to make their way out. He looked and recognized them. "My sons." Hashirama was walking. On his back was the now unconscious Naruto. On Hashirama's face was painted a smile, his oath of survival to his brothers having been fulfilled. On the opposite side, with just a little more issue, was Kawarama, his ever-present smile of face present and a sleeping Itama on his back. Between the two was Tobirama, his glowering expression showing his frustration as he carried not only his own gear, but the packs of Hashirama and Kawarama as well. They stepped into the settlement. Bootsuma walked up to them. "Is anyone injured?" Hashirama looked around at his tiny group. "I don't think so. Not bad, at least. Naruto seems to have a hit on his head, but the bleeding stopped hours ago." Bootsuma gave a nod of approval. "Wake them up. I need to debrief them." Tobirama scoffed. "Good luck. We've been trying to wake them for at least half an hour." He dropped the packs. "They lost their cool. I doubt they can even remember the battle clearly right now. I remember everything. I'll go for debriefing. Just let them sleep." Bootsuma would then close his eyes with a slight touch of disappointment. "Fair. Let's go then." He turned to walk off with Tobirama before looking back at his other sons. "Hashirama, Kawarama, you both are dismissed as well. Go get some rest." Kawarama sighed. "Not before a bath. I hate going to bed all sweaty and dirty." They made their way to the house. Bootsuma pulled Tobirama into a private room. Did he show? Tobirama shook his head. He displayed no signs of awakening. Bootsuma sighed once again in disappointment. "Was the battle that big?" Tobirama nodded. "As far as I can tell, not a single survivor besides us." Bootsuma scratched the back of his head. "Was Naruto at the forefront or the rear?" "The center," Tobirama responded. Once the call to retreat sounded, he was in the back along with the other children as per the final order of the commander. Bootsuma propped up against the wall. It looks like we'll need to find another supply route. One final thing, Father, Tobirama said. Tajima Uchiha was there. He led the forces. Butsuma's interest was piqued. Tajima personally appeared to stop your forces. Tobirama nodded. It appears the Uchiha intended to crush us, and crush us they did. Butsuma stood there further. He looked down at his son out of the corner of his eye and motioned with his head, telling him he was dismissed without words. Tobirama began to leave when suddenly Butsuma came to the door and shouted out, "Don't forget the gear!" He pointed towards the entrance where the two packs sat. "We're already in a supply crisis. We can't afford to lose any working gear." Tobirama begrudgingly returned for the packs, tossing them over his shoulder before setting out for home. Naruto's sleep was restless. The nights he spent on the battlefield, the sound of distant explosions, sleeping in shifts, all of it hit him, even while at home. His mind, in the weakened and vulnerable state of near sleep, would begin to relive these things, being unable to understand where it was. Safety no longer felt safe, not while he was asleep. Even sometimes when he was awake, he would immediately sit forward in terror. "The Hagoromo clan's on our flank," he shouted. Tobirama, sitting by the desk, writing in a notebook as he read through various guides and manuscripts, wouldn't even raise his head to look back. "I think your information's a little outdated, Naruto." Naruto sat there and looked out the window to see the bright blue sky. It was about noon. To his left was Kawarama laying up against the wall. Kawarama was by far the heart of the brothers. He was the one always telling them to keep believing and always be the first to go to provide for the others, particularly for the youngest brother Itama, who was out of all of them the weakest of constitution. They used to place bets on how long it would take Itama to piss himself during a campaign. Naruto admitted that it was a little mean to pick on him like that, but Hashirama had explained once that it served as a little levity among their little family, and helped Itama keep his mind off the coming threat of death. Speaking of Hashirama, Naruto looked to the right to see him stuffing his face with food. Hashirama paused, looking up for only a moment when Naruto made mention of the Hagoromo clan. Maybe it was a little fear suddenly robbing his appetite. Maybe he was just curious as to what battle Naruto was dreaming about. Whatever it was, it passed and he went back to his meal. Hashirama had a way of making even pig slop look like the most delicious thing in the world. Naruto sighed and stood and came up to a window and looked out of it. As Naruto looked outside, he spoke. "How long until we have to go back?" "We get the rest of the week off," Tobirama said. Naruto looked over. "What day is it?" "Tuesday. We get 4 days to ourselves. Then we prepare for the next one." Naruto's shoulders shrugged in disappointment. "I don't want to go back." "I don't think anyone does," Hashirama says. "Then why are we even fighting anymore? If no one wants to fight, then why are we fighting?" Hashirama scoffed. "Hell if I know. Seems a little pointless. I had thought for a time that it was about land, maybe power or riches, but I don't think it's any of those things. We already have so much land, our clan is the most prestigious among the others, and we're wasting more resources fighting than can be gained by winning. I think this goes deeper. I think this is merely two clans and their allies being petty. We kill them and they kill us. That's the only reason." "Well, it's a crappy reason," Naruto said. Hashirama nodded. "So many people are fighting and dying, and for what? Because we need revenge for killing and being killed? It's asinine." "I wish we lived in a world where the Senju and Uchiha were friends," Itama said. "I bet if we set aside our differences, we could be close with them." Tobirama remained silent, continuing to examine his books. He was always a bit of an egghead. He liked to experiment and create new jutsus. He even tended to cross certain ethical lines to create differing jutsu, touching upon forbidden knowledge that should probably never be touched. This brought no ire from their father, however, as Butsuma believed this to be the natural course of action for a war such as this, and was even proud of Tobirama for working so hard in his off time to find new ways to destroy the enemy. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked. "I'm studying Fuin Jutsu." Naruto cocked his head a little. "Why?" Tobirama took a moment to respond, as if he were trying to separate the knowledge he was taking in with his conscious thought. "Because the seals we have use varying effects depending on what's written. They can be used for far more than just locking things. They can encode one's will onto reality itself." "That sounds like a stretch," Hashirama said. Tobirama sighed. "Say whatever you will, but when I'm flying through the air at the speed of light, maybe you'll finally appreciate my genius." "We'll appreciate your humility too," Hashirama tacked on at the end, capping off the conversation. They had 4 days off to do whatever they pleased, but nothing seemed to attract them or pose enjoyment. They were merely in an interlude between two different battles. They had reached the eye of the storm, calm seas and even sunlight, but it was all sullied when one looked up and saw these swirling walls of clouds spinning about them, the lightning sending a clear warning of what was to come. That's what it felt like anyway. Their dread seemed to cause time to speed up even more as days slipped into night and restless nights slipped into tiresome mornings. It was everything they could do to get Itama to eat. Appetites were just another casualty of war every time they knew a battle was coming. But the brotherly love of Kawaraama and Hashirama, their smiles and gentle hugs and assurances were enough to keep him slowly intaking enough to at least survive. Most of their time off they spent outside, talking about their shared dream of peace, but as time slowly passed them by, they eventually found themselves once more in battle. As if it had been a premonition of the future, Naruto's dream came true. The Uchiha and the Hagoromo clans had flanked them on both sides, splitting the Senju forces into two separate bodies as both Uchiha and Hagoromo warriors encircled the severed half, slowly tightening the circle like a noose. Naruto just stood there. Itama would rush past him with tears in his eyes and his blade in his hand. "No, no," he cried out. He looked back. "Naruto, help me!" Naruto rushed to his side. "What is it?" Itama's tears continued rolling down his cheek. "Kawaraama, he's in that group." Naruto was shocked. "What? Why? He was supposed to be stationed in the rear with you." Itama shook his head. "I was feeling queasy and he wanted to rush forward to see if anyone had anything to settle my stomach. He's trapped. Please, we gotta save him." Itama rushed off. Naruto put his fingers to his mouth and blew as hard as he could. In a puff of smoke, Hashirama appeared. "What's the emergency?" Naruto looked around. "Where's Tobirama?" Hashirama looked. "No clue. Forget him. What's wrong?" Naruto began to explain. Hashirama's face was struck with horror as he ran towards the front lines, towards where Itama had gone. Naruto also rushed out in that direction. As they came closer, they saw where their forces met the Uchiha and Senju, trying to break the line, but so far having no success. Hashirama weaved his hand signs and began to form trees and vines and limbs, many of which were tearing through enemy bodies. At about that time, Tobirama appeared there in a bolt of lightning, a kunai in his teeth bearing a mark. "Told you it would work." Hashirama blew him off. "We've got problems. Kawaraama is trapped on the front lines." Tobirama would point back. "No worries, we've got reinforcements." Naruto looked back. They weren't Senju. Who were they? Hashirama looked back. "Is that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans?" Tobirama nodded. "The pact went through. They've agreed to support us. They'll help us break through." The reinforcements bolstered the Senju forces, splitting the Uchiha and Hagoromo apart before encircling them as well, turning their own strategy against them. The worst part was the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans had no reinforcements, so it became like shooting fish in a barrel. As they rushed around, they found various bodies strewn across the ground. "Kawaraama!" Itama shouted. "Kawaraama!" They would see a field medic kneeling down. He raised his hand. "Over here." The four brothers rushed over to see Kawaraama lying there, grimacing in pain as the medic was attempting to heal his wounds. The medic looked at them with the look in his eye that told them everything that could be said in words. Itama came to Kawaraama's side. Big brother, it's me. Please, look at me." Kawaraama did as was bidden. He opened his left eye and looked at Itama. Hashirama knelt down. "What happened?" The medic began to speak. "He's been stabbed 5 times. The wounds are deep, passing from one side to the other, likely from a tanto." Tobirama stood over them, his hand nervously stroking the imaginary goatee that he was too young to grow. He turned away from the sight. Hashirama looked down at all the blood and then up to the medic. Is it gonna be alright?" The medic looked to Hashirama. He shook his head. "I'll give you some time alone." He pulled his hands back and stood. Itama saw this and almost freaked out. No, come back!" He pressed his hands against Kawaraama's wounds. "Hurry, guys! Find something to press against his wounds. We've got to stop the bleeding." "Itama," Hashirama spoke. Itama hadn't heard it. He was ripping the sleeves off his shirt to press against the wound. "Itama," Hashirama snapped in an attempt to bring attention to him. "Stop. Kawaraama's not gonna make—" "Shut up! You're not a doctor, Hashirama," Itama said as he began to press his clothes into Kawaraama's wounds. Kawaraama let out a gasp, the utter agony so terrible that it could not escape his throat. Hashirama snapped again. "Quit it, Itama. I may not be a doctor, but that guy was, and he says it's too late. We'd do better to comfort him." Itama's face showed horror mixed with disbelief. "No, he can be saved if we just—" Tobirama lifted Itama by the collar. "Stop it, fool." Itama's blood ran cold, but his heart slowly began to warm as he saw Tobirama's face stained with tears that he had fought so hard and failed to hide. "You're hurting him," Tobirama said, barely able to speak louder than a whisper. Itama began to give in to his emotions, moving straight from disbelief into grief. Itama fell to his knees. It's my fault. If I had been stronger, if I hadn't puked, you wouldn't have got caught in the trap." Kawaraama's breathing was labored. He opened his eyes and looked to Itama, reaching out with his bloody palm to take one of the hands Itama was using to cover his crying eyes. "No, little brother, I was the one who rushed off." Itama took Kawaraama's hand in both of his own. "But you did it for me. How can I ever forgive myself?" "Itama, please don't blame yourself. I love you. That's why I went forward. Whether I knew it was dangerous or not, I would have gone anywhere to help you. You're my little brother. I would die for you." Kawaraama almost seemed to pass out. He pulled his head back up. "Guys, lights out is coming." Kawaraama took a deep, wheezing breath and held it there for a few seconds before letting it back out. "Listen, Itama, do you love me, little brother?" Itama nodded. "I love you, Kawaraama. I love you. Kawarama would raise his hand and take off a necklace he'd been wearing and give it to Itama. Little brother, if you love me, then don't blame yourself. He put the necklace into his hand. I'll be with you forever. Itama took the necklace and began to weep. Kawarama closed his eyes and laid back on Hashirama's chest. Sorry guys, I only had the one necklace. Just divvy my stuff up between you when you get back home. Naruto was on his knees, crying. Tobirama spoke. We aren't vultures, Kawarama. Your stuff is yours. It will always be yours. Kawarama laughed a little. Vultures. You're not vultures. If you feel that way, then take only one of my things, as a memento, to remember me. Hashirama nodded. Only one thing. One thing. Kawarama opened his eyes once more. Guys, come here. I want to see your faces. Hashirama repositioned himself to be seen. He was their rock, the one who projected strength. But right now his heart was shattered, and despite his smile being present to tell everyone it would be okay, his eyes were telling a different story. Bitter tears dropping down his cheeks from his eyes that asked why couldn't it have been him instead. Tobirama would kneel down beside Itama, his stoic face betraying him as his eyes displayed utter agony in his spirit. Kawarama sat there and looked at them. Shame I can't see true, genuine smiles one last time. Each of you are my world. I'm glad at least that I got to die for you. I love. Kawarama's head fell back as his soul left his body. Itama just sat there silently crying, his mind yet to have realized that his brother had actually died. Tobirama looked away, unable to bear the sight any longer, and Hashirama heaved a breath split into three, closing Kawarama's eyes. Naruto was destroyed. He stood there and turned back around and began to step back. Kawarama, he said, as if calling his name might somehow wake him up. As Naruto stepped away, he saw every moment he had ever spent with Kawarama at once. Every kind thing he had ever done. His rescue of Naruto during battle against the Uchiha, which had resulted in the boy getting a scar on his cheek, and now he just imagined him all alone. When he needed Naruto most, when Naruto could finally repay him for that scar on his cheek, he wasn't there. Naruto felt like he was having a panic attack. He hit his knees, hyperventilating. He felt a different anger, a new rage. For a moment, his anger and this new anger synced up, yet Naruto could tell it wasn't his anger. And a moment later, he was no longer in control. He had suddenly been thrown into the back seat, and something new had taken the wheel. Something malevolent. A burst of orangish-red chakra burst out like a volcano erupting. He roared out in pure rage. He felt like a killer, like he could murder anyone right now. Murder his allies, murder his friends, murder his family, murder himself. The rage built up, weighed like a ton of bricks upon his psyche, and now that rage was boiling out. His hand hit the ground as his chakra cloak began to grow, overtaking his body in a pure crimson shell before tightening into a deeper red, tails growing out behind him, his face now concealed in a blood-red visage in which only his glowing eyes and mouth could be seen. Suddenly, he began to grow in size as muscle and sinew crossed over the bones, turning him into some zombie kitsune, no skin covering it. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Itama looked on in horror as their brother appeared to become something completely inhuman. Slowly, the skin and fur began to appear as the Nine Tails showed up in all of its glory. Its tails began to swipe around as Senju, Sarutobi, and Shimura clan members began to scatter. Tobirama stood. He did it! He's utilizing the full power of the Nine Tails! Itama was confused as much as he was terrified. Hashirama, remember what father said if you ever lost control. You gotta do it now. Hashirama began to weave his hand signs and formed a massive wood golem that he rode upon. The Nine Tails turned back and attempted to swipe at him. The wood golem dodged to the side and came closer as the hand of the wood golem would reach out and grip Kurama's forehead. The beast would let out a low, muffled growl as it came to a stop. It just sat there for a moment. Hashirama jumped across to the beast and made its way to its ear. Naruto, it's okay. I know you're sad. I know you're scared. It's okay, but please, be sad and scared as yourself. He began to slowly and gently sing the lullaby that their mother had sung for them as they all went down to sleep in their infancy. The beast hit the ground and began to evaporate. In its place remained only Naruto. Tobirama passed through the steam to see Hashirama holding him. It's okay. I'm here, Hashirama said. He looked up at Tobirama and gave a slight nod. We need to return home to father. He needs to know about this. Tobirama nodded as he looked at Itama, who was still mourning for Kawarama. That's for the best. I don't know if we can physically continue on this mission or not. And so they returned home where they would inform their father of Kawarama's sacrifice as well as Naruto's transformation. Bittersweet news indeed. Naruto's abilities could turn the tide of the war if he ever gained control of them, but that was an objective for another day. For now, they would lament. Death had once more touched their family, and as Kawarama was lowered into the ground, Naruto could only think of how pointless his death was. Pointless, meaningless, as all their lives seemed to be at this point. The wind blew over the fields and through the trees. A cold wind. It felt like a storm was blowing in from the distance, and the dark clouds in the sky above betrayed nature's intentions. Everyone stood there in front of a hole being dug into the ground as a body was lowered into it. The only ones there were Butsuma, Hashirama, Tobirama, Itama, and Naruto. They and the ones digging the grave. There just wasn't enough time for everyone to lament. There were other graves being dug, other battles being waged. This was just a personal moment with the family, where the family could only be supported by itself. But as Naruto looked down upon the grave, he wondered if their family could support itself. By this time, his eyes had dried. Yes, he was still sad, debilitatingly so, but he had no more tears left to cry. He had drained himself dry. He wasn't the only one either, but poor Itama, it seemed, would never run out of tears to cry, and that just made Naruto's heart hurt even worse. He would embrace his little brother tightly as he cried. "It's not your fault. It is my fault." "No, it's not your fault," he said, just trying to reassure him. Itama seemed to be taking it the hardest. He felt as if it were his fault that Kawarama had died. Kawarama was a kind boy who put his family before anything and everything. When Itama's stomach was feeling upset from his nervous nature being thrown onto the battlefield, Kawarama rushed in ahead to get him something to settle his stomach. But this was just him falling into a trap. He was caught among the number of senju having been ambushed, and it was far too late for him by the time the others arrived. Itama had been bearing this with him ever since. Kawarama had expressed his hope that Itama not blame himself, but that's exactly what Itama was doing, and he couldn't help it. He wasn't doing this out of some disrespect for his late brother's wishes, he just couldn't stop himself. And somewhere in the afterlife, Kawarama probably understood. After all, that was the kind of person that Kawarama was. He was kind and understanding. The world truly was a lesser place without him. Naruto consoled his little brother just as Kawarama once did. Itama had always been sensitive, and it was always Kawarama who had to console him and make him feel better. After all, that was the duty of an older brother. But now that Kawarama was gone, Itama was on his own. Well, no. Naruto would be the rock instead. This moment would not split them apart. It would bring them closer together. As Naruto continued to console his little brother, he looked back at the grave and thought deeply upon how pointless it all was. How pointless Kawarama's death was. How pointless everyone's death was. How pointless this war was. What was it even about anymore besides pure and utter hatred? And worst of all, Naruto knew that Kawarama's death would be a reason used to justify this war's continuation. Naruto hated that so badly. One pointless death would lead to another, then another, until there was nothing left to kill and die for. This was how the world ended. Not with a whimper, as had become the stereotypical way of writing, as Tobirama's collection of novels and works by the greatest authors in history had spoken, but with a bang. The world would end with a bang. It would immolate itself until there was nothing left to burn. A dead world that would only know peace when one or less humans were living on the surface. How pointless. How utterly meaningless. Naruto wasn't the only one who thought this. They all thought this, save Butsuma, it seemed. But the only one brave enough to say it was Hashirama, who immediately got his ears slapped back by his father for daring to impugn upon the honor of the fallen, or so he felt. Hashirama would retort that he was not impugning upon the honor of the dead, but upon the honor of the living, who had sent innocent children like Kawarama to their demise. Those were the people whose honor deserved to be dragged through the mud. As if honor were something they could actually know. You can't drag through the mud what didn't exist. That was Hashirama's way of thinking. But after angering his father enough to strike him at a funeral, Hashirama bit his tongue. After all, it seemed that he was the only one with enough sense to see things as they clearly were, and right now, at this moment, this conversation should be tabled. This was Kawarama's moment. This was them enshrining him in his finest hour. Forever remembering the warrior he was, the Senju. But Hashirama simply wanted to remember the true Kawarama. The one who didn't want to fight others, but loved them. A spark. An ember of what humanity was supposed to be burning and ultimately fizzling out. The storms that the wind had threatened began to release their precipitation. As the rain fell, the five of them watched as the Undertakers tripled their speed. Once Kawarama was squared away, they began to make their way back home. Butsuma, still angered at Hashirama, shut himself away in his own room for the sake of his son. All the while, the four boys returned to their living quarters. They looked down at the side of the room where Kawarama had stored his things. Each one gulped, a feeling of shame coming over them, despite being willed to do so by their late brother. Itama sat by the window as he always did. The depression in the floor beside him left a physical mark in the world of the absence of someone precious, merely a mirror into the hearts of the four children currently looking through Kawarama's things. Remember guys, Kawarama told us we should choose one thing, Hashirama said, not particularly because he was afraid the other boys would take more. Kawarama had originally asked him to equally split his stuff between them, but more that Hashirama was afraid his brothers might chicken out and not take anything. This was to honor Kawarama's dying wish, to take a memento of his life so he could always be with them. Hashirama was the first to choose. He had to always be first because he was the oldest, the leader, the rock. He was the one who reassured his brothers that this wasn't wrong. Hashirama's item of choice was an old leather-bound journal. Inside, it possessed the secret thoughts of Kawarama, as well as some doodles and drawings he'd make whenever he felt bored. This was what he chose, as it was what possessed the most personality left behind. He never wanted to forget who Kawarama was, so he took the book. Tobirama looked through the things, and among everything, he found a pair of reading glasses. He picked them up. I remember when he wore these. Ironically, I was the one who bought them for him. He didn't use them much. Tobirama cracked a smile. I won't use them either, he said as he claimed his memento. Naruto looked over everything and didn't know what he should choose. It just didn't feel right to take anything. Hashirama looked at him. It's okay. Take something. Naruto shook his head. I don't like it. It's too final. If I don't mess with anything, it almost feels like he's coming back. But he's not, Tobirama said. The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be. This was his wish. Choose something to be your memento. What will you choose? Naruto looked at all three of his brothers and then backed down on the things he was supposed to take. He smiled as a thought came to his mind. He reached down and picked up a little stuffed bear. The bear had a little sash around its forehead possessing the Senju crest. He lifted it up. Tobirama and Hashirama were surprised. You're choosing that? Naruto smiled. Yes. He then turned and walked towards the window and knelt down beside Itama. He offered the bear to the boy, who seemed a little surprised. But I already have something. Naruto nodded. Yes. But I've decided what I want to use to remember Kawarama by. I choose you. And in that moment, both physically and symbolically, Naruto sat down in Kawarama's place. The depression in the mat felt so large, despite Kawarama being Naruto's younger brother. He could never replace Kawarama, nor would he ever wish to, but in the end, he would continue what Kawarama had dedicated his life to doing, and that was to be the heart and soul of the brothers. Like Hashirama and Kawarama, Naruto would shoulder any pain for the sake of his brothers who needed him. As the day passed, Hashirama sat down by the desk and raised a pen. Tobirama walked over and looked at him. What are you doing? Hashirama looked over his shoulders. There were 2 pages left in this journal. I'm filling them for Kawarama. Tobirama looked over Hashirama's shoulder. Hashirama had artfully drawn an image of Kawarama smiling and laughing beside his brothers. On the second page, Hashirama had put down the date of when he was writing and just a simple sentence to commemorate this moment. We miss you, Kawarama. That's all it said. As the day went along, everyone did whatever it was they desired. There wasn't much. Tobirama tried to take his mind off things by reading, and Hashirama spent most of his time looking through the journal. He would smile as he read some jokes, some good memories, and he would frown and almost threaten to cry when he reached the section about Kawarama's own insecurities. Naruto continued to sit beside Itama the entire day as the boy laid his head on his shoulder and lazily spent his time trying to sleep away the pain. They didn't have dinner that night. They did not wish to be reminded of the empty chair that would never again be filled. That's not to say that they didn't eat. Well, I suppose you could say that. They had snacks, but it just seemed that nobody found the strength nor the desire to eat anything. Eventually, Hashirama found himself in front of his father's door. He went to knock on it when he stopped. He heard something. His curiosity got the better of him. He slid open the door and peeked in. The far wall had a hole about the size of Butsuma's fist in it. He then witnessed his father sitting there at the edge of his bed. He held a picture frame in his hands and lovingly stroked the image. It was of Butsuma and his wife, the mother of Hashirama, Tobirama, Kawarama, Itama, and the adoptive mother of Naruto. I don't know what I'm going to do, he said. I wish you were here. You're what the boys deserved, not me. Hashirama looked on with a tear in his eye. He gently closed the door as silently as he had opened it, and he walked away. That night, the brothers all brought their sleeping mats together and pushed them as close together as possible. They 4 would sleep curled up with each other, hoping that this companionship would mend the hole rent open in each of their hearts. Did it? Well, the hole was still there, but there was joy to be found in the brotherly love shared between them. The day after, the cold tactician that was their father had returned, and he was ready to force his sons back into training. After all, the worst thing they could do would be to dwell on it. If they let it eat them alive, then that was exactly what it would do. And so he began to force each of them back into their regularly scheduled training regiment, all except Naruto, who he would force into special training to increase his proficiency, if one could say he even had any, with the Nine Tails inside. Naruto trained his hardest for his family, for his father, but he was having a hard time just letting it happen, and so Butsuma would push him into positions where he had to use his powers or die. and instinctively Naruto made use of the Nine Tails. Still though, what he could do was nothing compared to what Butsuma wanted, and so he had to work from the ground up. To that end, Butsuma knew that this would be a long and arduous training for Naruto, and that there was a chance that he would never control it at all. So Butsuma came up with a new plan. He wanted Naruto to instead learn proper genjutsu. Once Naruto showed proficiency with it, he taught him how to instead summon the Nine Tails from within him without actually becoming it. Yes, it might be a little weaker, as Naruto will have to keep enough of its chakra inside of him to keep himself alive, but regardless, they'll have the Nine Tails under control, and that's a boon. After the training, however, it comes time to return to war. The look of fatigue is clear on everyone's faces. The stress and inability to rest was shaving years off their lives, and each night they prayed that the war would eventually end. As they would get to sleep, Hashirama would softly talk to them, telling them each about their shared dreams, about how they would eventually end the war, how there would be peace, how no more Senju or Uchiha would have to die any longer, and how they could start a village of both the Senju and Uchiha and everyone would live happily ever after. It was like a storybook ending, one that none of them believed they would ever see. Even if it did happen, they didn't believe that any of them would live to see it, but it was a nice thought. This particular mission they were on was designed to be an attempt to retake land that the Uchiha had seized months earlier. It had become a staging ground for further conflicts in the area, and they knew that unless they took this place back, they would never win the war. They were on the ropes. This was a make or break moment for the Senju, a time to turn the tide of the war back, and their secret weapon was Naruto. Until this time, he had not displayed his Nine Tails in the battlefield for any to see save the Senju, Shimura, and Sarutobi clans. Butsuma had recently met with the clan head, Sasuke Sarutobi. This was the plan they had devised together. They continued their march. Naruto walked up to Itama, whose face was pale as a ghost. "Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what." Itama shook his head, much to Naruto's confusion. "No, you have a mission to do, big brother. If you're too busy worrying about me, you can't do it and people will die. I may be emotionally compromised, but I'm as strong as you are physically. I'll be fine." Naruto stumbled over what to say. Are you sure?" Itama nodded. "I'm certain." Naruto nodded in return and let his little brother do as he needed. He walked back to Hashirama. Itama really is growing up. Hashirama was looking down at a map as they walked. He sorta has to. He can't afford not to. He looked to Naruto. "Sorry, I don't mean to water down his accomplishments. I'm just trying to think analytically right now. I have to wear my Tobirama hat since Tobirama is stuck in another unit today." Naruto looked back at Itama. "I'm nervous though. Itama's gonna be on his own team today. Itama's never been on a team by himself. Do you think he'll be okay?" Hashirama shrugged. "I certainly hope so." It wasn't much longer after this that Itama's group peeled off and went south, the opposite direction of Tobirama's group, which went north. Hashirama and Naruto's team, along with the main forces, continued straight towards the enemy, moving east. As they walked, Hashirama spoke. "I was reading Kawarama's journal." Naruto looked over to listen as the sounds of war grew louder in his ear. Hashirama looked into the trees as he spoke. Whether he wrote it himself or took it from somewhere else, I don't know. But Kawarama wrote down a poem in this journal, and I think it's fitting for the situation we're about to be put into. "What is it?" Naruto asked. Hashirama spoke. "You are blood rushing down a mountain, spirit of hate, greed, and anger, dominator of heaven and earth." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "Naruto, today you will become war incarnate. When you do, remember why you fight." "And why do I fight? Why do any of us fight, Hashirama?" Hashirama smiled. "So nobody has to fight ever again." Naruto and Hashirama made their way toward the battle lines where their group made way, punching a hole leading between enemy lines. Hashirama put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I'm with you all the way." Naruto bit his thumb and pressed it into the ground. Below him, the titanic form of the nine-tailed demon fox rose. Naruto quickly placed the beast under genjutsu so as to not lose control. Maintaining his control, Naruto began to sweep the field. His eyes turned to a fox's slit as he felt his anger boiling inside. To cast the Nine Tails under genjutsu was to cast it on himself. The Nine Tails stepped forward, crushing trees below its feet along with the bodies of its foes. With a quick charge, he let loose a tailed beast bomb towards the direction of the Uchiha main forces. The blast went up like a nuclear explosion. As the battle continued, Itama could hear the Nine Tails in the distance. He flinched with each roar, the sound of the explosions causing him to physically cringe in fright as the wind from the massive blast pushed against his face. His group was designed to push the Uchiha closer to the Nine Tails, but Itama wasn't sure he wanted to get closer to this thing. As they pushed forward, however, the Uchiha pushed back. It seemed as if their desperate attempt to escape was giving them superhuman abilities. Or perhaps there were reinforcements. Perhaps they had all focused on one side of the battlefield to maximize their chance of escape. Either way, his group was being decimated. Itama was terrified, and as the Uchiha grew closer to them, the last surviving Senju turned and grabbed Itama and lifted him into the air by his collar like a mother cat carrying its kitten, before placing him into the hollow of a fallen tree. He would then pull his blade and prepare for the Uchiha. Itama sat in the fallen tree's trunk silently as he listened to the sound of blades clanging up against each other. Suddenly, there was a disgusting squish sound. Itama covered his mouth quickly to keep from screaming as he knew his last guardian was dead. He just sat there, silently in the tree, tears dripping down his face. All he could think to himself was, why? Why did I have to be born? Why did I have to live only to suffer like this? He heard the Uchiha commander shout for them to fan out and search for survivors, and to make way for the main force's escape. As Itama sat there, he heard the sound of grass as a pair of boots began to walk near the log. He held his breath. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. He heard the sound of the shoes as they left. 10 seconds of silence passed. Itama let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the moss covering the entrance to the log was moved, and a set of Sharingan looked in at him. Itama threw a smoke pellet into the Uchiha's face and climbed out of the log and ran. After him, a voice shouted from behind. They gave chase. Itama ran as fast as he could. He wasn't as strong as the men chasing him by any means, but he was faster. Such was the benefit of being small. For a moment, he thought he could get away, but then the Uchiha started coming in from the sides. He was just barely able to avoid them, but then fate dealt him a cruel hand, or perhaps this was the Uchiha plot all along. He was led to a dead end, and as soon as he saw it, he knew whose dead end it was. This is my dead end, he said, his face growing paler, the feeling of panic welling up in his chest. He felt like he would surely puke. He turned around and unsheathed his sword, tears welling up in his eyes as the Uchiha surrounded him. They stepped closer. One of the Uchiha who was pulling his blade stopped and let it rest in its sheath. This is just a kid, he said. Another one held up his hand. No, this isn't just any kid. This is Bootsama's kid. This is the brother of that brat that dropped a demon fox on top of us. Suddenly, the sword that was resting in the sheath was pulled. Any inhibitions they previously had soared away like birds as they grew determined not only to kill him, but inflict upon him the pain of the entire Uchiha clan at once. Itama kept his blade raised, tears flowing down his cheeks. Back! Back! Don't come any closer, please! They merely pushed his single blade aside with one of the 5 they were carrying. Please, he said as they came closer. He tried to back up as far as he could, back flush to the stone blocking his way. Please, I don't want to die. Please, don't kill me. My family already lost one son this week. Don't take me away too. I beg you. His cries fell on deaf ears. Instead, one of them spoke. I lost not only one of my brothers, but 2 of my sisters as well, and my father. Trust me, when you're gone, they'll make do. Itama began to cry. Please, I'm begging you. I'm not ready to go. I don't want. Suddenly, there was a blade in his belly. He looked down on it, the blood pouring from the wound. 2 more blades passed through. Itama stood there. The blades had been removed and he fell to his knees, growing weak. Finally, one last blade passed through him, causing to fall on the wielder. Please, I'm scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to go. The man stood there for a moment, compassion on his face. He was having second thoughts now. The boy was not displaying what he expected, or perhaps he was displaying exactly that and somehow awakening the last embers of humanity within his murderers. It was too late now. It was beyond too late. There was no saving him now. The Uchiha slowly and carefully removed the blade as to cause less pain. What are you doing? One of the Uchiha called out to him. The man spoke. I think I'm not mad anymore. I don't hate this boy. He's a Senju, Itachi. A Senju. This is what they do. They die. The Uchiha, now known as Itachi, shook his head. Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe nobody should. He looked at Itama, who was still shaking, in shock, his mind aflame in terror. The Uchiha looked down on him as he stood. For what it's worth, I am sorry. He turned and began to walk away with the other Uchiha. Itama raised his hand. Please, don't go. I don't want to die alone. He attempted to cry out, but the words escaped his mouth as only a whisper. He was alone. There was nobody there. Just Itama. Itama, a voice said. He opened his eyes and looked up. Kawarama? The boy with the scar on his cheek smiled to Itama as he always had. Itama spoke. Kawarama, I think I'm dying. Help me. Kawarama's face showed sorrow on it, as if he were fighting back tears. Itama, you already have. Itama's eyes sparked with realization as he looked to the side and saw his own body slumped against the stone. He began to cry harder. Kawarama pulled him into a hug. Don't be scared. It's beautiful over there. There's no war. Mom's there, and you won't believe how many Uchiha and Senju are there. They're all friends, too. The piece Hashirama said we would get to see, it's there. It's all there. There's no need to be afraid. There's no reason to be scared. Itama looked to him, tears still present on the lower lids of his eyes. But what about Naruto? What about Hashirama and Tobirama? What about Dad? They'll have to learn how to manage on their own. They'll be sad, yes, but in the grand scheme of things, in the eyes of eternity, their pain will only last a moment. They'll heal, and when their time comes, we'll come and get them. He took Itama's hand, and both walked into the light, leaving the darkness and the terror of the world behind for the peace of love and heaven, and the one who made it. The sound of crows overhead marked the resting place of Itama as the distant sound of explosions and warfare sung its lullaby for the innocent soul whose eternal sleep was now at hand. The battle had turned, and now the Uchiha were on the run. This was perplexing to Hashirama and Naruto, as they were supposed to be unable to escape. Nonetheless, the Senju gave chase, Tobirama's group catching up. Tobirama ran forward and stood upon a stone and looked back at his troops and let out the most vicious battle cry a child soldier had ever made. It was enough. It coaxed from his troops a cry as powerful as his. They gave chase with everything that they were, even going so far as to rally the troops of Naruto and Hashirama. They gave chase too. Hashirama looked to Naruto. Itama's forces were supposed to stop them. I hope to God that he's okay. Naruto released the contract with Kurama and the beast disappeared. Together they joined the group chasing after the Uchiha. As they passed by the area where the southern forces were supposed to be boxing the Uchiha in, Naruto and Hashirama slowed down, letting their forces pass them by. They cried out, "Itama! Itama, where are you?" There was no response. It seemed as if there had been no survivors. The air was permeated with the stench of blood. The two brothers rushed through the forest, calling out for their youngest sibling. Naruto, calling upon the power of the Nine Tails, found he was able to pick up a scent. It smelled like Itama. Coming to a fallen tree, Naruto sniffed around it. Itama was here. His smell is strong. He lifted his nose into the air and turned around. He ran off. That way. He pointed. They followed the smell only to find a thick grove of trees and a single stone. And sitting, slumped against that stone, was their brother. "Itama!" Hashirama called out. He ran to him and grabbed him. He saw the wounds left behind by the blades and felt no pulse. Itama was cold to the touch. He held Itama in his arms. Hashirama looked up at Naruto with terror. His breathing was growing faster and faster. Suddenly, the tears overwhelmed him and began to run liberally all over his face. He began to cry. He wailed out. Naruto had never seen this. He had never seen Hashirama cry, not even when Kawurama was killed. He had held it together for the team, but the team, the family, it wasn't here. It was just him and Naruto, and it seemed that his emotions, likely from burying Kawurama, had built up and were finally released right here at this moment. Naruto also began to cry. "I swore I would protect him. I swore I wouldn't let him die. I failed." Together they hugged the body of Itama, as if their tears and their love would somehow revive the child. But tears don't resurrect the dead. Love between brothers only resurrects the fallen in storybooks. This was reality, and it was time they woke up to it. This was their wake-up call. They wanted to build a world of peace with Itama, but nothing ever seemed to go as planned. Was peace even possible? Was it even real? Or was pain, suffering, and futility all this reality had to offer? This, what they lived in now, was a nexus of causality. Two opposite concepts connected as one within the singularity of human enigma. Humans, for all their logic, were illogical, and their actions, words, and ways contradicted with what they were supposed to be. Humans were up and down at the same time, in and out, light and dark, love and hate. They were living in hell, right now, and the fires that seared them were of their own creation. Hashirama shook his head. "I was a fool." Naruto looked at him. "Why?" Hashirama took a deep breath, trying to help him gain control of his faculties. "I believed that peace could exist. There's no such thing as peace. I was a fool, a child believing in a fairy tale. There will never be peace with the Uchiha until one side inevitably kills the other. There will be no peace until we're all Kawurama." Naruto slapped Hashirama in the face. Hashirama seemed surprised. "Don't you say that. You're the reason I've made it this far. Faith in your dream, faith in peace, the hope that drives me forward. I would have died a long time ago if I had just given in to the belief that there was no peace. You can't show such doubt. You're our leader, and you have to be an example." "An example to who?" Hashirama snapped in a voice so loud that birds flew away. To Itama? To Kawurama? Who's left to believe in me? Tobirama? He's never believed in me. He's too smart to. And you've seen this with your own eyes. You've seen my doubt and fear. Who's left to fool? I've got to be strong for my family. I'm losing my family. You and Tobirama are the only thing I have left," Hashirama said as he broke down into tears once more. Naruto hugged him. "You've been strong for so long, but I'm not asking you to fool me or Tobirama. I'm not asking you to lead us. I'm asking you to lead yourself. I'm not asking for you to boost my faith in your dreams. I have faith. I'm asking you to believe in your dreams. It can work. It can happen." "It's foolish," Hashirama said. "It's a foolish cause and it's meaningless." "No cause is meaningless so long as there's one fool left to die for it. I believe in peace. I believe that we can achieve it. Don't let yourself be fooled by this world as father was. You can make peace. You may be the only one. You're the heir to the Senju. You're the only one who can lead us to peace. And if you don't believe in yourself, then believe in the people who believe in you. Believe in Kawarama, believe in Itama, believe in Tobirama, and believe in me. We can still do it. And when we do, we won't have to witness war anymore. Children, regardless of their clan, can grow up at their own pace and play with each other in the streets like one big happy family. Focus on that and make it a reality. That is our reality. And it's time that the whole world wakes up to it. Hashirama nodded. He stood and held the body of Itama. I'm taking him home. I won't let him go unburied here. He will be by his family, by Kawarama. And so, Hashirama and Naruto returned home. Tobirama had not known they had left and only stopped his chase when the Uchiha moved into deep territory where reinforcements were scrambled to rout the Senju forces. With the help of the Sarutobi clan, they managed to retake this sliver of land and to keep their forces alive and in control. But as Tobirama returned to the base they had set up, he was informed that a letter had arrived to him from his brothers back home. He broke the seal and opened it, reading the contents. He speed read the letter, his eyes only choosing the important words to take in to grasp context. The words Itama and dead, death, dying were the only context he needed. And when he read those words, he crumpled the paper and threw it into the trash can, lit up a cigarette, and dropped the still lit match into the can to set it ablaze. This was him letting off steam without making himself look like an emotionally uncontrolled leader. He took a breath and then looked at his lieutenant commander. Take the helm. I need to return home. Can you do that? Sarutobi should be here by day's end. His lieutenant nodded. Tobirama left. Tobirama returned home and walked in. Is it true? Is Itama dead? Butsuma looked over him, a glass of high-content sake in his hand. He looked out the window. You've always been an observant boy, Tobirama. Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Tobirama let out a sigh. Damn it. We already buried him. Tobirama looked up. What? Butsuma took a sip from his glass. We couldn't wait for you. We didn't want to pull you away. Tobirama's fists clenched. The last possible moment I could have laid eyes on my little brother and you robbed that from me? Butsuma looked to his son out of the corner of his eye. You didn't want to see what they did to him. That wasn't for you to decide, father. Yes, it was, Butsuma said as he smashed the glass on the table. You're both my son and my subordinate. If I decide you do something, you do it without questions asked. If I say you don't want to see your little brother mutilated, he fought back emotion. If I say you don't want to see it, you say, thank you for sparing me. Tobirama stood there. You send me to war. You send us to fight and die. And then you tell us we're not strong enough to say goodbye when the time comes? He was my brother, father. And if I wanted to be there to send him off, I'm gonna damn well be there. Screw your war. Screw the Uchiha. Screw Senju duty. I have a duty to my family, and it comes before this war. This war is a matter of your family. It's a matter of a 1,000-year-old grudge you're too stupid to give up. Butsuma stood up. Tobirama was on his desk in a flash. Sit down, he shouted. Butsuma sat back down. Tobirama knelt down before him. I've seen friends, family, all of them fight and die for this damned cause. And you've not once told me why I have to, except that it's a Senju's duty. Duty for what? What caused this war? Why are your children dying? Tell me why, father. Tell me now. Butsuma looked up at his son from his chair. I don't know. Tobirama stood and jumped down from the desk. He turned to leave. You dared slap Hashirama when he said Kawarama died for nothing. You can't even tell me what we're fighting for anymore. He died for nothing and Itama died for nothing too. One day I'll die for nothing, Naruto and Hashirama. And then you'll have lost your family for nothing. Remember that the next time you send me out into battle. Tobirama shut the door behind him. Butsuma sat back in his chair. He should be mad. He should be furious. He should demand his stolen honor returned in hand-to-hand combat, but he didn't. Butsuma just couldn't do it anymore. He wasn't even sure if he could beat Tobirama if he did challenge him. Besides, Tobirama hadn't stolen anything. Instead, he merely held up a mirror. He was right. Butsuma was letting it happen for nothing. But then again, what could he do? Hashirama stood there, the mantle of the Senju leadership weighing heavy on his shoulders. He looked to his father's image in a picture frame and felt sorrow. The day where I'm in charge is the day where I change things, Hashirama had always said. But now that he was here, he felt unsure of himself and his abilities. It's hard to believe he's gone, a voice said from behind. Hashirama turned back to see Naruto. A heart attack, Tobirama said. All the blades, arrows, and jutsu, and it was a heart attack of all things that took him out. Hashirama held onto the picture frame and pulled his finger gently across it. Why not a heart attack? The man sent his 2 youngest sons to war only for them to be mercilessly murdered. He blamed himself to the end. Maybe a heart attack was fitting. The only way the Uchiha could ever hurt our father was by hurting those close to him. Our father was as wily as a fox and a warrior with all the stealth and power of an alligator. Even Tajima, for all his power, could not defeat him, and went to his grave cursing the name Butsuma Senju. Tobirama stood there, his arms crossed. The three of them were no longer children, but had grown into men of strength. Perhaps they had been men a lot longer than most would have acknowledged, but in every sense they were now men. Despite that, old habits die hard, and Tobirama still stood there stoically, his arms crossed as if he were silently judging his brothers. "You seem unhappy. Is this not everything you wanted?" Hashirama then put the frame down on the mantel above the fireplace. "A chance to change things, yes. And I knew that someday he would pass away, but I guess you can never truly prepare for that. All the same, now that I'm here, now that I'm in charge, I don't know what to do." "We make peace," Naruto said. Hashirama laughed. "Easier said than done, little brother. I don't know where to begin." Tobirama then spoke. "That Madara Uchiha that you had a previous close relationship with has become the head of the Uchiha clan. Maybe talk to him." Madara Uchiha. Now that's a name Hashirama hadn't thought about in a long time. He thought back to their time as children. It wasn't much longer after the burial of Itama that the two of them met. Hashirama had gone down to the river to sit and contemplate the meaning of life. That is to say, he was doing a lot of crying in a secret place. As he did so, he heard 5 splishes, each one going higher in pitch the quicker the intervals got. He looked over to see a boy with long black hair skipping stones across the surface. The boy looked at Hashirama out of the corner of his eye. He then skipped another stone across the gently flowing water of this river. Hashirama took a breath. He didn't want the boy to see him cry. No, wait. Hashirama didn't give a damn. He deserved this moment. If this boy didn't want to see him cry, he could go skip stones somewhere else. Hashirama continued to cry. Suddenly, he noticed there was a second boy there, watching him cry. Hashirama began to wonder if he should sell tickets. He looked away from them and continued to weep. Suddenly, one of the boys tapped his shoulder. Hashirama looked back to see the younger of the two standing there. "What's wrong with you?" Hashirama saw an inquisitive, perhaps slightly uncaring glint in the boy's eyes, as if curiosity had compelled him to stick his nose in someone else's business. But all the while, Hashirama felt a silent judging, as if somehow this boy was judging him, confused on how someone like this could be so weak. Hashirama finally came to terms that now he had nowhere to release his emotions. So, like so many other times, he bottled it all back up with a sigh. "My little brother died the other day. I just needed somewhere to come to terms with that. I would still like to, if you don't mind." "So what?" came the voice of the eldest boy. "You lost a brother. I mean, I see why you'd be upset, but that's just the hand you're dealt." Hashirama looked back. "What did you say?" The eldest boy had, by this time, pulled out a fishing rod and cast his baited line out into the water. "I said, so what? I don't mean to sound callous or like it didn't matter, nor do I mean to act as if it shouldn't hurt. You're not wrong in what you're doing. I'm just saying, don't let it eat you up alive. It's just reality. For every winner, there's a loser." Hashirama stood up and pushed the boy into the water. The boy looked up at him with a scowl. The youngest of the two took a step back. This was Big Brother's fight now. The boy who had previously been fishing, now sitting butt down in the water, looked up at Hashirama and bore his teeth once just to knock his legs out from under him. As Hashirama fell into the water, the boy crawled on top of him and pressed his hands to his face, submerging Hashirama's whole head underwater and keeping it there. Hashirama kicked and struck out blindly. The boy took the shots but didn't stop. He was willing to take the toll just to hold him underwater a moment longer. When Hashirama's bubbling stopped and his movements became more frantic, the boy held him down for about 5 seconds longer before pulling him back above the water to allow Hashirama to breathe. He held his face close to his own. "Listen, I'm sorry about your brother, but don't be a wuss about it." Hashirama sat there as blood dripped down from the boy's possibly broken nose onto Hashirama's face. "Your brother died. Okay, sorry. Mine did too. In fact, 3 of them did. Very recently too." Hashirama looked up at him. "I didn't ask for your opinion. If I wanted to be consumed in my sorrow, that's my choice." The boy scoffed and dropped him in the water. "No, it's not." Hashirama sat up. "What do you mean it's not? It's my life. I can do whatever I want with it." The black-haired boy looked back. "If that were true, you wouldn't be fighting in a war or watching your friends and family die. Face it, freedom is an illusion. The only person truly free are the strong because nobody can make them do anything. I held you underwater. If I hadn't let you up, you would have drowned and you wouldn't have been alive to make any decisions except die. The decision I forced on you because I was stronger. Cry about your rights. Preach about your freedoms. You have nothing if you can't be anything. So that's why I'm telling you not to be eaten alive. If you cry, it shows weakness, and weakness is a loss of freedom. As you cry, you put shackles on yourself, and then someone like me is free to lead you wherever I want you to go." Hashirama stood from the water. "That's a really perverted view of things." The boy laughed. "Perverted view? It's reality. Just because you disagree with something or don't like it, it doesn't make it any less true. The weak serve the strong. It's not how we want it to be, but it's how it is in this world's system. Then maybe this world needs to change, Hashirama stated. The boy thought about it. Yeah, perhaps there's something more I'd like to be doing right now besides fight. But as I said, that's the world we live in. And what is someone like me gonna do to change jack squat? Hashirama heard this and recalled thinking the same. He began to explain to the boy his dreams. The boy thought about it for a moment. So you want to make a world where there is no fighting, only peace? Hashirama nodded. The boy continued. You know that's not possible, right? Not everyone will choose peace. Some people were born in war, nursed on it, ripped from the womb among the blood and gore of battle, suckled on the blood of their enemies, sang to sleep by the lullabies of cannon fire and explosives, like my kid brother Sasuke was. Hashirama looked back at the younger boy. The elder brother spoke. He, along with his older brother, were found on the field of battle. We thought he was dead when we found his older brother just sitting there in shell shock. They were malnourished. My father took them in and made fine warriors out of them. Hashirama looked back. Peace is possible if we work together. The elder boy laughed. Are you going to tell me that it's achieved through friendship and teamwork? Hashirama shrugged. A little. But I mean, we need to form a strong village. The Senju and Uchiha need to form a strong bond together and forget this war. The boy held up his hand. Hold up, that's a trigger word. Never mention the Senju or Uchiha. It's possible we're on opposing sides, and I would hate for us to have to end this conversation with murder. Hashirama looked around. Fair. We should still exchange names though, but not clan names. My name is Hashirama. The black-haired boy thought for a moment if there was going to be a way that this could go wrong. Content that nothing bad could happen by merely sharing his given name, he spoke. My name is Madara, and that boy over there is Sasuke. And from that day on, Madara and Hashirama would meet together. Sometimes Madara would bring Sasuke with him, and on occasion Hashirama brought Naruto. This is my kid brother Naruto, and like Sasuke there, he too was born on the battlefield. Madara nodded in greeting. Naruto would raise his hand. As Madara and Hashirama talked, Naruto would hang around with Sasuke. The two would talk, play a little, and hold various contests such as stone skipping. So, you have a brother by blood and a brother by adoption? Sasuke nodded. Technically, I have 2 brothers by adoption. I used to have 5 adopted brothers in total, but Naruto nodded. I used to have 4. Now I only have 2. Sasuke thought about it. I'm both luckier and unluckier than you. I lost more brothers, but I still have more than you. I guess that makes our luck about even. Naruto shook his head. I don't count those things. Luckier, unluckier, I don't measure pain. Everyone hurts differently. No 2 people share the same experiences. Everyone just has a different view on reality. Sometimes I think that's why war exists. But without such nuances, I don't think humans would ever be anything more than robots. Sasuke thought deeply on these words. So, you say it's because we're human that we become inhuman monsters? Naruto looked over. Who draws the lines on what is or isn't human? Monsters? Yes. Inhuman? No. Humans are merely monsters, but we can be so much more too. Your brother's right. There are causal nexuses, like winning and losing. I believe that humans are contradictory. We defy logic. Love, hate, we experience both, sometimes at the same time. Is it that we're indecisive and don't even understand ourselves? Or is it that we're more complex and capable of breaking beyond the laws of nature, the laws of what is in our own mind? Sasuke was a little astounded by the new thoughts in his head. Wow, that was mind-blowing. You came up with that? Naruto shook his head. No, my brother, Tobirama's an egghead. He knows all sorts of stuff, and one of the things he's been studying is human behavior. He's concluded that there is no single answer with humans, and that humans embody multiple contradictory concepts which are, as he said, somehow all true and all false at the same time. The only reason I understand what he's telling me is because Tobirama was in charge of teaching me and my brothers. He was our schoolmaster. Sasuke nodded. My father just told me to be observant and keep my eyes open, ears open, and mouth shut. He said that life teaches you everything you need to know, while your gut and common sense help you figure out the rest. Naruto nodded. That's how I try to do it. Tobirama gave up on teaching us after a while. Naruto sat there. Sasuke, I really like hanging out with you. I know we don't tell our clan names, but if I had to say one thing, if one of us were a Senju or an Uchiha, I still wouldn't want to kill you. Sasuke laughed. Perhaps I wouldn't either, but when it boils down to it, the strong lead and the weak follow. If I'm commanded to kill, I must obey. Let's just hope it doesn't come down to that. Over the course of many weeks, the 4 boys continued to meet up by this same river, and as you guessed it, their family figured this out, particularly with the help of Tobirama and Izuna. It's at this point that the boys, who managed to force a ceasefire for the time being, must face what they already expected to be true. They were both Senju and Uchiha, which made them enemies. Hashirama extends his hand in friendship, but Madara turns it down, realizing that their dreams and goals were a lie, unachievable. Naruto holds his hand out to Sasuke. It doesn't have to be this way. I still don't want to kill you. Sasuke looks down. I don't want to kill you either, but I don't have a choice. And neither do you. He smiles a bit. Our friendship was fun. Really fun. And if I could have it for one more day, I'd be so happy. But the strong lead and the weak follow. If we meet on the battlefield, I will try to kill you, and you should try to kill me too. And if you succeed, don't feel bad. It's what our duties are. Sasuke began to walk away. Naruto called out, I don't like this duty. Sasuke stopped for a moment. I don't think anyone does. He then disappears with his father. From that point forward, they never saw them again, save the occasion where they appeared in battle. Returning to the present, the new clan head, Hashirama, snapped out of a reverie that seemed to last days, but only actually lasted for a few seconds. He looked back. Madara is the new clan head now, isn't he? We have history together. Maybe now is the time for us to form a pack. I wonder if we can parlay somewhere. Secretly. Tobirama thought about it. You best be careful how you do it. Hashirama smiled. Of course. I'll tell him we should meet alone. And then we come too, Tobirama tagged to the end of his sentence. Hashirama's eyes opened. But that would make me a liar. Tobirama shook his head in disbelief, and possibly in a little disappointment as he rolled his eyes towards the ceiling. Hashirama, you're the current clan head. You have a target on your back. You need to assume that when you tell him to come alone that he won't. And he needs to assume that when you tell him to come alone that he won't. Hashirama was confused. If neither of us plan to come alone, and we know that the other isn't going to come alone, then why request that we come alone? Because requesting to come alone shows that you're hoping to discuss something in privacy and safety, even if you both know it's a lie. That's just how it is. Hashirama thought about it. Where should we meet? Naruto smiled. I think I know a good place. Hashirama stood by the bank of the river. He saw the stones there that he and Madara used to pull from just to skip. Looking deeper, he saw the larger stone that they both threw into the river together. It was still sitting there, though it was smaller due to erosion. The night was cool, and the only sound were the nocturnal insects' song, attempting to be louder than the water passing them by. Eventually, Madara showed up. In one hand was his gunbai, in the other was his scythe. He looked down and embedded his scythe into the ground, and then leaned his gunbai against it. In the trees opposite, a lot of eyes loomed. Half Uchiha, half Senju, none making any movements. Strictly bodyguards. Madara looked around with his Sharingan as none of these Senju even dared attempt to hide. He sighed. I suppose privacy is hard to come by these days. Hashirama nodded. Even if we wanted to meet alone, they wouldn't let us. I guess it just goes to show that there are limits to a leader's power. Madara turned his back to the tree line just as Hashirama had. He faced the water. I was knocked off guard when I received your parlay, but I'll be honest with you, I wasn't exactly surprised by this either. Hashirama looked over. Madara, why are we fighting? Madara didn't answer. Hashirama turned to face him. Seriously, did your father ever tell you? Because mine never told me. I don't know what started this or why it's continuing. Tell me you have a reason. Madara looked over. I have my reason. Hashirama shrugged. Please share, because I can't say that I do. Madara sighed. My reason is my Uchiha clan. Even if I tried to shut the war down, they wouldn't let me. There's a blood debt owed, and neither of us can quit until that debt is paid. But Madara, the longer we fight, the more debt we build. You have to see this. Madara nodded. It's not in my hands anymore. Do you remember when I said that the strong lead and the weak follow? I recently learned something. As clan heads, we too are still weak. I'm weak because the people below me, when unified, are strong. And the same is the true of you. At any time we make ourselves an enemy to our respective clans, our clansmen will throw everybody they have at us to get us removed. This is why peace can never work. Nobody wants it, and as long as the majority want war, that's all we'll have. Hashirama rubbed his temples. So, what are you saying? We just give up? Madara looked at Hashirama. I'm saying that either way will lead to our deaths and war. So while we're alive, we might as well get what's best for our clans. Naruto suddenly burst forth from the trees. At that moment, Sasuke, Itachi, and Izuna. And at that, Tobirama and the rest of the Senju, followed by the entirety of Madara's entourage. Madara sighed. Naruto called out, Madara, please! You have the power to change this if you try. You have to believe in this. Believe in the future. Believe in us. Madara turned and began to walk away. When we next meet on the field of battle, we'll end it for good. And that became a promise. From that moment on, Madara grew serious about killing Hashirama, and the men often found themselves crossing blades. On one particular occasion, Naruto found Itachi. They stood there and spoke. I don't wish to kill you, Itachi. Itachi looked to the ground for a moment and then back up at Naruto. You should though. Naruto was confused. Itachi then spoke. I did something really bad to you, and I've not been able to sleep because of it. Naruto listened to the man's plight. Itachi showed obvious shame. I killed him. Naruto looked up at him with confusion and a caring heart. Killed who? Itachi then continued. Itama. I was the one who killed Itama. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Itachi then continued, "We were fleeing from you in the Nine Tails when we rushed into the woods. There we met Senju forces and routed them, all except one boy. We chased him into the woods. I had reservations. The moment we recognized who he was though, the son of Butsuma, I hated him. I had lost so many friends and family to the Senju, and at that point I recognized him as the source of my pain. We stabbed him to death. He begged for mercy, and we showed him none." Tears began to run down Itachi's cheek. "I've been unable to tell you. I was so ashamed. After meeting you and the others, my views on these things changed. It was wrong to kill him. Every night I wished I hadn't. Every night I wished I died instead. I can't live with this guilt. He was so innocent, and we ganged up on him and murdered him." Itachi fell to his knees. "So please, Naruto, I can't keep going. Stab me as I stabbed Itama. End my suffering." As Itachi cried, Naruto approached him. Naruto was full of anger and rage. He kept seeing Itama in his head, seeing the blood splashed against the stone. His little brother slumped in front. He looked down upon Itachi with contempt. Itachi pulled out a tanto. "Here, use this. Kill me as I killed Itama." Naruto reached down and grabbed the blade. He knelt down to Itachi's level, but suddenly the blade dropped into the grass. Itachi opened his eyes and looked up. Why? He saw Naruto was crying now too. Naruto wrapped his arms around Itachi and pulled him into a hug. "I forgive you." Itachi cried all the more, unsure how Naruto could forgive him for such a heinous crime. But Naruto's compassion overflowed from his heart. Hashirama told him once that they needed to learn to swallow their pain if they were going to bring peace to the world. All the while, Sasuke watched from a distance. Naruto chose to forgive. In every moment, Sasuke's heart was slowly turning toward the Senju and its leadership. As the battles ended, Sasuke would approach Madara and his brother Izuna. "I witnessed something today that puts things into perspective. Not too long ago, my brother, Itachi, told me that he was the one responsible for killing Itama, the brother of Hashirama and Naruto. It was eating him up, because as he learned how the Senju were, he realized the gravity of what he had done." Madara listened. "Today, I witnessed him confess those things to Naruto. He fell to his knees and offered Naruto a blade. Naruto dropped it and hugged him." Madara thought for a moment. "He forgave him." Sasuke nodded. "Even after everything we've done, after everything we've all been through, the Senju are truly open to peace. We need to stop this war." Madara thought about it. "I wish we could, but we can't." "Nor should we," Izuna stated. Sasuke looked over. "Big brother Izuna, please. We have to consider this. I know the Senju took our other brothers, but we need to forgive them as well." Izuna scoffed at this. Madara thought about it. "If we're going to foster peace and change minds, then we need to bring them here to talk. Bring Naruto. Maybe the story of he and Itachi can change their minds." Izuna was startled. "You can't be seriously going along with this, Madara." Madara nodded. "I am. Something about them. I'm intrigued." And so the Senju were called to meet with the Uchiha. Naruto would be the star of the visit, although he had his own entourage as well as his brothers near him. Naruto would walk into the Uchiha village as his brethren followed. Hashirama and Tobirama were the only ones to follow Naruto in. It was obvious that the Uchiha were skeptical of this and they wished to kill them. However, Naruto would remove all of his weapons and drop them to the ground. Hashirama would do the same and convince Tobirama to do so as well. The three would step forward in front of everyone. Tobirama and Hashirama would step back a ways as Naruto came closer. He saw Itachi standing in front of the Uchiha. The two would embrace, which elicited no small reaction from the crowd. Naruto would look around to the others. "So, hello. I know you all might remember me. I'm Naruto Senju, and currently I'm the youngest of 3 brothers. I'm a member of the Senju clan's head." He was suddenly booed by the crowd. He cleared his throat. "This war, it's bitter, and it's gone on for too long. Our reasoning for it is no longer present. Only pain remains. That's the only reason. But the pain is present on both sides. In the end, it's our own love of our family and the loss of that love that forms hatred. We're both alike in that way. I'm not very good with words, but what I want to ask you to do is forgive. The more we hate, the more we fight, which means we send our young to die, and that's not fair to them. And it only causes us to hate each other more. It's a self-perpetuating cycle, and it needs to stop. I know it seems like I'm one to talk, huh? A Senju marching into your village, telling you how to live. That seems to be a spit right in your face, huh? But I don't mean for it to be. I do know what you're feeling, but I'm tired of fighting. You see, I had 2 little brothers. The first's name was Kawarama, and he was the heart and soul of my family. He would give you his coat in the bitterest of winter storms if you shivered even once. He was the one to comfort Itama every time he was nervous, and even as he died, he continued to comfort us." Naruto took a breath and swallowed his feelings. "Itama was our youngest brother. The last child our mother produced before complications took her life. Itama was, for lack of a better word, a scaredy cat, a crybaby, and we loved him every moment. Kawarama was his safe place. He was always on Kawarama's arm somewhere. And when Kawurama died, it destroyed him. He believed it to be his own fault. As Naruto spoke, Itachi was breaking down into tears. Naruto saw this and put a hand on Itachi's shoulder. Itama was without his comfort. I swore to him to be the comfort he needed. I would be with him and protect him. Then, one day, the only day I wasn't with him, he was killed. He died alone, terrified, in pain and suffering, and it was at the hands of Itachi Uchiha. Naruto looked up at Itachi, who was crying heavily. Naruto hugged him. I'm tired of being upset. I'm tired of being mad. I loved Kawurama. I loved Itama, and I'm tired of hating the Uchiha. Izuna then walked forward. Nice story, but you forgot something. Some of us aren't easy to forgive. A few of us love our lost ones more than you love your Kawurama and Itama, it seems. Naruto grew angry from that. He held on though. Izuna stepped closer. I had brothers too. They were my best friends, and each one of them was killed by your clan. Your brothers there killed them. You lost 2 siblings, I lost 3. You want peace, then pay the penalty. You still owe me 1 more Senju life as payment. Izuna held out his tanto. He smiled. Now why don't you go back to your village? Naruto looked up at him. He then looked out at the others. He pulled his armor off and stepped up to Izuna. If you need to kill 1 more brother to foster peace, then do it. I'll die for the Senju, and I'll die for the Uchiha too. Tobirama wanted to step in, but Naruto held out his hand to stop him. No, this is my decision, Tobirama. I want you to promise me that when I do this, you won't seek vengeance. The age of vengeance is over. It dies with me. Madara watched this and sighed. Sasuke was in the crowd watching too. He couldn't let this happen. He rushed forward through the crowd to stop it. He cried out, Izuna, wait! Naruto looked up. Bury all of your hatred with me, Izuna. Izuna then plunged the blade into Naruto's chest, drawing blood. The crowd watched. Naruto seemed to collapse on Izuna's shoulder. The people saw this and were astounded. It was unbelievable. Naruto looked out over them, and with whatever voice he had left, he spoke. We Senju don't want to rule you. We want to stand equal. 1 clan, 1 village. Izuna pulled the blade from his chest, and Naruto fell back. Hashirama and Tobirama rushed to him and held him. Tobirama, in his rage, cursed Naruto for throwing his life away for nothing. Naruto smiled. It wasn't for nothing. Look. They all looked out and saw the expressions of the Uchiha. It seemed that this death was not the taste they had hoped for. The path to peace. It's open. Please, don't waste this. Befriend the Uchiha. Teach them to love like we do, Hashirama. And teach them to forget how to hate. Madara looked away from the sight. He had been friends with Naruto before this, and now, despite having tried to kill him on the battlefield, he couldn't watch him die. Izuna looked down on them. You want to kill me now, right? Go ahead and try, you Senju dogs. Tobirama stood and prepared to attack when Naruto grabbed his ankle. No, don't. Please. It'll be wasted if you do. We're done with vengeance. Tobirama took a breath and knelt down to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Swallow your pain. Labor to forgive. Peace takes sacrifice. And with that, his eyes closed and he let out his last breath. Hashirama was already in tears. It was then that Sasuke pushed through. He came to Naruto's side. No, Naruto! He looked at him. He felt his pulse and felt nothing. Tears were streaming from his eyes. He then weaved a hand sign. Izuna looked over. What are you doing? He killed our brothers. I require vengeance. Sasuke looked up. And you've had it. I will purchase his life back again. Suddenly, one of Sasuke's eyes turned a pale white, and Naruto's eyes opened as he took a deep breath. The crowd was in awe. An Uchiha willingly sacrificed one of their Sharingan to bring a Senju back to life, and it was one of the brothers of Madara Uchiha. This began to lead down a new road as skirmishes came to a sudden halt. This one action caused the entire war to halt as both sides reconsidered their relationship. Eventually, Madara declared that come hell or high water, he would not order another Uchiha to fight and die in a war against the Senju, and Hashirama did the same. After so many years weary of battle, the people seemed to show some relief. However, it wasn't as easy for the people to forgive each other, and that could be expected. But just as hoped, the 2 clans ceased hostilities and began to draw closer together. And as time passed, the dreams shared between Madara, Sasuke, Hashirama, and Naruto became a reality. The start of the Hidden Leaf Village. The group would then debate who would become Hokage, the leader of the village. Tobirama pushed for it to be a vote, but due to Naruto telling Hashirama what needed to happen, Hashirama would pull himself out of the race, leaving Madara unopposed. Madara Uchiha became the first Hokage with Hashirama and Naruto as his aides. Together, they vowed peace. And as Naruto, Tobirama, and Hashirama sat atop the rock cliff overlooking the village, Naruto spoke. You know, we only got this far because of the sacrifices we made. Tobirama nodded. So many lives lost. Hashirama looked over. Itama and Kawarama too. Naruto thought about it. Had Kawarama not died, Itama might still be alive, but because Itama died, Itachi turned from vengeance and hatred. Hashirama looked over to Naruto, and because you chose not to indulge in hatred, we have peace now. If anyone should be Hokage after Madara, it should be you, Naruto. Naruto smiled. Maybe. I don't really care though. I just want this peace to last. And of course, it didn't. Nothing ever lasts. The First Shinobi World War eventually breaks out, and it's during this time that both Naruto and Hashirama Senju die. And as time passes, Madara would pass the title of second Hokage to Tobirama, who, during that same World War, would also die. The title would then be passed on to Sasuke Uchiha. Peace is eventually restored, and it's during this time of war and peace that Sasuke understands what Naruto had once said to him. Humans were contradictory, and tended to not be one thing or the other. They were in war and at peace as well, switching quickly between love and hate like indecisive children. But it was Sasuke's belief that if they continued to show the same love as Naruto and Hashirama, that perhaps the world would eventually know a lasting peace.
Well, that was rough, but at least it turned out well in the end. Peace between the Senju and the Uchiha. It's enough to make one smile, but when one really looks back at everything they lost, it just feels bittersweet. But we're not stopping there. We have one more video left to view. This one is about how the innocent heart can become corrupted, and how the long path of destiny eventually leads one right back to where they began. I suppose everyone's life is like that in a way. Kinda funky to think about, but it's true. And the same is true for Nagato. In this next video, we'll see what happens when Naruto helps found the Akatsuki, and the way that the two boys begin to change after the death of a loved one, how they react to the world, and how they take different paths on the way to peace.
It was raining. The ground was cold and muddy. Two tiny bare feet, caked in dirt and now accumulating mud, trudged through. Where were they going? What was the goal of this trial? Where was the destination? Perhaps they weren't marching anywhere. Perhaps reason had left these tiny feet. They just moved. Forward. Wherever forward was, that's where they were going. A set of eyes, rings echoing out from the pupil, looked up as the precipitation dropped from the clouds. There was a blur in his vision as water dripped down upon these Rinnegan. These eyes had seen much suffering. Over a century of bloodshed, death, and destruction. It seemed these eyes could only witness darkness. It was as if these Rinnegan were cursed, the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths his parents had said when he spontaneously developed them one day. Awakening one day as an infant, suddenly he saw the world in a different light. And ever since, it seemed a pale blue shade was cast upon everything. The pale moments of sunshine between deluges seemed sad. The times he laughed with his parents now seemed bitter, momentary. Nagato's stomach hadn't growled in a long time. He had gone a while in pain, crying out for food, then suddenly he felt sick. Finally, there was indifference. He couldn't feel anything anymore, only crippling tiredness, weakness. Those small mud-caked feet trudged along, moving forward into the future. A short future. Life had dealt its cruel hand to one so innocent and defenseless. The coldness of the air, the bitter chill brought on by the rain, whatever energy was left to burn was burnt while his body shivered. He looked up to the sky and thought he saw his parents looking down upon him. Before him, he witnessed the Shinigami his parents had told him stories of, the Reaper. It bore a dagger in its mouth, but its terrifying expression softened a bit as Nagato's feet stumbled closer. There was no longer fear in his heart. The Reaper pulled the dagger from its mouth and placed it into a sheath. Only kindness was found in its eyes. A sweet mercy. Death was a mercy. It came closer to him slowly as he walked to meet it, and then suddenly he hit his knees and let out a labored breath before falling into the mud. His eyes half open, he wanted to move, but his feet could not move anymore. The rain fell without care. The mud sank, ready to accept him into the soil, to return his body to the dirt from which it came. His breathing was short and light. He heard the steps drawing closer. The steps stopped right before him, looking down. Shinigami, I want to see my mama and daddy again. Take me to them, Shinigami. His eyes began to close when suddenly a hand reached down and gripped his. Nagato opened his eyes to look at it. The hand was not the ghostly hand of the Reaper, no. They were small hands. I think he's still alive, a voice said. Help me get him up. He felt three sets of hands roll him over onto his back.
he saw 3 heads, one possessing violet hair, another with orange hair, and a third head, this one with yellow. Once he was up, he felt his arms wrapping around the shoulders of 2 his size. Now those feet that once trudged through the mud were being dragged across it. His eyes opened just enough to see the worried expression of a girl who was as of now attempting to clean off his eyelids so he could see. "We gotta get him home," one of the voices said. "If he doesn't eat, he's gonna die." Another voice then chimed in, the voice of a girl. "Do we have enough to give him? We can barely feed ourselves. Do we even have anything to give him?" The third voice spoke. "I don't care if I have to go without food today. I'm going to give him something to eat." Nagato would have smiled if he had the energy to do so, but he didn't. His eyes closed, and whatever tension was left in his shoulders left him. For a moment, he saw a light and heard voices talking far away. He wanted to walk into that light, but 2 voices from within bid him to return, telling him that his time wasn't here. He still had many great things yet to do. A woman's voice. Mom. She told him to be strong, to fight. Don't give in and he'd survive. He felt the warmth of a hand on his face, though he saw nobody, and a simple kiss on the cheek. His eyes began to open. He felt that hand on his cheek again, but it wasn't his mother. No, it was a girl his age. She was sitting behind him, holding him up. There was a crackling sound as the fire popped. 2 figures walked over and knelt down. "Here, take this." A spoon stirred around in a simple bowl, cracked and slightly dirty, but still good enough to hold food. The meal wasn't much, and it wasn't seasoned at all. It was nothing more than stale bread soaked in milk and warmed over a fire. As simple as the meal was, the taste was as if it were the best thing he had ever eaten. Tears rolled down his cheeks with every bite. One of the boys spoke after a long pause to state a terrifying fact. "We're out of food. What do we do?" A longer pause. "We get more food," the third voice said. "It's not hard. There are a lot of people in the city. They're not all starving, so that means that they have a lot of it. So let's just go get it. We don't have any money though," the girl spoke. "So what?" the boy retorted. "We steal it." The girl was appalled. "But stealing is wrong." The boy scoffed. "Killing is wrong. Our parents were killed because of fighting, and we're in this position now because of it. A lot of things are wrong, but you know what's wronger? Letting him die because he didn't have food." The other boy agreed. "We'll only take what we need. I'm sure they can share." "Okay. If it's to save our new friend's life, I say we take some food." Nagato assumed that this is what they did. He was once again eating, so maybe they stole the food. Between bouts of sleep and bouts of eating, Nagato's strength was returning to him. Eventually, his eyes opened enough to see. When that happened, the 3 gathered around to look. There was a boy wearing goggles, and a boy with a massive smile. There was also a girl there with the calmest smile and an origami rose in her hair. "He's awake!" the blonde boy shouted in happiness. The lavender-haired girl gasped. "Look at his eyes. They're so pretty." They then spoke to him. "Perhaps we should introduce ourselves," the orange-haired boy said. "My name is Yahiko." He then pointed to the blonde boy who was still beaming a smile. "That's Naruto." And then he pointed over to the lavender-haired girl. "And that's Conan." He looked back at Nagato and spoke out. "Who are you?" Nagato's mouth opened as he attempted to speak, but no words came out. Conan smiled. "It's okay. Don't force yourself. We can wait." They continued to feed him and nurse him back to health with whatever they could get a hold of, and the tender care of 3 friends who had decided to adopt a new little brother. Thankfully, he was eventually strong enough to eat solid foods on his own and even hold himself up. It was then that he introduced himself as Nagato Uzumaki. "Hey, that's my clan's name too," Naruto shouted out in his ever boisterous nature. Nagato was surprised at first, but then he smiled. Yahiko looked back. "I guess that makes you 2 real family." Naruto looked at him. "We're all family now." Nagato continued to watch. It was then that Nagato realized that Naruto, and possibly even Yahiko and Conan, had been sacrificing meals just to get him back to health. This brought tears to the boy's eyes. Naruto looked back. Uh-oh, he sprung a leak. Nagato profusely thanked Naruto over and over again. Naruto would just hug onto him. "It's what friends are for." "But we didn't even know each other when you saved me. How are we friends?" Naruto laughed. "Because everyone's just a friend you haven't met yet. And now we've met, and I think it was worth it." This sent Nagato back into a fit of tears. More and more, Nagato continued to eat and regain his strength. Eventually, he was even capable of standing and walking again. More importantly, he was capable of running, which is what they had to do quite often to keep feeding themselves. Eventually, though, the 4 of them realized that things would need to change. They would need to get work in any way that they could. They couldn't just steal forever. Eventually, they would get caught. And in this era, there was no law, and as such, justice was something that someone took for themselves. Having seen no mercy thus far, they knew that should they get captured, it would lead to their likely demise. After all, nobody cared about unproductive children. They were considered parasites.
but for the time being they enjoyed their meals as they valiantly faced the world and attempted to deal with the cards they were dealt. As they ate, they spoke. "Where did you come from, Nagato?" He looked up. "I came from the outskirts." Conan smiled. "What was your life like before this?" Nagato thought about it. "My dad was a doctor and my mom was a nurse. They both wanted to help people and make them better when they were hurt. When the fighting began, they worked really hard to heal people who'd been hurt, no matter what side they were on." Naruto nodded. "Your parents were really nice." Nagato continued. "One night, the fighting continued, and we were hiding in the dark when ninja broke into our house." Yahiko held up his hand. "It's okay, Nagato. We don't need to drag up bad memories. Let's just remember the good stuff for now. My father was a salesman, a grocer. That's why I know how to steal well from vendors." Conan then spoke. "My dad was a farmer. I think he worked with Yahiko's dad. I guess that's why he was able to find me easily." They all looked to Naruto, the enigma of the group. He looked around. "Huh, me? Oh, I was always an orphan. I never knew my parents. I guess nobody wanted me." The collective mood of the group suddenly lowered, and Naruto sensed it. It didn't really affect him any though, so why should they care? He smiled. "Just like Yahiko didn't want you, Nagato. He was like, 'We can't feed him, let's just leave him.'" Naruto laughed. Yahiko punched him in the arm. "Don't say things like that, Naruto." Naruto just laughed harder. Yahiko looked back. Nagato smiled. Yahiko sighed and leaned back, reclining against the wall of the cave they called home. "Still, war sucks. It's because of all their fighting that we're even in this mess. We could all have been happy and with our parents. Well, I mean, almost all of us. Naruto would be no different. Sorry, Naruto." Naruto waved it off. Yahiko continued. "I hate war." He looked out the mouth of the cave at the sun as it set on the horizon. "One day, I'm gonna get enough power. Either physical or political, I'm going to stop all wars." Nagato looked out of the cave towards the sunset and smiled. That was a dream worth having. That night, all 4 of the orphans curled up together to sleep, sharing body heat by the dwindling fire to stave off the cold. Surely they had nothing, but what they did have they shared, and each did their part. The bonds of brotherhood made every crumb feel like a full feast, and though they had no beds or blankets, they still cuddled. As hellish as their lives were, they each were the silver lining to the other's dark clouds. That made their lives bearable, and they would fight so hard to feed each other, and the conviction of friendship made them even more effective, to the point where the 4 of them gained a little bit of a reputation among the villagers. Some people would leave out old food for them, others would chase them off, but the fact that they all survived was a feat that they could only owe to God and the bonds of a second family that he had blessed them with. And once more, they had to be taught a hard truth about the world, as if they hadn't been taught it already. The Leaf were attacking Ame, and this led to a massive battle between the two. It was at this point that the legendary leader of Ame, Hanzo of the Salamander, actually took the stage and stole the show. The ones who would later become known as Sannin and sages in their own rights were facing off against Hanzo. It was during this time that the orphan's puppy, Chibi, was fatally wounded and died. This weighed heavily on their hearts. That night, as they slept, the ground felt extraordinarily hard. The 4 would later find themselves following these 3 Leaf Ninja. They sort of stalked the Sannin a ways until the 3 came to a rest. Orochimaru kept guard, looking out from the cave that they were hiding in, all while Tsunade rested. Jiraiya was busy getting something to eat. The Konoha nin seemed slightly calm by this point. Cautious, but calm. The kids watched on when suddenly the 3 tensed up. "We're being watched. 3 targets. No, 4, Orochimaru spoke. He drew his kunai, ready to strike them down. Jiraiya stopped him. "No, they're just kids." Orochimaru looked back at his comrade. His face was questioning, either asking, "Are you sure?" or "Does that matter?" Tsunade cut through the silence by demanding that they come out of hiding. Yahiko, the leader of the group, steps out first. "Give us some food," he said bluntly. "Where are your parents?" Jiraiya asked him. Yahiko stood silent for a moment. "They're dead. They were killed in the war." Jiraiya was silent for a moment longer. He held out his hand, offering up his rations to them. The 3 others appeared from behind the shadows and ran up to Jiraiya to take the crackers. This wasn't really about food though. They could steal food at any time. But what this had really been about was a not so elaborate plan to see if these shinobi were kind enough. That's why Yahiko was the first and only to make his appearance until it could be verified that there was no threat. Life had taught these kids about duty to your friends, sacrifice, sharing, and teamwork. But saddest of all, it taught the children that you could never trust anyone. And as it seemed, these 3 passed. They sort of hung out with the shinobi for a time, but eventually the extra company grew uncomfortable, so the 3 decided to prepare to leave. However, as they left through the rain, the pitter-patter of 8 tiny feet behind them could be heard. Tsunade, ever the one to grow irritated first, turned around and demanded to know why they were following them. More food? They were fresh out, so what did they hope to gain from it? Jiraiya held out his hand to stop her. His mind was open and his empathy was clear.
He pointed to the little lavender-haired girl who bore in her hands a single rose made of origami paper. She presented it to Tsunade. "Thank you so much for before." It was then that the blunt Yahiko spoke up. "You're Konoha-nin, aren't you?" The statement startled the Sannin, and in return Orochimaru stepped forward. "Shall I kill them?" That statement sent a shiver down each of the children's spines. Jiraiya held out his hand again, demanding that Orochimaru stop. He relented. He told him and Tsunade to go on ahead, and that he would stay behind with the children. This surprised his group, but they accepted. This was the beginning of something beautiful. A new friendship. A mentorship. A man who was more than a teacher. A man who was like a father to them. That made them feel like a real family. And though they lost their puppy, they gained something new. Something that would change their lives forever. Jiraiya found them a little place to live, a home that they did up to their liking. He many times would teach them new skills. Yahiko so desperately wanted to learn ninjutsu, but Jiraiya was of the mind that they should remain peaceful. He didn't want to teach them any of these skills only for them to be swept up in the wars and killed. He didn't wish to have to face them in battle one day and possibly kill them. So he told them that the most important skill for any shinobi was to learn how to take care of themselves, how to feed themselves, and how to stay safe behind enemy lines. And to that end, he taught them how to fish, how to hunt, how to cook and look after themselves. On top of that, he taught them a unique trick, a security system of sorts. He set up 5 cards and explained to them all while wearing a frog suit. His students were also wearing frog suits. Konan seemed less than happy with it, Yahiko didn't really care, Nagato was content, willing to learn no matter what he was wearing, captivated by every word Jiraiya spoke, and Naruto seemed to enjoy the frog suit more than the lesson. But anyway, Jiraiya taught them that when they were home, they should flip the card around to show it, and when they were gone, they should turn the cards around to let the others know, so that if anyone came into the house and began messing around and the cards weren't turned around, then they should assume it's a break-in and be ready to run. The 4 of them were provided beds to sleep on. It had been so long since any of them had slept in beds, under covers with pillows. Despite the fact that they no longer needed to, these 4 slept in the same room together. They were stuck like glue, and Jiraiya found it endearing. In the darkness, as the light from the moon shined in, the 4 laid in bed. "Mr. Jiraiya's really nice, isn't he?" Nagato said. Naruto looked over. "Yeah, I've never seen anyone so nice before. Is this what it feels like to be in a big family?" Yahiko looked over at them. "Yeah, but I wish you would finally teach us ninjutsu. I already know this stuff." Konan was already half asleep. Nagato spoke in reply to Yahiko. "Mr. Jiraiya said that it's important for shinobi to take care of themselves. This is probably the basics before he actually teaches us." Yahiko sighed. "I hope so." They continued to sleep. The day after, they ventured into town to find more food. It was there that they became separated from Jiraiya. To their horror, they were found by an Iwanin. The Iwanin attacked them. They attempted to defend themselves, but what could they do? They were just children against a fully trained ninja, a chunin likely. But Naruto did give up. When the Iwanin came for Konan, he jumped in the way and took the strike to his head and was knocked into a building with enough force to break the siding. Naruto would see the blood dripping from Naruto's head and scream out at the chunin. The Iwanin at first didn't understand, but then his face showed something different. His body swelled for a moment before suddenly bursting into a rainstorm of blood and guts. Konan screamed in terror as the event took place. Jiraiya ran as fast as he could to get to them. He saw the scene, the blood, Konan on the ground with Yahiko by her side, and Naruto still slumped against the wall. Jiraiya ran to Nagato and knelt down. "What happened?" Nagato just looked on and could barely formulate words. I killed him. I killed that man, the ninja." Jiraiya ran to Konan and looked to her. "Is she okay?" he asked Yahiko. Yahiko nodded. "Yeah, she's just scared." He nodded and moved to Naruto. He pulled Naruto from the siding and held him. "Naruto! Naruto! Are you okay?" There was a pulse, but he was unconscious and blood was dripping from his brow. He lifted him up. "We should go home." Yahiko helped Konan and together they all went home. They waited outside as Jiraiya tended to Naruto in the kid's room. Thankfully, it just seemed to be a minor concussion and he elected to allow him to rest. He cleaned the blood from his face and wrapped his head up. All the while, outside, Nagato sat there. Konan had a 1,000-yard stare as she looked into the ground. Yahiko was sitting by her. Nagato looked at her. "Konan, are you okay?" Her eyes cut to him, and she slowly started to cry again as she hid her face in Yahiko's shoulder. Nagato's eyes began to run with tears as he realized he had mentally scarred her. He stood and walked out, flipping his car around, stepping out into the night. Once Jiraiya was finished, he stepped out and looked around. "Where's Nagato?" Yahiko, still comforting Konan, spoke. "He left. I don't know where he went." Jiraiya saw the card. "Didn't you try stopping him?" Yahiko looked up. "I was too scared to." Jiraiya looked down at the children and then stepped out as well. He jumped through the trees from limb to limb. "Nagato!" he called out. He would stop when he saw a little river flowing calmly across a bed of rocks. On the shore near it was the boy with the cherry-colored hair. Jiraiya hopped down behind him and saw the boy curled into a ball, just sitting there. Jiraiya stepped closer. "Nagato?" The closer he came, the more he heard it. Sniffling. The sound of muffled tears. He walked over and knelt down. "Nagato, are you okay?" Nagato shook his head. "Konan and Yahiko won't talk to me anymore." He looked up as tears dripped from the Rinnegan. "It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill him." Jiraiya nodded. "I know. The guilt isn't on you. He attacked you first, and you defended your friends. That is not evil, Nagato. It's not wrong." Nagato shook his head. "No, I killed him by accident. I didn't mean to do that to him. It all just happened. What if I accidentally do it to Konan, Yahiko, or Naruto?" Jiraiya looked down at him. Nagato continued. "What if I do it to you?" Jiraiya shook his head. "You won't. Those were special circumstances." He looked into the boy's eyes. "These are your powers, Nagato." Nagato hit his face again. "I wish they weren't. I wish I didn't have them anymore. I don't care if I lose them, just so long as I get to stay friends with the others." Jiraiya pulled him into a hug. "Nagato, if you're scared of your powers, then you need to control them. I'll help. Your powers are a good thing. You can do so much with them. Change the world." Nagato looked up again and listened. "You're meant for more than this. You have so many great things to do. I'll tell you something. I finally realized it. You possess the Rinnegan." "The what?" Nagato asked. Jiraiya smiled. "The Rinnegan. It's known to be the greatest of all dojutsu, and it was the particular dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths. Only one other before you and after the Sage possessed the Rinnegan. It leads me to believe that you are the third incarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. That means that if you wish to bring peace, you can. I'll protect you. I won't let you end up in a situation like that again. Not unprepared. I'll teach you and your friends to use ninjutsu." He would walk back with Nagato in his arms and enter the house. He then flipped Nagato's card around to signify that the boy was returned to them. He sat him down. Nagato hid his face from the others. It didn't take long though. A family is a family no matter what. Slowly, Konan crawled over to snuggle up to him. Yahiko wasn't far behind. In this way, their embrace of him told Nagato that everything would be okay. They wouldn't abandon him. They wouldn't let him lose his second family. As Konan hugged him, she spoke. "Thank you for protecting me." Jiraiya watched on and informed them of his desire to finally teach them ninjutsu. This very much excited Yahiko. He told them to sleep well and that in the morning he'd proceed to teach them, and that is exactly what he did. And when Naruto was well enough to join in, he did too. It was also during this time that Jiraiya noticed it for the first time. "The Nine Tails," he asked himself in surprise. He had known that the tailed beasts had been bartered away by Hashirama Senju in the past, but he hadn't realized that he bartered away the Nine Tails. Or had he? Jiraiya thought he had it sealed into Mito Uzumaki. He proceeded to ask Naruto about it, who explained that he was indeed an Uzumaki, despite the fact that he possessed blonde hair. Jiraiya wondered how he had gotten out here with it, to which no answer was given. He knew that as a Konoha nin, it was his duty to bring Naruto back to Konoha and restore the Nine Tails to his village. However, the longer he thought about it, the more he came to realize his duties stood above Konoha only. He had been informed in the past by the Toad Sages that Jiraiya would one day come to mentor a child of prophecy, one who would reunite all 9 beasts. Jiraiya believed that Nagato was indeed the child of prophecy, and Naruto's appearance near him caused him to wonder if it were possible. So he began teaching Naruto to harness his Nine Tails powers. However, this was easier said than done. Naruto wasn't very skilled with jutsu, not when compared to Nagato, who picked up every jutsu he was ever shown after only ever seeing it once. But Jiraiya didn't give up. He taught them everything he could, including the Rasengan. Each one he had mastered it during their training. It was a difficult jutsu to learn, but was integral to passing his own list of tests before he felt they were ready to forge out on their own. He knew that if they mastered the Rasengan, it meant that they had control over their chakra to a fine enough point that they could potentially master any jutsu. And so each one he taught. Once more, Nagato was the first to master it, although he failed quite a few times. This was followed by Konan and Yahiko, and finally Naruto. Once Naruto mastered this, he also taught him how to make use of his version 1 cloak. He later attempted to teach Naruto how to use version 2, but such a technique was so taxing on him mentally that he was unable to do it. And so he believed that version 1 would be good for the time being until he could properly manage his emotions. Jiraiya had given him the starting tools, the same as he had with the other orphans. He remained with them for approximately 3 years, and at the end of those years, he stood before them. "I've taught you all I know. I've given you every tool required to become shinobi, and even taught you one of my most prized and difficult jutsu, the Rasengan. I believe you're ready for my final test. You have to defeat me in battle." Yahiko was shocked. "Defeat you, Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya smiled. "Well, not me exactly. Try this."
He created a shadow clone of himself. This clone possesses all of my skills and techniques. It possesses my strength, but its durability is... He looked to them. Deal enough damage to this and you will defeat it. If you defeat it, I feel like you're ready for the real world. The 4 students nod their heads. With a flicker of their bodies, they were all gone, including the clone. In the trees, they jump and chase after the clone, Naruto in his version 1 cloak, the others chasing after as well. Nagato keeps his eyes open, searching the area for any traps and keeping track of the Jiraiya clone. Naruto, careful, there's an explosive kunai on the next branch. Dodge it. Naruto hears and uses his fox-like claws to hop into the trees above, jumping from limb to limb while upside down. They continue to chase the clone until they land in a clearing. The clone of Jiraiya summons a clone of Gamabunta, which pulls its massive dagger and attempts to strike them. They narrowly dodge, all except Konan, who allows herself to be struck by the blade. As the blade makes contact though, her body splits apart into paper, proving to have always been a paper clone. And what's more, those pieces of paper she turned into are revealed to be paper bombs, which attach to the blade and destroy it. Gamabunta continues to use his water style until eventually he corners them. The clone of Jiraiya seems disappointed, but before he can say anything, from behind, Naruto rushes in with a Rasengan. He plants the orb into his master's back, causing an explosion. The Jiraiya clone lands and turns to a puff of smoke as the clone of Gamabunta does the same. It was revealed that they had only been targeting a clone of Naruto, and that the real one snuck up from behind. It was then that the real Jiraiya appeared. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. Honestly, deep in my heart, I'd hope you'd fail, because then it would mean that you'd still need me, but now I see. My presence is no longer needed. We'll always need you, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto called out. Jiraiya smiled. Maybe, but the point remains. A tree cannot grow in the shadow of another tree, and for a bird to truly be free, it must eventually leave its nest and fly on its own. You 4, I've seen you as my own children. I've loved you as my own and will continue to love you, but the time has come for you to fly. These 3 years have been some of the best of my life, and you've all inspired me. Nagato with your undying kindness, Yahiko with your undying determination, Konan with your undying creativity and intelligence, and Naruto with your undying enthusiasm. Surely you 4 have the makings of legendary shinobi, and one day I hope to be the one to write your story. You will make the world a better place. You can end war and bring hope and understanding to all hearts. Jiraiya stood there with them and decided that he would spend one final night with his pupils. The next day came and they all arose. They stepped outside to see Jiraiya off. In the distance, the light of the sun rose above the horizon as they tearfully wished their mentor goodbye. As they left, they returned inside and turned his cart around to say that he had left, but in hopes that one day he might return. They looked to each other and nodded. Having marked themselves as out, just as they had Jiraiya, each one hoped in their heart that all those cards might one day, once again, be turned to show that they were there. As they stepped out, Naruto took one last look at the interior and smiled before closing the door for the final time. He turned to the others. The sun was rising. It was daybreak. With hope in their hearts for a better future, they forged ahead into the unknown, into the sunrise, into the daybreak, into the Akatsuki. The rain continued to fall. The sun had gone down. Not that it made much of a difference, but all the same, it was nighttime. They were looking over a rather small village. Naruto in the trees, Yahiko on the ground. Konan was with those gathered within for protection and defense, and Nagato was on a rooftop. This poor, tiny village had been sacked over 3 times in 1 month. Being that Amagakure and the surrounding area were all flanked by shinobi nations, such a village had often been attacked itself by the Hidden Stone, who needed more resources to keep the war going. In fear, this tiny village reached out to buy help with its meager funds. Maybe it couldn't hire big-name elite shinobi, but they would take whatever they could get at this time. They were tired of their tiny village being the source of fighting. So many innocent men, women, and children had been killed or starved because they either resisted or didn't resist. An entire way of life was on the line, and those who could do something about it didn't. And so that's where they were now. That was the state of things. There was never a job too small for the Akatsuki. The smaller the village, the tougher the work and the less the reward. But someone had to defend the weak, and that was the MO of the Akatsuki. If they couldn't bring peace to a simple village caught between warring nations, how could they ever hope to save the world and bring peace? They kept guard. Word had come in that another raid was on its way, so our modest little group of heroes for hire simply waited, offering fortification and defense, preparing for what was to come. So far, they seemed like they were ready. Nagato kept his eyes on the horizon to see if any were coming. Konan was on the ground, and Yahiko would be the olive branch extended to the raiders. Naruto, though, he was what came when that olive branch was rejected. Paper bombs, shuriken, and crossbows, he had them all set up as traps around the village, connected by a massive fishing line that he held in his hand.
In the distance, he heard a distinct whistle that came from Nagato. This was the signal. He'd seen something, likely the oncoming threat. He got into position, ready to fight. Yahiko merely stood there, waiting. Suddenly, the men showed up. Yahiko stepped forward. Really? This is your 4th attempt in 3 days. Every time we've sent you and your crew packing. Why do you keep doing this, Kyusuke? The shinobi scoffed. We need food. They have food. It's simple, really. Yahiko shook his head. No, I'm talking about continuing to return and cause trouble even when we show up to defeat you. The shinobi remained silent, merely pulling out a weapon with which to strike back with. Yahiko sighed. Are you really going to force us to do this again? Kyusuke nodded. I will. Every day until I get what I want. Yahiko looked to Nagato, who would once more whistle. This time a different signal. Every projectile, every crossbow, every shuriken all converged on the location of the enemy as a smoke bomb activated below their feet and blurred their vision. The weapons went in. It wasn't even a close battle. They all hit the ground. As the smoke faded, the enemy was defeated. Yahiko came down to their side. None of the attacks were lethal, and that was thanks to his own design, but they were incapacitated. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? Why not leave the village alone? Kyusuke growled. Because we need the food. Yahiko raised a brow. You're going hungry. Kyusuke nodded. If you're gonna kill us, then do so now. Because if you don't, we'll keep coming back here every day until we get what we want. Yahiko smiled. Then I'll be here. I'll do this with you every day I have to in perpetuity. And when I defeat you then, I'll spare you, just as I'm doing now. They began to remove their various kunai and shuriken. He then handed them tools to properly care for their wounds. If you truly have nothing, then take this. Don't let yourselves get sick. Kyusuke took the first aid kit and looked up questionably, his heart unable to understand why this man was the way he was. How could one be so kind? How could one refuse to kill even though the threat would return endlessly? It made no sense to him. As if sensing what this man was thinking, Yahiko spoke. Peace is something achieved by peacefulness. War brings ruin and hatred is the enemy of peace. I will spread love through strength, and I will bring peace to the world by example. So if you must return every day, then at least heal your wounds before you try again. I don't want you dying for this. The group left. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and began to head back to the building where Conan and the citizens were holed up. He stepped in and sat down with a sigh of relief. Well, that should buy us at least one day. Naruto popped in as well. I guess it really is sad. They just want to eat, Naruto said. Yahiko looked up. Yeah, that's true, but they are attempting to steal it after all. Conan looked back. Were we so different? Yahiko couldn't retort as she made a good point. He merely reclined against the back of his chair. He looked to the villagers. Do you believe that we could spare some food for them? The villagers shook their head. As much as we would like to help those in need, we're barely capable of feeding ourselves. Maybe if they helped work the land. Yahiko thought about it. As much as they've attacked you, if they apologize and attempt to join the village, would you accept them? The village elder thought for a moment. Because of their actions, many of our citizens died. I do not know if we can safely let them into the village, even if they do help. Yahiko sighed. What a bother. He couldn't blame the villagers, but at the same time he could only barely blame the raiders. They had no food and were fighting to live. When society failed, humanity always reverted back to the laws in the wild, in which it was eat or be eaten, kill or be killed. And that's what was happening here. The 5 great shinobi nations were breaking down, and the people below them were suffering for it. As Yahiko rested for a few hours though, he was suddenly startled from his doze by the loud whistling of Nagato. Yahiko stood. What? Already? He stepped out of the village and into the opening as the village elders steered everyone towards their safe place. Yahiko walked out to meet them. Are you even in any condition to continue this? Yahiko asked. But to his surprise, Kyusuke spoke. No, we're not. We've reached a consensus. Your views of the world have inspired us. Please, forgive us for what we've done. We beg you. We also wish to bring peace to the world and leave our days of banditry behind. Yahiko was startled by this show of fealty. Please, let us join you. Your vision for the world is something we can all agree that's what we desire as well. We've lived our lives aimlessly, only serving ourselves and the unworthy. Please, let us work in service to your dream that we would like so desperately to see come to pass. Please. Naruto sees the display before him and questions it. What's going on here? Yahiko would go on to explain it to them all. Conan listens. She's slightly skeptical, but both Naruto and Nagato agree that this is worth considering. Yahiko looks to them. So, what do you say? Should we let them join? Slowly, Naruto raises a thumb up. Yahiko looks to Nagato, who also raises his thumb in approval. Yahiko finally looks to Conan. The decision's up to you, Conan. I won't approve of this unless the entire team is comfortable with it. If you have any reservations, now's the time. It's gotta be unanimous. Should we let them join? Conan sits there for a moment and thinks about it, and remembers how they too once stole to survive, and how they had also killed to live. She thought deeply on it before finally lifting her thumb up as well. Yahiko smiled and lifted his thumb finally. He turned back to the others and spoke. We'll let you join us, but only on the condition that you leave your lawless lives behind and spend all of your waking moments selflessly giving yourself for others. Each new member nodded and accepted these terms. This was enough to make Yahiko break out into the widest grin. The village would go to pay the group for a job well done, but Yahiko would raise his hand and refuse it. He would say that they acquired something far greater than money. As they left the village, Conan asked if it was the right thing to do. If we get a reputation of always working for free, then nobody will pay us. Yahiko would look to her as they ran into the twilight of the rising sun. We're not doing this for money though. Perhaps not, but we still require it to live, Nagato said. Yahiko looked over, and so did they. Naruto chimed in from behind. It's a good thing, guys. Those people have problems, and they have the money and resources to pick themselves up off the ground. And they now have the same kindness in their hearts as we do, meaning it'll likely be paid forward. Yahiko laughed as Naruto understood perfectly. As they ran into the sunrise, Yahiko spoke. Guys, we just lit the opening sparks. Soon the whole world will be on fire, and it'll be burning a passionate red, a fire of love. We still don't have a proper name, Nagato said. Yahiko thought about it. He looked to Conan for inspiration. She merely stated a fact. You are our leader, Yahiko. We'll follow you wherever you lead. Yahiko looked forward. Then I'll lead you into the new dawn, daybreak. We'll call ourselves the Akatsuki. In that way, we'll never lose track of who we are or what we desire. Continuing to run, they let off a collective huzzah and prepared to pave the way for their future. They became well known far and wide as both an incredible paramilitary force and as a humanitarian aid group. The war-torn lands of the world were grateful for their help. That being said, the Akatsuki didn't stay only in Ame, but they went where they were needed. And currently, the #1 place they needed to go was Kusagakure. Once there, they were taken in by the beauty of the village. Kusa was a beautiful place. Yahiko looked around though as he saw the wounded. It's sad. Kusa was actively trying to broker peace between Iwa and Konoha. It seems that their efforts fell through. The group made their way through the streets. They had been hired because something of incredible power had been taken. They made their way to the office of Zosui, the leader of Kusagakure. So, is this guy like the Kusakage? Naruto asked. Yahiko shrugged. Functionally, yes, but I don't actually recall if he calls himself that. They're led to the office and the door opens. There stands a man with short dark hair, a heavy build, sharp cheekbones, and a wide nose. He wastes no time getting to business, not even waiting for them to introduce themselves. Recently, we unearthed a relic of the ancient past. We had hidden it well, but Iwagakure found out about it and took it from us. The group that took the relic was led by General Nishikiyama. We sent a scout team after them. They should be about 15 clicks to the north. Find the commander and he'll fill you in on the mission. Get going. Yahiko had yet to lower his finger or even close his mouth from his attempt to talk. He slowly let out the breath he'd been holding in. Can you at least tell us what was taken from you? Anything at all? Zosui would turn back for only a moment. Didn't I tell you? The commander of the scout party I sent out will inform you of everything. Now go. Yahiko seemed less than thrilled to be talked at like this, but he held it in and turned to begin to leave. As they made their way out of the building, Naruto looked over at Yahiko. Do you plan to make Kusa pay for our help, Yahi? Yahiko scoffed. I'm gonna make them pay out their rears. They rushed off, making their way into the direction that they were commanded. Finding camp, there was a small scuffle as it was unsure if they were truly the mercs that had been hired or if were merely spies for Iwa. But after clearing things up with the paper presented to them, they were escorted to the tent of Commander Kiryu. The commander appeared stern, yet there was something soft in his eyes. We're here for more information in regards to the mission. The commander nodded. About 5 days ago, an object of immense worth was stolen from us. We recently uncovered an artifact from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Kokuraku no Hako. The Box of Ultimate Bliss? Naruto asked. The commander nodded. We had believed it to only be of legend, and when it appeared in our dig sites, we were astounded. Word reached Iwa, and they sent one of their generals to take it by force. Nagato then began to ask important questions. What does this box do? Commander Kiryu then began to explain. In antiquity, it was believed that whoever possessed the box and opened it would have whatever they desired granted to them. Any wish, any desire. You know that's hogwash, right? Conan said. Dreams don't just come true because you open a box. The commander shrugged. If you had told me 3 months ago that the Box of Ultimate Bliss existed, I would have said that was hogwash too. So you actually believe the story? Yahiko asked. I have no choice not to, the commander said. Even if it isn't true, it's still an important artifact from our past. And if it is true, then you don't want anyone having that. According to myth, Kusagakure nearly ruled the world with it about 1,000 years ago. So if it's true in any capacity, it cannot be left in Iwa's hands. In fact, don't tell Zosui, but I personally think the box should be destroyed. Nobody needs that thing if it's a real weapon. Yahiko nodded. Alright, duly noted. Where can we find them? In a fortress, just beyond Kanabi Bridge. Do be careful though. That's where the heaviest fighting is located. They all thanked him for his help and began to rush off in the direction of Kanabi Bridge. As they did so, they passed through intense fighting. They attempted to steer clear, but there were times that they'd be spotted and would be chased by Konoha and Iwanin alike, but they always managed to get away. Eventually, they made it to the bridge and stopped only when they heard the sound of 3 voices. They couldn't make it out as they walked over the bridge, so they stayed vigilant. As they moved through, the voices subsided, which could be either very good or very bad. As they walked, they stopped when Naruto called out to them. "What's this?" Nagato walked over towards Naruto and looked down off the side of the bridge. His face turned pale as his eyes widened. "Bomb! Bomb! Get off the bridge!" They turned and began to run towards the other side. Suddenly, before they could reach it, the explosives went off and the bridge began to collapse underneath them. They fell into the river below and were washed away. As they floated away, Yahiko could only remember the sound of water and the faint light of the sun shining down. His eyes opened up to see that he was beneath the waves. He quickly began to kick, swimming up to the surface where he took a deep breath. He wasn't alone though. He saw Konan under the waves as he came up, so he quickly dove back down and grabbed her hand. He swam upwards until they were both above water. Once they got to land, he pulled Konan a little further up. Yahiko sat there for a moment and tapped her cheeks, but there was no response. He listened to her chest only to hear nothing. He immediately felt panic. He took a deep breath and began to work. He angled her head up and began chest compressions. "Please, Konan, you gotta do it. You can't die. That's an order. Wake up." He continued to perform CPR. "Come on, wake up, wake up." Suddenly her eyes shot open and she vomited out water. She struggled to breathe. She sat there for a moment, just coughing and expelling water from her lungs. Tears dripped down her cheeks. Whether they were from fear or from strain, he didn't know, but he could just make it out despite the dripping of her hair. She took a deep breath and quivered as the breath let out in terror. She was crying out of fear. He pulled her into his embrace. "It's okay. It's okay. I got you. I got you." She pressed against him as he wrapped his arms around her. He shushed her like a loving parent would, all while keeping his eyes peeled. There were no signs of enemies nearby. Konan raised her head up once she had finally managed to regain her bearings. "Where's Nagato and Naruto?" Yahiko looked around. "No idea." Konan sat up. "You don't think that they..." Yahiko shook his head. "No, it would take a lot more than a little water to keep them down. They're probably just out looking for us. We shouldn't keep them waiting." Yahiko stood. "Let's make our way back to Kanami Bridge, or whatever's left of it." So Yahiko and Konan began their trek back. On their way, they found Nagato. Yahiko sighed in relief. "Ah, Nagato. You can't even begin to understand how happy I am to see you." Nagato would just walk over and embrace them both. Konan would look around. "Where's Naruto?" Nagato would look around. "I thought he was with you. What, did he never surface?" Yahiko stood there silently for a moment. "What should we do?" Konan asked, looking to Yahiko. Nagato's eyes bore the same look in them. Yahiko then spoke. "We'll continue on with the mission. Naruto knows where we're going. I have faith that he survived, and he's likely already heading there like Nagato was. We'll continue the mission and meet up with him either during it or after it." The 3 of them nodded, and so they made their way to Kanami Bridge, where they stopped for a few minutes to look around and see if they could spot Naruto anywhere. But unfortunately, he was nowhere to be seen. "Shoot," Yahiko said. "Let's keep going. Maybe he's already at the fortress, or perhaps he went back to Kusa to meet up with us." Konan and Nagato's faces were both possessed by fear, and despite the optimism Yahiko was putting out, he too was terrified. But he had to have faith. They had a mission to accomplish, and they all knew the risks, and he had to maintain a level head to keep his other friends safe. So he led them on. Eventually, they found the fortress that Commander Kiryu had told them about. They began the process of recon. It was a large walled complex with a big building in the middle. "What do you see, Nagato?" they asked their compatriot. Nagato looked down upon the complex from the mountainside they were on. "Not much. There are some squads of Iwanin down there, but I can't see through walls or anything, so..." Yahiko looked to him. "Use your scouting technique." Nagato looked back and then to the sky. "But there's not a single cloud in the sky. If I suddenly make it rain, people will probably get suspicious." Yahiko nodded in understanding, but he looked back to him. "If Naruto's nearby, then you can use it to detect him." Nagato thought for a moment and nodded. Suddenly, as he weaved hand signs, it began to rain all across the area. As Nagato predicted, some of the shinobi thought it was strange that it would randomly start to rain, but unlike their prediction, these shinobi seemed to have been too preoccupied to care whether the sky had been overcast or not prior to this. Yahiko looked to Nagato. "Did you find him?" Nagato shook his head. "I don't detect Naruto anywhere within my range." Both Konan and Yahiko's hearts dropped. "He's dead. He drowned," a voice said in Yahiko's head. "He's gone." Yahiko shook his head to shut the voice up. "He must have just gone back to Kusa. A smart move. Let's continue the mission without him." "How will we get in?" Nagato asked. Konan then used her paper to form them wings like that of angels that they could use to hover down into the complex. They would ride the wind down and land on a building. From there, they climbed off the side and began to sneak about. "Where should we go?" Konan asked. Yahiko scoffed. "To the biggest building, of course. Do you think they'd put the box anywhere else?" They made their way to the building, avoiding the patrols. They would then enter. "So I assume we just grab the thing and run?" Nagato asked. Yahiko nodded. "Simple infiltration, collection, extraction." "Doesn't look simple," Conan pointed out. The box was massive. It bore the faces of what looked like lions on it. Suddenly, Nagato pointed. "Look, over there." They all looked to see Naruto lying on a table. They rushed over and unstrapped him. The 8 trigrams on his stomach was visible, signifying that they had tampered with it, likely drawing his chakra out. Conan lifted Naruto up and held his head as the others checked on him. "He has a pulse, and he seems to be healthy. He must just be low on chakra," Yahiko said. He looked to Nagato. "Do you have one of those ration pills?" Nagato fumbled around his many pockets until he pulled one out. Yahiko would produce a canister of water out of his own pocket. He would open Naruto's mouth and put the pill in, as well as pouring in some water. Conan leaned his head back, and a gentle rub to his throat caused him to swallow. They stood around him, hoping for some sign that he was okay. Eventually, Naruto's eyes opened slowly, and the team let off a collective sigh of relief. "Where am I?" he asked. "You're in Kanabi Fortress," Yahiko said. "Can you tell us what happened?" Naruto sat forward, capable of sitting up on his own. It's a little blurry, but after the bridge was blown, I hit the water hard, and I must have hit a rock because I was unconscious. The next thing I remember was laying on the shore as a bunch of voices gathered around. They lifted me up and began to drag me away. I woke up strapped here, and that guy, Nishikiyama, began to siphon my tailed beast chakra. He was putting it in the box." He was cut off as another voice spoke up. A man stepped in, his hair slicked back, with a devious smile on his face. "So I could have my dream fulfilled, and now you'll see it with your own 2 eyes. "Dream?" Conan asked. Nishikiyama smiled. "Of course. I'm about to become a god. My wish is to become an all-powerful, immortal dragon." Yahiko rushed over. Like hell, he began to weave hand signs and let loose a massive wave of water. Nishikiyama weaved his own hand signs, and suddenly the stone floor below them rose to dam off the water. The man laughed as he then forced the ground below him to lift up towards the ceiling like a massive pillar rising from the ground. Eventually, he pressed the rock through the ceiling. "Come on, we gotta follow him," Yahiko shouted. They rushed outside and began to climb up the building. They reached the top and got onto the roof. Once there, they witnessed Nishikiyama standing before the opened box. They rushed but couldn't get there soon enough. He looked into the box. "And now, that which I've desired since childhood will become reality. I'll ascend and become a dragon." He stepped into the box, and the box then closed. Suddenly, the box shook violently, and just then the door opened, and from within came out a massive beast, winged and feathered. Satori is what it had been called in ancient times, but now its name was lost. In a way, Nishikiyama's wish had been granted, but the box's wish had been granted as well. And from there, Nishikiyama flew around as the other shinobi of the fortress gazed upon him. Little did they know that he would be their end. He began to scoop them up and cast them into the box as well. Those that did not flee were cast into the box. The Akatsuki stood there in awe and terror at this beast. After a moment of gathering themselves, Yahiko shouted, "Attack!" They all ran towards their enemy. Yahiko formed a Rasengan as he looked back to Conan. "Figure out how to close that box. We'll keep it distracted." Yahiko, Nagato, and Naruto all rushed forward with their Rasengan and struck Nishikiyama. Despite the level of attack, it did nothing to damage him. As they fought, Conan also defended herself while reading the inscriptions on the side. It was ancient writing, but not too different. As she read, she understood. "We gotta put the beast back in." "Easier said than done," shouted Naruto. She entered the fray. As they continued to fight, it was becoming obvious that Nishikiyama had the upper hand. He pushed them all back. With each of his massive feet, he pinned Naruto and Yahiko down. He grabbed Conan and lifted her into the air, preparing to devour her. In a moment of terror, Nagato screamed out and subconsciously activated his Rinnegan, making use of the Diva Path to push it back. It tried to stand as Nagato lifted it into the air. Naruto, Yahiko, and Conan were all surprised by this. Nagato took a deep breath as Nishikiyama came at him again. He raised his hand and utilized Almighty Push to drive it back in the box. With this done, they quickly closed it. Nagato lowered to the ground and nearly passed out. They each caught him. "What was that?" Naruto asked. Yahiko shrugged. Conan spoke. "It was just like when we were kids. He managed to make use of his powers to protect us. He did it again." The fortress had been decimated by the attack, and no Iwanin were left to inhabit its walls. They would realize just how dangerous this box was, and so Nagato would make use of the Chibaku Tensei to lift it into the air and send it out into space, so that it could never be used as a weapon against mankind again. They would return to Zosui, who would refuse to pay them for not returning the box, but they were content knowing that they did the right thing. They would make their way back home, to Amagakure. They'd enter the base and take a load off to heal. It was then that they'd be approached by a man in a swirling mask. This man attempted to join their organization, but his methods stood against everything that Yahiko believed in, so he was sent away. "It seems our fame is spreading," Nagato said.
Yeah, for better or for worse, Yahiko would respond. They didn't truly know how bad it was though, as Hanzo of the Salamander, the shinobi they looked up to the most, was approached by Danzo Shimura of Konoha, who told him that the Akatsuki were against him, and Danzo was certain that he could prove it to them. All he needed was a little time. You see, that's the tragedy of the situation. War isn't just something you can stop with words, not always. It's why the old adage exists in the first place. If you want peace, prepare for war. Because for every person out there who wishes for peace, there is a person lusting for war. And such people are angry, violent, and aggressive. They'll do anything in their power to provoke such a war. While our hopes as peace lovers is to rise above this isn't always possible, and there are some people you just can't live with. This is the importance of a peaceful nation possessing a military. You can control your own actions, but you can't control others. And when wars inevitably do come, you must be ready to defend yourself. Soldiers in the civilized world are not agents of chaos, no, quite the opposite. They're agents of peace who take up their weapon and get their hands dirty so that peace may resume as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. And this hard lesson is one that the Akatsuki are about to find out for themselves. Word reaches the Akatsuki that the Hidden Stone are attacking villages outside of Ame, and so they immediately load up and begin to rush off to protect that village. There, they hope to foster peace, going so far as to tell the vengeful villagers to drop their weapons. They go off to speak with Iwa's shinobi, but instead they are attacked. It's here that Yahiko accidentally kills his first human. That hits him hard, but the fear building in Nagato hits him hard as well. It's then that, as he summons the ghetto statue to wipe out the enemy, that Yahiko tackles Nagato and brings him back to his senses. This was all but a ploy though, and a frame job, as Danzo uses this to prove that the Akatsuki have turned against Hanzo, and so Hanzo begins to work in collaboration with Danzo in destroying the organization. All the while, Yahiko, feeling the guilt of his first kill, hopes to pass the position of leader off to Nagato, the only one he feels is capable of actually bringing about the peace they desire. It's then that Danzo appears, pretending to be an emissary of Hanzo, wishing to offer an invitation to Yahiko and Nagato. They go alone to speak with Hanzo, only for it to be revealed that it's a trap. It's then that the rest of the Akatsuki discover this fact. They inform Naruto. He looks at the message and feels his heart drop. "Crap, get all the men together," he shouts. "We gotta get to Hanzo before Nagato and Yahiko." And so Naruto and his forces rush out. But before they can reach the others, they're stopped by Tobi and Zetsu, who attack them. Naruto leads the forces against those of the white Zetsu, while Kyusuke and Daibutsu rush forward to do battle with Tobi. As they fight though, Kyusuke is killed and Daibutsu perishes. Tobi rises into the air and Naruto's eyes go wide. "Retreat! Get back!" Suddenly, from above rains down a hailstorm of wood-release spikes. Naruto and his forces are running. Suddenly, Kie, another member of the Akatsuki, jumps to cover Naruto. The spike hits Kie and passes through him, further impaling Naruto and knocking him to the ground. Naruto just lays there. It's at this time that in the distance, Nagato finds Yahiko on the end of his own blade, and it's then that their world changes forever. Nagato saw Yahiko on the end of his blade and was astonished. What had happened? Why was he dying? Why was Yahiko dying? He hadn't had the time to process it. Despite his Rinnegan being capable of witnessing even the quickest of movements as if time had slowed down, he simply could not process what had just happened. Maybe he just couldn't bring himself to believe that this was happening. His head on Nagato's shoulder, Yahiko let off a weak smile. "Thank you for helping me with my dream. I pass it to you, Nagato." And with that, Yahiko fell. Nagato was in shock. He didn't understand what had happened. As he looked at the body, he found it truly unbelievable. But suddenly, the truth snapped back to him, and he recognized what had just happened. And with that horrible truth revealed, his very mind shattered. With a cry, his Rinnegan activated. From below, the ghetto statue arose to heed the call of its master, all while Konan watched on in horror. "Nagato!" Naruto was laying there on the ground, his body covered by one of his men. He felt the hole in his stomach and the warmth of his blood leaking from within. His eyes began to close. A light opened to him, and he thought of passing through that light. On the other side, he heard indistinct chattering, voices and laughter of people of all kinds. He heard the wind and the sound of birds chirping. It sounded like the most peaceful world he could ever dream about. He smiled, bathed in its radiance. He tried to walk through, but was stopped. It was as if an invisible wall were blocking his path. He pressed up against it, but it didn't make way for him. He was confused. Suddenly, from within the light, he saw Yahiko. Naruto looked into the eyes of his friend. "Yahiko, you're dead too. I was too late." Yahiko shook his head. "No,
you're not too late. It may be over for me, but not for Nagato and not for Conan. I need you to hold on. Nagato's losing himself. He's scared, he's angry, and he's losing himself in his pain. I need you to hold on and remind him of who he is. Don't let him use my death as a reason to give up on the world." Naruto nodded. Yahiko hugged him. "Naruto, you're like a brother to me. We lived and died together for years. I'll always be grateful. You, Nagato, and Conan were each my own little slice of a peaceful world. When I lost faith, when I needed rest, I would merely look back at you three and remember why I was fighting. I love you all." Naruto returned the embrace tightly as tears rolled down his cheek. "I don't know what to do without you." Yahiko pat him on his back. "You'll figure it out. You always do." And with that, Naruto was pulled away from the light and back down to earth, where his eyes opened once more to see Conan. "Naruto!" she cried as she rolled the body off of him. She rolled Naruto over and saw his wound. She would use her paper to cover him in hopes of staunching the bleeding. "Conan," he whispered weakly. "I'm here," she said as she helped him up. She wrapped him around her shoulder and moved back to Nagato, who she had left slumped against a tree. She too put Nagato's arm around her shoulder, and with a loud grunt, just less than a cry, she lifted them up. Slowly but surely, she made it back to Ame proper, and to their base, where she laid them both down. She wheezed heavily, attempting to catch her breath. She needed to get to a doctor quickly. She knew that it wouldn't be long until Hanzo retaliated. Heck, he'd be on his way right now. But she didn't have time to worry about that. She went and found the most trusted doctor she could, one she knew was sympathetic to their now fractured cause. She brought him back to their base and left him to work on Nagato and Naruto. He began working on Naruto, who was the one bleeding the most currently. He managed to stop the bleeding and was glad to say that no internal organs were damaged. He then set upon working on Nagato, who he nearly called a lost cause. Nagato had a plethora of rods sticking out of his back. The doctor couldn't remove them as it might actually do more damage to him than leaving them in. He had so much of his chakras siphoned out that he was left looking like a skeleton wearing a thin layer of skin. His legs were heavily burned in an irreversible way. All the same, Nagato's eyes remained open. He was conscious, but was not reactive in any way. It seemed he was in shock. The doctor did what he could for him, but was honest. "He's not going to be able to live like this, not without some form of help. I doubt he'll ever walk on his own again. I can't help him." Conan looked to the doctor. "Hanzo's put out a hit on us. We need to get out of the village. Can you help?" The man nodded. "Go through the sewers. There's a secret tunnel. If you take it, it will lead you out of the village. You will need a boat to get to shore, and I can get you one, but I'll need to go ahead to prepare it. Can you get these two up?" Conan nodded. The doctor looked at Naruto, who at present was getting a blood transfusion. "As soon as that bag is empty, hit him with this." He gave her a syringe. "This should get him back on his feet quickly." Conan thanked him. The doctor shook his head. "Don't thank me yet. You're not out of the woods. Once Naruto's up, tell him to help you get Nagato into the sewers. Follow my plan." He gave her a map. "This should lead you out from here. Good luck." And then he left. Conan kept an eye out for shinobi. There was no doubt that Hanzo knew of their location by now. Special forces could be on them at any moment. She looked back at Naruto, who was nearly done with his transfusion. A proximity alarm goes off, and Conan hears it. "No time!" She goes to Naruto and hits him with the syringe to get him up. As the medicine takes effect, Naruto's eyes shoot open and he sits up. "We're under attack!" he shouts. Conan put her hand out to calm him. "Yes, but we can survive this. I just need you to help me." She looks out of the door and turns the lights off. She comes to Nagato and looks him over. She walks back to Naruto and takes his yet-to-be-empty IV and takes it off the rack before taping it to his chest. Naruto looks at it and then looks at the hole in his cloak to find the bandages covering his wound. He then follows her to Nagato. "Naruto, can you carry Nagato on your back?" Naruto looks at his friend, barely recognizable. "What happened to him?" "There's no time, Naruto. If you can carry him on your back, please do so." Naruto sighed and hauled him up onto his back with a grunt, twinges of pain radiating from his wounds. He ignored them and managed to get him up. "I'm ready." Conan nodded and took out a kunai and began to lead them on. They heard the sounds of paper bombs exploding as doors came crashing down. "They're already inside," she said as she changed directions. She pointed toward the hall behind Naruto. "That way! Go that way!" Naruto began to go as Conan began to paste paper bombs to the wall and camouflage them. "We need to slow them down." Naruto looked back as if waiting for her. Conan looked to him. "Don't stop! Keep going!" Naruto, without a peep, kept going down the hall. Conan finished laying her trap. She extended it so that those not killed in the blast would find the path inaccessible. "This should buy us some time," she said as she caught up with Naruto. She led him down the stairwell to the lowest floor, the basement. There were pipes lining the walls. She heard her trap go off, exploding. The building shook as concrete began to drop from the ceiling. Conan pulled Naruto back to keep him and Nagato from being struck by a rather large piece. "Pay attention," she said. She led them further through until they found 2 large metal doors on the ground. She opened them up to reveal a ladder. She helped Naruto get Nagato off his back. She held Nagato. She looked to Naruto. "Go down. I'll lower Nagato to you." Naruto began to step down the ladder. His feet landed in the water with a splash. It stank in there, but it was the smell of their final hope. Conan began to lower Nagato down with a rope. Naruto took his friend and put him on his back again. Conan too began to crawl down into the sewers. As she did, she closed the panels behind her to keep the entrance from being conspicuous. Coming down into the water, she pulled out a flashlight. She looked at her map. "Come on, we need to hurry. They could be on us at any time." They began to make their way deeper through the sewers. As they did, she kept an eye out and realized that nobody was after them yet. Considering the maze of corridors and tunnels that the sewers offered, she began to feel at this point that their chances of escape had increased exponentially. As they continued to walk, they came to the end of the pipe which led to the waters outside. There was a single boat waiting for them. The doctor they trusted waved them in. Conan jumped down into it as Naruto lowered Nagato to her. She took him and moved inside so Naruto could get in. As soon as everyone was in the boat, they began to take off. Naruto sat there, wincing in pain as it seems his wounds had reopened. He took the now empty IV bag and removed it from his veins before throwing it into the water. Conan looked at him. "Are you okay?" He looked at her and nodded. "I'll be fine, but tell me this, is Nagato okay?" Conan looked at her friend, who now seemed to be asleep. She pressed her fingers to his neck. "Yeah, he's asleep." Naruto sighed in relief. "What happened to you?" he asked her. She looks down at her feet. "We were going to meet with Hanzo, but it was a trap. He brought a multitude of shinobi with him and was prepared to kill us. He took me hostage and then demanded that Yahiko be killed by Nagato. Nagato didn't want to do it, but Yahiko killed himself to save me anyway. The loss awakened Nagato's Rinnegan, and he summoned that statue thing again. It attached to his back with rods, and he used it to effortlessly wipe out the shinobi holding me hostage. His legs were badly burned." Naruto rubbed his face as he sat forward. "Yahiko." Conan was silent. Naruto looked up. He edged closer to her. "You're okay, right? You're not hurt?" She shook her head. "Physically, no." He nodded solemnly. He rested his hand on her knee. "We'll get through this." She shook her head. "How? Yahiko's gone. He was our leader." Naruto thought about this for a moment. "Do you remember Chibi?" Conan's eyes lit up. She hadn't thought about their puppy for a long time. Naruto continued. "Remember when he was killed? We thought that was the end of the world. We thought we could never move on. Remember how Yahiko told us that night that Chibi lives on inside of us, and so long as we keep his memory alive, he will be alive?" Conan nodded. Naruto continued. "We have to do the same with Yahiko. We will remember. We will make it through this." Conan began to cry. Naruto hugged her. The boat came to a stop at the edge of the water. They got out and began to move. "We need to find a safe place to stay, someplace where we can help Nagato." The kind doctor who'd helped them escape spoke. "The closest village is Kusa. Just head north and you should make it, but I don't recommend walking on foot. Not with your friend like that. There's a trading post here. If you can manage to steal a horse and a cart, it should be easier." Naruto nodded. "Thank you." The kindly man smiled. "Just be careful." They began to move north until they found the trading post. Conan felt bad about stealing from the innocent, but it needed to be done to save a life. Surely this was understandable. Given that she was the only one not wounded, she decided to go in alone. It wasn't all that hard. There weren't many guards. The escape had to be quick though, as a horse and cart weren't silent. Once she was out, she loaded Naruto and Nagato up. As they went on their way, Naruto spoke. "We knew you were in trouble. We were coming to help you." Conan listened. "We know you were. We found the bodies. I'm sorry you couldn't save your team." Naruto shook his head. "We weren't attacked by Amenin." Conan seemed surprised. Even Nagato's eyes raised to listen to him. Naruto then spoke. "That man with the swirling mask we turned away from our organization? He was the one who attacked us." Conan was confused. "Wait, that Toby guy was the one who killed your team?" Naruto nodded. "Him and someone else. Some monstrous looking fellow, half black, half white, shaped like a Venus flytrap. They killed us, no problem. I mean, we didn't even have a chance. We couldn't even touch him. It was like he was intangible. Conan listened. I knew there was something wrong with him, Nagato growled. He and Hanzo, they're the reason Yahiko's dead. There was silence from that point on as they boiled on the situation. They eventually made it to Kusa, where they enlisted the help of other medical nin. Naruto was healing fine, but Nagato needed more extensive treatment, particularly for his legs, to ensure that no infection occurred. Nagato needed constant medical attention due to his wounds. This became debilitating for him after a while due to his inability to move freely, but he continued to experiment with the powers of his Rinnegan. Due to the unexpected abilities he'd displayed, he began to test the limits of his power and began to discover other ways to help himself. He asked that Conan and Naruto retrieve the body of Yahiko, their dear friend. They managed to do so with a little bit of sneakery. Nagato attempted to use his Six Paths techniques to bring Yahiko back to life, but he found the strain of such a technique too great, and knew that it would ultimately kill him if he forced it. That was something he was willing to do, but Naruto and Conan begged him not to. Despite this, he could partially resurrect Nagato using his Six Paths technique, although there was no soul within. An empty shell that was only barely considered to be alive due to the Six Paths techniques he used. He would learn that, with his chakra, he could control this body as if it were his own. He spread his soul between the two. In this way, he could regain mobility while utilizing Yahiko's body. At first, Naruto was a little upset, feeling as if Nagato was using Yahiko's body in a disrespectful manner, but eventually he came to understand his true feelings. This was Nagato's way of keeping him alive. The dream had been passed to Nagato, and Nagato explained that with his Six Paths technique, he could then use Yahiko's body to complete that plan. The issue with this, however, was that Nagato could not control it over long distances. Eventually, the body would no longer be able to be controlled once it left a certain area. But the more he experimented, the better he grew, until eventually he could utilize the Ashura path to create something for him that would allow him to be mobile even if his body didn't want to be moved. And due to this, they could continue on their way. During this time, in Kusa, they met two people, both of whom had come to know Jiraiya. One was a farmer, the living version of the Preta path, and the other was a priest, the living version of the Naraka path. Hoping to create the next generation of Akatsuki with which to take down Hanzo, they recruited these men. Nagato, Naruto, and Conan continued on their journeys. They ended up traveling to Takigakure, where they stayed for a while. These nomads would eventually discover a man, the living version of the human path, who believed in peace, but also believed that the best thing they could do was to teach people how to survive war until peace came. Nagato and this shinobi oftentimes sparred mentally, letting their philosophies on peace clash. In the end, Nagato's own belief on peace began to shift, believing that the only way peace could be attained was by forcing war. Make those who would kill too scared to initiate another war by forcing them to endure pain from the last. Explaining their goals and what they had done and what they planned to do, this shinobi gave up his post to follow Nagato and his new Akatsuki. As they continued to travel, however, they came upon a certain village, and while there, Nagato witnessed a man with puppets, the living Ashura path. He was good with puppets. His combat skills with puppets were almost without peer, but he was a kind-hearted man who also used his puppets for entertainment. On many occasions, this man could be seen making children smile with his puppets, something that brought a smile to Nagato's face. He would approach this man, hoping that he would become the next member of the Akatsuki. He approached him under the guise of needing to learn puppetry. The man would witness the clunky machine Nagato was using and stated that he believed it to be too slow and energy consuming. So he built for Nagato a puppet that would carry him. It wasn't too fancy, but it was compact enough to be of lighter weight as well as strong enough to carry everything he needed to stay relatively healthy within the main compartment. He taught him how to control it with his chakra, something that further helped Nagato extend the distance of use he could use with his Diva path by incorporating some of the techniques this man possessed, including the concept of chakra rods. He invited this man to follow him, telling him that if he did, he would eventually lead the world to peace. So the traveling puppeteer began to follow them too. Naruto and Conan began to feel a bit of kinship between these new members. As they moved on happily towards, passing through the land of fire, however, they're attacked by a band of thieves. These thieves are led by a Fuma clan member with a rather large scar on his forehead, the first animal path while he was still alive. He's swiftly defeated. He's revealed to have been quite a broken man. His actions during the Great War have left him broken with nothing. He almost seems to beg Nagato to kill him, but Nagato refuses, saying that he has understood pain, and tells him that he should join him and give up his life for something bigger than either of them. This man immediately agrees. From here, Nagato makes his way to Kirigakure. It's a land that reminds him of Ame a bit, and so he decides to set up shop there, taking particular missions to help sustain themselves. They become well known within Amagakure, however, and this becomes a threat to Kiri, who are now losing their work and funding to the Akatsuki, who seem to be capable of doing their missions faster and more efficiently than the standard shinobi of Kiri. This gets them on Yagura's bad side. Yagura would eventually send his 7 ninja swordsmen after them. The most elite shinobi in all of Kiri were dispatched to take down the Akatsuki, and to their credit, they actually do quite well. They managed to kill most of the Akatsuki save the 3 core members and the Diva Path. However, the tide turns in Nagato's favor when he resurrects the dead Akatsuki members to become his 6 paths of pain. Most of the 7 ninja swordsmen were wounded and fled, all save Zabuza Momochi, who was captured by Nagato. It's revealed that Yagura had been acting strangely during this time as Mizukage, and that Zabuza was just about fed up with it. Seeing the same kind of corruption in Kiri as he did in Ame, Nagato decided that it was time that the Akatsuki stepped up and did something about it. He offered Zabuza one chance to redeem himself, stating that if he joined with the Akatsuki, they would overthrow Yagura and free his people. And in return, Zabuza would continue to serve the Akatsuki to make up for the members he'd killed. Zabuza agrees to this and begins to help Nagato form a resistance, even bringing Haku into the group. Naruto would seem a little nervous. Should we really be assisting a revolt? Don't we want to bring peace? Nagato would confront Naruto on this. We seek peace, yes, but there are many who don't want peace. Those who would stand in the way of peace need to be removed from the path. Yagura is one of those people. Naruto begins to shake his head. Nagato, I don't think this is what Yahiko would have wanted. Nagato sighs. Yahiko can't want anything anymore. Naruto shakes his head. No, Yahiko lives on inside of us. You're letting your pain eat away at you, and you're forgetting who you are, who you truly are. Nagato snaps at him. Don't try and tell me who I am. Naruto takes a step back, startled by this outburst. Nagato takes a couple deep inhalations to catch his breath. He lets off a cough. Don't try and tell me who I am. We tried it Yahiko's way and it got him killed. Naruto shook his head and looked down. What could he say? Nagato was right. Yahiko's idealistic way was so beautiful, but it had proven to be naive. Nagato was correct in saying that there were people who needed to be dealt with, people who didn't want peace. But he worried that Nagato was going too far. Together, they all made a plan. Their coup d'etat would consist of a single action, an assassination attempt. They would hit Yagura when he wasn't expecting it and attempt to assassinate him. Zabuza would explain his plan to the Akatsuki and to his own group of sympathizers. Yagura goes to this lake here to meditate. It helps him control and master his tailed beast. When he does this, he leaves most of his security detail behind, save a few. If we can get in, we can take him out. Nagato looked at the plan. With our forces, it shouldn't be too hard. Naruto looked at the plans. If we throw everything we have at him, we might actually be able to. If this is truly what you want to do, that is. Nagato ignored the last comment tacked onto Naruto's opinion. Then it's what we will do, he said. When's the next time this will occur? Zabuza looked over the schedule. It should happen at around noon tomorrow. And so they waited. Eventually the time came and the group set out to the lake. Nagato would head off to a secret location under the protection of Haku, while the rest of the group and the 6 paths moved on to the lake. The 6 paths of pain, along with Naruto, Zabuza, and the demon brothers kept to the trees, moving. Nagato, through the Diva Path, spoke to them. When we get there, we neutralize the guard detail by any means necessary, and then we make our way to Yagura. As they perched in the trees, they looked out over their quarry. Pain utilized his Rain Tiger at Will Jutsu, causing it to rain, allowing him to sense anyone within it. I have a mark on everyone's location. There are 3 guards to the west and 3 to the east. Yagura is already meditating on the surface of the lake. It's only a matter of time until they realize we're here. Go. And so the group systematically made their way around the lake, neutralizing the guards. They would then step out onto the lake's surface and begin to make their way closer to Yagura, who had his back turned. They had hoped that he wouldn't notice them, but deep down in their heart of hearts, they knew he was already aware of their presence. But at this point, it didn't matter. Even if he had a tailed beast, the 6 paths of pain, as well as Naruto and Konan, aided by Zabuza and the demon brothers, that made up a total of 11 shinobi, meaning that Yagura was horribly outnumbered. Yagura would sigh. I had hoped it wasn't true. He stands. I guess the mole was correct. There is a coup in the works. He looks to Zabuza. It truly is a shame. I had hoped that you wouldn't be so stupid as to turn against me after everything I've done for you. Zabuza pulled out the executioner's blade. Yagura would stand there unfazed. You've yet to realize that this is a trap, haven't you? Suddenly, from under the water, the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist arose. Behind them, Hunter-nin appeared. They were surrounded. Naruto and Konan seemed to panic a little, though Pain stood resolute, eyes full of confidence, stature declaring to the world that none would defeat him. Bring the 7 ninja swordsmen, bring 10, bring 100. It makes no difference how many you bring. If I've decided you die, then you're dead, merely waiting to have your body picked up. Yagura laughed at this. You're too hilarious. It's sad that you have to die. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 7 ninja swordsmen, technically 6 right now due to Zabuza's defection, rush at the group. Naruto jumps back, seeing the group of Hunter-nin coming in from behind. He looked to Konan, who spoke. Protect Pain! Naruto and Konan rushed towards the shinobi with their weapons, working in tandem with the demon brothers who were rushing at them as well to defend Zabuza. All the while, Pain, his 6 paths, and Zabuza were left to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jinin Akabino rushed at Diva with his axe and hammer. Pain formed a chakra rod and caught the axe, but suddenly Jinin smashed the axe's blunt side with his hammer, shattering the rod. Diva dodged back and used his water release, exploding water colliding wave technique on Jinin to create distance. All the while, Raiga with his Kiba, both blades connected at the hilt, spun quickly and attacked Zabuza. Zabuza was at a disadvantage here. The Kiba blades were quick and agile, while his executioner's blade was large and harder to maneuver. This meant that Raiga had a speed advantage here. Raiga would admit how sad it is that Zabuza defected. Zabuza would mention that he had heard that Raiga himself was not content with the way the village worked, and asked him to join him instead. Raiga shook his head and said that he would not. He had to have a place to properly take care of Ranmaru, who was a disabled boy that Raiga had seemingly adopted. It was because of these similar feelings and attachments that Raiga and Zabuza had a mutual respect for each other. It was further because of this mutual respect that they refused to go easy on each other. To honor the other as the great warrior they would do their best to kill one another. Kushimaru Kuriarare was engaging the animal path with his blade Noibari. The blade possessed a wire at the end of it which threatened to sew the 6 paths together. This was a dangerous tool, as if used correctly, it could sew all of the paths together collectively, limiting their movement and making a kill shot on all of them at once as easy as cutting a leek. Animal Path summoned its Cerberus and its drill-beaked bird. Kushimaru would use his blade to pierce the bodies of both animals and sew them together, effectively taking them out of the battle. Animal Path rose from the surface of the water, utilizing the massive centipede in its arsenal. Fuguki Suikazan, with Samehada in his grasp, would attack the Predapath, swinging his blade. Honestly, Nagato believed these two to be evenly matched. After all, Samehada's power was to absorb the chakra of any it struck, which just so happened to be the same ability as the Predapath. As the two continued to battle, Jinpachi would attack the human path with his blade, Shibuki. The human path was not the strongest, and due to this, the moment it is attacked by Shibuki, it's covered in explosive tags and detonates. Konan looks back and sees this explosion and then taps Naruto's shoulder. I'm going back to the main party. Can you handle this? Naruto nods. Go! Konan rushes across the surface of the water toward the 7 ninja swordsmen. She would utilize her own paper bombs to form shuriken. Seeing Jinpachi, she would throw her tags towards him, which he would catch with his blade. Did you really think you would hit me? Konan smiled. No, because I wasn't aiming for you. Jinpachi is confused. Suddenly he realizes that the shuriken he caught are made of paper bombs. They all detonate at once, further setting off a chain reaction within the sword, causing it to detonate as well, killing Jinpachi. All the while, Narakapath is busy collecting the remains of the human path to feed to the King of Hell in hopes of reviving him. Konan is then attacked by Yagura himself. As Diva faces Jinin, he's pierced through the throat by a chakra rod. Diva grips the rod and with a quick jerk snaps his neck. Fuguki and the Predapath struggle against each other evenly. Before he can notice it, the Diva Path appears and stabs him through the heart with a chakra rod. Fuguki falls to his knees and then sinks below the waves. Zabuza falls to his knees as Raiga jumps back. Zabuza's body is covered in wounds and he's out of breath, and he knows he can't fall here. Raiga waits for his adversary to get up. All the while, Kushimaru is pushed back by a centipede. The animal path smiles. Suddenly, from below the waves, a large crab bearing Rinnegan eyes comes up, its claws gripping both Kushimaru and Raiga. Kushimaru attempts to stab through its claw, but it's heavily armored. It kills Kushimaru by severing him in two. It attempts to crush Raiga as well, in which it's mostly successful. But at the last moment, before he's severed in two, he manages to stab it with Kiba, sending massive amounts of electricity into the creature, driving it off. Raiga falls, fatally wounded. Zabuza would approach him. Raiga would cough.
Damn it, I got killed.
Zabuza nods. Raiga looks up.
Zabuza, if you survive this, promise me one thing. Promise me on your pride as a swordsman that you will take care of Ranmaru.
Zabuza nods.
I'll take care of him, I promise.
Raiga smiles, and with that, he takes his last breath. Zabuza lets him sink below the waves. He stands and grips the executioner's blade tightly. Yagata would slide back, away from Konan. He would realize that his 7 ninja swordsmen were dead. Weaklings. Fine, I'll do it myself. He then hunches over and enters his version 2 chakra cloak. Zabuza, Konan, and the 6 paths of pain converge on each other. From behind, the crustacean that had killed both Raiga and Kushimaru would approach Yagata, hoping to do to him the same thing. Suddenly, Yagata turns and with a roar fires a tailed beast ball strong enough to rip the massive crab to pieces. He would then rush forward and attack the group. Zabuza would swing the executioner's blade, which would make contact with the hide of Yagata, but upon colliding with the crimson shell, the blade snaps in two, leaving him open. Yagata turns to slash at Zabuza, but Divapath uses almighty push to blow Zabuza away from the battle to protect him. Konan stands there in awe. Nagato, how do we beat this thing? Pain looks at it. He's covered in a thick shell of chakra. We may be able to kill him if we manage to remove the shell in one place. He looks over. We'll utilize the Preta path to weaken the shell. Then we'll use the Ashura path to take advantage of the hole we create. We must hold it down. Together they rush the version 2 Yagata. Diva uses universal pull to drag Yagata to him. Ashura then rushes Yagata with a lariat to knock him away. In each hand of the Ashura path is a paper bomb, and in the middle of his lariat he attaches the 6 bombs to Yagata, meaning as soon as Yagata is done tumbling, he'll be engulfed in a fiery explosion. Yagata is left there, wounded. His shell took most of the brunt, but the concussive force seemed to break through the shell and actually hurt him, which is displayed by how much blood he coughs up. As he lays in the water, suddenly the Pretapath comes from underneath and grips him from behind. He begins to siphon his chakra, which causes the shell to slowly dissipate on his underbelly. As soon as enough of an opening was created, the Ashura path jumps into the air, forms a blade with his arm, and plunges it deep into Yagata's heart. Yagata coughs up blood as slowly his form leaves him, and in that moment, something in his eyes changes. Diva walks over along with Konan. Yagata looks into the sky. Am I free? Konan looks down with confusion. Free? Yagata smiles. I'm free from the swirling masked man's control. I'm free. He then passed away. Diva and Konan look at each other. Swirling masked man, she asks. Pain nods. It seems the root of this, Toby, go deeper than anticipated. He turns around and leaves. The battle is won and the coup is successful. Zabuza Momochi ends up becoming the new Mizukage and extends his thanks to the Akatsuki. He offers his village as a place where they can rebuild. They accept. However, Nagato tells them that it won't be like this for long. Soon, he plans to return to Ame and avenge Yahiko. And then he's going to turn his eyes towards the true enemy, the man in the swirling mask. Naruto threw his head over the balcony and vomited. He took a few quick labored breaths before doing it again. Konan came to him and put a hand on his back. Are you okay, Naruto? Naruto, face covered in sweat and tears, spoke. Nagato, how could he do that? The rain of Amegakure poured. The village had become a war zone. The hunter nin of Kirigakure, under the order of Mizukage Zabuza, had followed Nagato and the Akatsuki back to the village hidden in the rain. The forces of Ame were hit quick and hard, a decisive victory comparable only to Order 66. And that's what it felt like. This wasn't a war, it was a slaughter. Shooting fish in a barrel. Hanzo of the Salamander was the last to fall, and his death was gruesome. So much so that merely the thought of what Naruto had seen made him puke a third time. This isn't what Yahiko would want, Naruto cried. He felt lost. He felt like he had lost himself, and for the briefest of moments he sensed the so-called call of the void. His guilt had built up and he nearly considered throwing himself over the balcony. But Konan's gentle rub on his back had become a death grip on his cloak, as if she sensed the intent. Naruto reeled his emotions in. He stood and turned to face her, face twisted in tears like they had when he was but a child. I don't know him anymore, Naruto said in a voice crossed somewhere between a whisper and a squeak. I don't know Nagato anymore. That's not who my friend was. Nagato was the guy who cried after accidentally killing a shinobi while protecting us, and now he's killing people needlessly, cruelly, without any form of respect or reverence. Konan hugged him. I know, but he's still our friend. He's hurting. He's in pain. We need to be there for him. Naruto wrapped his arms around her tighter. But when he's hurting people, starting wars, I watched children die, children like we were. When is enough enough? When's it going too far? Nothing is too far, a voice came from the doorway. They both turned and saw the diva path standing there. Naruto raised his hand. How dare you use Yahiko's body to do the one thing Yahiko would never do? I held my tongue when you chose his body as your vessel, knowing that it was your own way of keeping him alive. But now you're defiling him, desecrating his body. The diva path stood there silently. Yahiko was naive. You say that with his lips, Naruto shouted at him, accusing finger pointing even harder. Konan gripped his arm and forced it to lower before stepping between him and Nagato. Naruto, don't. Diva stood there. This was the only path to peace, Naruto. This is the hard choice. To take a life so others may be preserved. Today, I'm a devil. Tomorrow, I will be a savior. When peace reigns and war is but a distant memory, they'll thank me. Naruto shook his head. No, taking a life will never be considered a victory. How can we be agents of peace if we're warmongers? Because I am looking at this from a four-dimensional angle. I see not only what is today, but tomorrow as well, and the day after. The lives I take, the world is better off without them. Naruto pointed out to the village. I watched 4 kids die out there on the battlefield, crying and screaming, begging for their lives. Was the world better off without them? Would it have been better off without us? Diva stepped out into the rain. I'm making the tough call, the hard choice for peace, and you should as well. If you cannot handle the toll of peace, then maybe you shouldn't walk this path with me. Naruto stood there, silent for a moment. Konan looked back. Stop it, Nagato. Naruto's having a hard time with this and he needs time to calm down. The diva path looked at her once before turning to leave. Konan stood there silently for a moment. She looked back. Don't take what he said to heart. I think he's in emotional turmoil right now as well, even if he doesn't show it. Naruto turned around and looked over the village. Maybe he's right though. Maybe I shouldn't be walking this path anymore. Konan was startled by this. Naruto, you can't mean that. He stood there silently and looked over the village. He looked down toward the streets and felt Konan's hand cross over his, her fingers interlocking with his. Don't go. He felt his heart rate spike a little. He would be a liar to say he never had a crush on Konan, but then again, it seemed like all of their little family did. Yahiko had once, and for a while it seemed she reciprocated. This was one of the reasons it was so tragic, especially for her when he was killed. She hid it well, but he had heard her crying at night. He would just sit in bed, back against the wall, listening to her on the other side crying over his death, shedding tears of his own. Not just because Yahiko was killed, but because of how badly she was in pain from it. Nagato, for a time, had also had a crush on her, though he never said anything. And now, it was a bit too late. His heart was an empty husk, incapable of feeling anything but pain. When Yahiko died, Nagato did as well. Only the shell remained. A shell with a new creature living in it, kept alive only by its namesake. I don't want to be alone, she said as she gripped her cheek against his shoulder. Naruto turned around and gripped her by the shoulders. Run away with me. She seemed startled by that. What? Naruto repeated it. Run away with me. Let's leave this behind. Chase our dreams, our own way. She shook her head. And leave behind Nagato? I can't do that. He's our friend, Naruto. We can't just leave him behind. Naruto looked at her. He's not the same Nagato he used to be. He's becoming dangerous, and I don't know if I can tolerate being subjected to what he's doing. I can't go through with it. Konan took his hand and clasped it in her own once again and pressed it to her cheek. Please, don't make me choose between my 2 friends. Naruto suddenly felt his heart roll over on him. Okay, fine. I won't leave, but I can't condone what Nagato's doing, and I can't go through with killing anymore. I'm staying for you. I'm staying for who Nagato used to be, okay? That's the only reason. She nodded and gave him a hug. Back inside the building, Nagato sat and planned. The next step was in finding Toby. What were his goals? His motivations? They took stock of everything they knew about him in an attempt to guess where he was located or what he would do next. It was then that they recalled his use of the Sharingan. It could be an implant, Konan stated. An implant he never has covered. Isn't that suicide? Naruto asked, mentioning the passive energy drain. Diva shook his head. No, I've seen him shut it off. That means he's Uchiha. Naruto looked at him. Uchiha? Diva nodded. He's Uchiha, and that means he likely has a connection with Konoha. I'd say that traveling there would be a good place to start. Naruto nodded, as did Konan. Together, Naruto and Konan made their way to Konoha alongside Pain. This was a recon mission, so under the cover of night, they launched the Animal Path in, who then used summoning to bring Naruto, Konan, and Diva into the village. The Animal Path then found a place to hide. He would be their quick exit if they ever needed to make a getaway. They began to walk through the village. They headed for the Uchiha clan's compound to search for any clues about who Obito Uchiha might be. As they walked, Conan pointed out the Hokage rock monument. It's just as Jiraiya said, they carved the faces of their leaders on the stone. I wonder if Jiraiya's still alive, Naruto wondered. Conan pointed. Look, the fourth Hokage. He looks just like you, Naruto. Naruto looked at the face on the rock. Huh, I wonder if there's any blood relation. Clan, maybe, Conan posited. Naruto waved it off. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. We're on mission right now. That's right, Diva said. We don't have time to get sidetracked. We ought to find the Uchiha and investigate who this Toby fellow truly is. And so they snuck their way into the compound and began to search for any clues without drawing too much suspicion. This was an issue because the Uchiha were very observant. Most of their investigation had to take place at night when most of the Uchiha were at home and asleep. In this way, they could sneak into their homes and search for any clues that might lead them in the right direction. They started with the home of Fugaku Uchiha and worked their way out to the elders. They located quite a few hidden structures that few Uchiha went to on a regular basis. One of them was the Naka Shrine. This shrine was a sacred place to the Uchiha and seemed like a perfect hiding place for an Uchiha that didn't want to be found. So they decided to pay it a visit. Once they arrived, they stepped in and found nothing. No sign of Toby, but they did find an old stone monument. Conan and Naruto both paid very little attention to this, believing it to be meaningless. But they didn't possess the Rinnegan. Diva stepped closer to the stone. What is it, Nagato? Conan asked. Diva looked closely at the stone slab. This is a relic from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto and Conan both looked at each other and took a single step forward. You mean the one who bore the Rinnegan before you? Diva looked closer at it, but as Naruto and Conan drew closer, they couldn't understand it. It's gibberish, Conan said. No, Diva replied, running his finger over each character on the stone. It's encrypted, designed to be only read by my eye. It appears to be a warning against attempting to recreate the Rinnegan. Naruto scoffed. A warning against achieving the Rinnegan that can only be read by a Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths doesn't seem as intelligent as we make him out to be. Despite this, Diva continued to read. Conan could tell by the look in his eye that he had found something interesting. What is it? Conan asked. Diva took a moment to continue reading, but eventually spoke. This stone contains instructions and explanations to some things. Techniques, the power of the Rinnegan, the history of the world, and a super weapon. A super weapon? Naruto asked. What kind of super weapon? Diva turned back for a moment and pointed at Naruto as his gaze returned to the stone slab. That mysterious Ninetales inside of you. It's incomplete. Naruto was confused. Incomplete? Nagato continued. Your Ninetales and my ghetto statue are two pieces to a larger puzzle. Every tailed beast is a piece of it. If all beasts are gathered, tails 1 through 9, and then placed inside of the ghetto statue, the 10 tails will be born. The power of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Nagato looked it over. I must have this power. We must gain it. If we gain control of the 10 tails, we can bring peace. And you, Naruto, you will be the key. You will be the one to bring peace with the 10 tails. You will become a god, and then you will use your powers to make peace a reality. Naruto gulped at the concept. The 10 tails? It sounds dangerous. Nagato nodded. Of course it's dangerous. That's why we require it. We will use it to destroy those who seek war and set a new world order. Conan looked to Naruto. She could see he was getting uncomfortable. She spoke up. Let's talk about this some other time. We still have a mission to complete. Naruto looked down and away from Diva, a cue which Nagato noticed. He lowered his finger. We'll table it for now. We should continue to search for Toby. They continued to search, but found no sign of him. This marked the end of their time in Konoha. They set out to leave, returning to the animal path when suddenly Naruto grabbed Conan's arm. Look, he pointed out. She followed his finger and her eyes lit up a little. Master Jiraiya. Walking down the road like some victorious general returning home from a war, their old perverted mentor made his way home. Naruto thought about it for a moment. He looked to the others. Should we go say hi? Diva looked at his hands. No, I don't want him to see me like this. Diva looked up at Naruto. If he knew Yahiko was dead and that I was injured as grievously as I am, it would ruin his day. It's best we leave him. This saddened Naruto, but he looked to Conan and recognized that she felt the same way. It was best to let sleeping dogs lie. To be able to see him happy and alive was enough to make Naruto happy, even if he couldn't interact with him. Together they made their way out. They checked on the other various sites that the Uchiha had set up, but there was no sign of Toby. Disappointed, they returned to Amagakure. Well, we can't simply sit around and do nothing. We have our opportunity to begin something new, something important. I believe we should shift our focus to that and leave Toby be until he proves himself to be a bigger threat. Nagato stated. For now, we must gather the tailed beasts. How do we plan to do that? Conan asked. We take them, Nagato said with cruel indifference. Naruto looked up at Nagato. But we can't. Some of these beasts already have hosts. If you separate them from their tailed beast, they'll die. Diva looked to Naruto for a moment before turning away and making a stride toward the throne Hanzo had left behind. He sat down upon it. A small price to pay for world peace. We'll be disarming the 5 great nations and setting up a deterrent to end the suffering of the world. What is 1 or 2 lives in the face of millions? A necessary sacrifice. They won't be forgotten for their sacrifices. Any man would be pleased to know that their forfeiture of their life brought an end to war as a whole. Naruto was startled by what he heard. We're gonna commit more murder? Pain looked at him. It's a hard call, Naruto. You desire peace, don't you? Naruto gulped and nodded. Diva offered a softer gaze. Then sometimes a sacrifice must be made. For them, it's their lives. For us, it's our conscience. They'll have to die for what we must do, and we'll have to live with what we must do. It's the price we must pay. Naruto looked down and then away with a gasp of a sigh, showing that he was nearing his limit. He didn't want to do this again. Conan's sympathetic gaze met his for a time. Nagato looked to both he and she. If you desire, you may continue the search for Tobi instead. With my Rinnegan and my Uzumaki clan spirit, I'm better suited for capturing the tailed beasts. You focus on Tobi. Make sure he doesn't get in the way of our plans. Conan nodded. She took Naruto by the hand and began to lead him out, a gesture Nagato noticed. As they walked down the halls, Naruto looked to her. I don't know if I can go through with that. Conan nodded. I think Nagato knows that too. It's why he's decided to do it himself. To spare you. Just look away, Naruto. We can't help this. It's our big chance at world peace. We need to reach out and take it without fear, even if it hurts. Naruto looked away from her. What would Yahiko say if he were here right now? Conan thought about it. You know as well as I do what he would say. Naruto faced her again. Then why are we doing this? Conan thought about it for a moment. Because it's the right thing to do. And so, together, they continued their search for Tobi. It took them quite some time, but eventually they would be contacted by Zabuza Momochi, the current Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. He would inform them that Tobi was moving again, and that he was detected by Kiri's hunter Nin poking his nose about Kirigakure. And so, Naruto and Conan began to investigate within the confines of the village. What were they there for? Was it because they were attempting to gain better political footing? Perhaps destroy Zabuza's regime? What could it be? They kept their eyes open both day and night for Tobi and the mysterious man that they had only come to know as Zetsu. As they sat there, they spoke. So, how are you feeling? Conan asked. Naruto sat there on his perch overlooking Kiri. Like, I don't have a purpose anymore. Conan cocked her head. How so? Naruto, anguished, attempting to find the proper way to articulate what he meant. This isn't Yahiko's way anymore. I don't know if I want the kind of peace Nagato's bringing. Conan was surprised by this. What do you mean by that? Naruto hopped down from his perch and stood there on ground level. I mean, I see how he's been leading Ame. People are scared of him. He rules with fear. People aren't fighting because they're scared of what he'll do. That's a symptom of a tyrant. I'm scared that if this continues, we'll end up subjugating the world under an iron rod as opposed to freeing them from war. She stepped forward. You're a good man, Naruto. I know that if such a world does come to pass, then you'll offset Nagato. You'll be the people's advocate, the new sage of 6 paths. Naruto sighed. I just don't think I can keep going at it Nagato's way. I know he's not having me kill any of the Jinchuriki, but I'm watching it happen. Blood is being spilt, and I just can't help but feel like we're spitting in the face of Yahiko and everything he's built. I know I talk about this a lot, but I can't help but feel bothered by it. Surely you understand, She pushed her lips forward and kissed him, stopping his rambling all at once. At first, Naruto was surprised, nearly recoiling, but slowly he melted into it, his eyes closing. She pulled away. Just take a breath, Naruto. You're letting your stress get the better of you. It'll all work out in the end, and I'm sure that what we achieve will be enough to please Yahiko. Naruto looked away for a moment. I hope you're right. Suddenly, they saw 2 shadows dart from one rooftop to the next. Conan and Naruto looked to each other. Let's go after them, she said. They jumped out and began to chase after the shadowy figures. As they did so, they tried to keep their distance so as to not be seen. They followed for a time before the 2 shadows slipped into the sewers. They followed them down and chased them through the runoff. Turning a corner, they were surprised to have been met by a dead end. Turning around to leave, they saw not 2, but 4 dark shadows, each of them wearing a black cloak with red clouds. They were surprised. Tobi stepped forward, Zetsu by his side. How easily you are baited. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Tobi clicked his tongue. I suppose you wouldn't know, would you? You think I had anything planned here in Kiri? It has no use for me any longer. Not since Yagata was killed. No, I made myself visible just enough to lure you here and kill you myself. Conan looked around. I see you have new friends. Toby looked back. Indeed I do. Meet the newest recruits of my own personal Akatsuki, Hidan and Kakazu. One an immortal warrior of Jashin, and the other an assassin who nearly killed the first Hokage. Naruto put his hand in front of Conan and pushed her back. Stay back, I'll take them. Conan's eyes widened. No, you can't handle them yourself. Naruto shook his head. No, I can. I don't know if I'm ready to handle this, so please, step back. Toby cocked his head slightly to the right. Oh, are you going to show off your tailed beast? Yes, give me a preview of my prize. Naruto got down on all fours as suddenly the version 1 cloak appeared around him. It then evolved into his version 2 cloak, and with a mighty roar, he rushed the 4 Akatsuki. He passed right through Toby, and before he could touch Zetsu, Zetsu melted into the floor. Hidan bore his scythe and attempted to slice into Naruto, but the shell of the version 2 cloak was too tough to pierce through. Kakazu utilized his Earth Grudge Fear technique to form massive tendrils of what appeared to be sewing thread before wrapping it around its body and lifting him into the air with it.
Damn it, my threads can't break through the shell.
What did you think was gonna happen, dumbass? Hidan said as he checked the slightly blunted edges of his scythe.
If my scythe can't get through it, what makes you think your silly string can?
Suddenly, Zetsu appeared on the ceiling. He would utilize wood release to knock Naruto to the ground. Naruto would be held there. Zetsu attempted to add more pressure to shatter the shell, but before he could, the thrashing Naruto settled for a moment and released a tailed beast ball straight at him. Zetsu narrowly avoided it, though the entire ceiling of the sewage tunnel was blown out, along with much of the surrounding streets. Naruto broke free and once more rushed at Hidan, this time managing to slice him up, even severing an arm, to which Hidan's reaction bore no pain or fear. The battle continued. As Toby came up from behind Naruto, he went to strike, but suddenly Conan stopped him and attempted to destroy him with her paper bombs. Before she could, he retreated into his Kamui dimension to escape the blasts. The battle raged on for quite some time, both parties getting tired out. It was at about this time that the Hunter Nin, led by Haku, appeared. Toby's Akatsuki would flee the scene. Naruto called back his cloak and fell to the ground, his body severely burned, many of his cells damaged. Conan ran to him. Naruto! She held him up. He lay there motionless, alive but unconscious. The Hunter Nin rushed to his side. Haku stepped up to them and looked down upon Naruto. Get him to the hospital, ASAP. Naruto was rushed to the hospital where he would undergo intensive treatment to repair the effects of his version 2 cloak. All the while, Conan contacted Pain immediately. What is it, Conan? Asked the oily, transparent figure of the Diva Path. We were attacked by Toby. He and the one known as Zetsu have 2 new compatriots, one known as Hidan, a priest of Jashin, and the other Kakazu, a survivor from the First Shinobi World War. They fled, but I managed to place a tracking tag on them. Pain listened. Where is Naruto? Conan was silent for a moment. He's unconscious right now, in the hospital. He utilized his version 2 cloak and was nearly killed. Pain was silent for a moment. I will be there shortly. After some time, Nagato appeared and Kiryu met up with Conan. Show me where Toby is. She would show him a place on the other side of Konoha, a place known as the Mountain's Graveyard. My tag insinuated that the base is located here. Pain nodded. Stay here, Conan. I will deal with them myself. Conan looked up. But will you be okay? He looked back at her. My true body is nearby. Defend it. My 6 paths will strike first. She nodded. The rest of the 6 paths of Pain appeared by the Diva Path. The 6 figures then infiltrated the base. At this moment, Toby was plotting with the other members of the Akatsuki. They too were planning to retrieve the tailed beasts in an attempt to reform the Ten Tails. And this meant that they would eventually need the Rinnegan, which meant that Nagato was on their hit list. But they were unaware that he was already in the building up until he and his 6 paths rolled up. Ah, seems like we're both going about the same goals then, Nagato said through Diva that was looking at the plans Toby had set up. The other members of Toby's Akatsuki began to grow defensive. However, Toby himself remained relaxed. Ah, the third 6 paths graces us with his presence. Saves us the trip back to Ame to take your eyes. And what makes you think you could ever take my eyes? Nagato asks, pulling a map from the wall and looking it over. They stood in awkward silence for a time. Nagato looked up. I've not forgiven you. Toby stands there, his eye glowing crimson from below his mask. Nagato continued. I've not forgiven you for your hand in the death of Yahiko. It's as much your fault as it is Hanzo's. More so, perhaps, as not only did you stop my people from saving us, but you killed them too. Your act was unforgivable, and I've been waiting for the moment to finally make you feel pain. Toby let off a slight chuckle. Hatred enough to match even that of an Uchiha. Perhaps your borrowed eyes still bear some of their master's will, but alas, I'll be needing them back now. Nagato smiled, then come and try to take them. With that, the 6 paths of pain and Tobi's Akatsuki began to do battle. Hidan came in and was met with the human path. The human path lunged towards Hidan, but Hidan struck it with his scythe. Despite this, the animal path showed no sign of slowing down. Hidan lifted the animal path over his head and smashed it into the ground. He then pulled the blade back to lick the blood, but found none. What? Tobi looked back. Don't bother, it's a corpse. Hidan knew that his damage transferring techniques would be impossible on this being, but he still held the advantage. His immortality would ensure that he could not be killed and therefore could survive whatever this being had to throw at him. He just needed to damage it enough. For a time, Hidan and the human path fought, but it would soon be a decisive victory. Nagato had not chosen the human path for nothing. Despite Hidan's perceived immortality, that didn't mean he couldn't truly die, and all that he needed to do was remove the soul. When the human path got close enough, he managed to reach out and grip Hidan, where he then pulled his soul clean from his body, leaving him on the ground dead. All the while, Kakuzu was facing the Ashura path along with the animal path. To make things more fair, Kakuzu utilized his 4 masks to create 4 warriors beside him out of threads. To this, the animal path summoned its animals, while the Ashura path focused on Kakuzu himself. The battle was pretty straightforward. All they needed to do was strike their hearts and kill them. With the power of the Rinnegan, finding these hearts wasn't too much of an issue, and with the superior firepower of the Ashura path, before Kakuzu even had a chance to retaliate, he was struck and killed. The battle then came down to Zetsu and Tobi against the Diva path and the Preta path. The Preta path attempted to take on Zetsu, while Diva attempted to take on Tobi. Tobi would come at Nagato. Nagato would throw his chakra rods at Tobi, but before they hit, Tobi phased through them. Nagato recalled Naruto's words that Tobi was like a ghost. He groaned and prepared to receive a strike. He was knocked back. Suddenly, from within the Kamui dimension, Tobi pulled out the Gunbai Uchiwa, a legendary weapon passed down from generation to generation, last used by the great Madara Uchiha. Or so Nagato had read. Did this mean that this man was Madara Uchiha? No, impossible. Madara would have to be over 100 years old by now. But then again, he had seen far crazier things. He would weave his hands into signs. Thanks to his Rinnegan, he had a natural affinity for all 5 nature transformations. Due to this, he chose a fire-style jutsu to use against Tobi. Releasing a great fireball technique as a bit of an insult to Tobi due to his Uchiha heritage, he found himself surprised when his jutsu was turned to wind style and redirected back at him. He was blown back. He hit the wall and managed to stand. Tobi once more rushed at him. He utilized Almighty Push to knock Tobi back. He came closer. It seemed that he was still weak to this. He wondered why that was. In all actuality, the reason for this is because Tobi generally couldn't phase his whole body through something, and would only pass through Kamui to escape something of such an area of devastation as this. It truly was hacks, but it hardly made him as invincible as Pain was coming to learn. Pain would then have his 6 paths converge on both Tobi and Zetsu at the same time. The focused effort was enough to overtake and kill Zetsu, but Tobi was still holding his own. That was until he was surrounded by the entirety of the 6 paths of pain. There was nothing he could do, and in the end, he too was struck down. As he lay there dying, he looked up at the Diva path. I had hoped to stop something like you. I had hoped to eradicate pain from the world, but all I did was give birth to its embodiment. And now the world will burn with the rest of us. Tobi then passed away. Eventually, Naruto would wake up in the hospital. Konan would be by his side. She would tell him that Nagato found and eliminated the opposing Akatsuki faction and that they could now focus on their primary mission, which was to take the tailed beasts. This was not something Naruto would do. He drew the line there and told Pain that he wasn't going to kill the Jinchuriki, and so he would only be sent after Isobu when he regenerated. Naruto, along with Zabuza and Haku, would capture Isobu and bring him back to the Ghetto statue to be sealed. After some time, with very little resistance, they managed to capture all 9 of the tailed beasts. They sealed 8 within the Ghetto statue, but 1 was left, and Naruto knew that this meant it was time to seal the 10 tails into himself to bring the peace they had fought so hard for. Naruto entered the chamber where the 10 tails was sitting. He looked up at it and saw 8 of its 9 eyes open. He possessed the final key. Now all he had to do was seal it into himself and merge the 9 tails with it to take the power of the Sage of 6 Paths and end war altogether. Remember, you're going to keep peace. You're going to promote freedom. You won't be a tyrant. Konan watched. Nagato looked out to Naruto and spoke. It's time now for you to seal the 10 tails into yourself, Naruto. Once you do, we will march on Konoha and eradicate it. In doing so, we will show the world that none can oppose us. they'll have no choice but to accept peace. Naruto looked at Nagato in surprise. Wait, we're going to eradicate an entire village. Nagato's eyes narrowed. Yes, we will. Naruto was in shock. He could hardly articulate what he wanted to say, the questions he wanted to ask. But Nagato, you told me that we would be a deterrent. The threat of our power would stop people from going to war. You said nothing about mass murder. Naruto let out a light sigh. The people will not fear a weapon they do not know truly exists. The only way for this to work is to make an example out of one of the warmongering villages, and right now the biggest is Konoha. We must prove that even a world superpower cannot stand against us. Naruto shook his head. No. Nagato raised an eyebrow. No. Naruto looked at him. No, Nagato, I won't do it. I can't. I'm drawing the line here. Nagato was awestruck by this. How can you say no? We've been working so hard for this. Peace is right there in our grasp. All we have to do is take it. Naruto cringed slightly when Nagato raised his voice at him. No, Nagato, I've made plenty of compromises since Yahiko died and you took the wheel. I am not going to kill thousands just to prove a point. Nagato wasn't sure what to do. You're a fool. You're too weak to take the chance at peace right before us. You plan to let the world suffer and rot in the throes of war just because you're too weak? How long will it be until the 4th Shinobi World War? The 5th? War will continue to come and millions will perish. And you can stop that now if you have the strength to make a hard decision. Naruto shook his head again. I won't do it, Nagato. I can't. I'm sorry. Nagato roared at him in anger and thought about it while trying to catch his breath. You have to make the hard decision. It's the only one left. We didn't come this far to gain nothing, he said. Naruto looked up. I am making the hard decision. The decision not to follow your orders. Pain looked up at Naruto. I wasn't talking to you. Suddenly, the 6 paths of pain converged on Naruto as Nagato's walker drew closer. Naruto, I always admired you, ever since we were children. You rescued me. Without you, I would be dead right now, and maybe if I were, I wouldn't have felt such pain. But now, I have the chance. The chance to do that great thing that my mother's voice told me to do. When I was denied entrance into heaven and sent back to this hell, my mother told me that I still had great things to do, and this is that great thing. Please, Naruto, take the 10 tails. Save the world. Naruto shook his head again. No, not if I have to bloody my hands with the lives of the innocent. Thousands of people will perish. I won't be the one to kill them. Nagato let out a laugh. A hysterical laugh, one that slowly devolved into tears. Why are you doing this? Why are you making me kill you? Naruto offered a slight smile. Because it's the hard choice. Nagato grit his teeth. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! Nagato's Rinnegan widened, and from the ghetto statue, violent chains were fired. They wrapped around Naruto and lifted him into the air. If you're going to make a hard decision, then I will too. I can't afford to lose this chance. Naruto felt his tailed beast being ripped from his body, and in that moment, he saw Yahiko looking down upon him, his eyes light and his mouth in a gentle smile. There was the sound of steel passing through flesh and bone, and suddenly Naruto dropped. He hit the floor hard and took a deep breath, gasping at the sweet, life-giving oxygen that floated around him. He looked up and saw Konan standing on Nagato's walker, a blade in her hand, the tip passing through Nagato's chest. Konan, what have you done? Nagato cried out. She had tears running down her cheeks as she pulled the blade out. She pulled Nagato into an embrace, her tears mingling with his. He looked to her. Why? Her eyes opened as she spoke. I had to make the hard decision. Slowly, these 6 paths of pain began to fall, one by one, until the only path left was the 7th, the outer path, Nagato himself. Naruto stood and walked over. Nagato's eyes glazed a bit, and for a moment he was returned back to that time and age long past, that age during the Second Shinobi World War. He looked down and saw his own tiny feet, caked in mud and dirt, trudging down the long and lonesome road to his own demise. Before him, the tiny Nagato witnessed the Shinigami his parents had spoken of so long ago, the Reaper. He felt so empty, so tired. He fell to his knees and laid there, face first. However, as he laid there, he felt 2 sets of hands on his back, rolling him over. He saw 2 heads, one with yellow, the other purple. They held him up in an embrace. Their eyes possessed tears in them as they held him. I'm so sorry, Nagato, the girl with lavender hair said. She held him in her embrace, wailing uncontrollably. The other hand was gripped by the blonde boy, who also had tears running down his face. It felt like at any moment, the weak tether keeping his soul tied to his body might be released, and he might pass on to the next life. As he laid there, a 3rd boy appeared. This boy possessed orange hair. He didn't cry, however. He only smiled. Yahiko, Nagato spoke through gurgles. A hand reached down to him. Nagato raised his hand and took it, standing up. And in that moment, all pain subsided. The pain was gone. And in reality, Naruto and Konan held the lifeless body of their friend. Pain was gone. A few years pass. Naruto was out in the field tilling the land. He looked up into the sky at the sun and felt the sweltering heat. "Looks like the rain's about to come," he said, as he looked back to see Konan standing there holding a bento. "It's so rare to have a sunny day in Ame," she said. "Even if the rain returns, let's enjoy the sunshine while we can." He turned to her and took the box. "Do you have the produce ready for the market?" he asked. "Yeah, I got it done a little quicker than normal. The kids decided to help out this time." Naruto laughed. "That's a shocker." In the time since Nagato's death, Naruto and Konan had decided to focus more on the peace that they could find personally instead of worrying about the world. And in that time, they had settled down and started a little family of their own. In that time, they were blessed with 2 sons. One they named Yahiko and the other Nagato. And despite the tensions in the world still building up, something Naruto knew would eventually reach a breaking point, he knew it would be okay. It always was. It was the circle of life, and in that circle, death existed. But just as the perennial plant seemed to die in the winter and resurrect in the spring, so too did humanity fall into the cold embrace of war and then rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Naruto knew that he couldn't control what others did, and even if he had gone with Nagato's plan, that wouldn't have ended suffering. True peace was something one needed to find personally. It couldn't be forced down your throat. Every man, woman, and child needed to choose it on their own, and Naruto had chosen peace, and he knew eventually that he wouldn't be the only one.
In conclusion, dichotomy. The contrast that separates the light from the dark, and love from hate. The very concept that helped make Naruto what it is today. The emotion that fueled it. The differing paths taken based solely upon a different way of reacting to the same information. Yeah, the battles were cool. We got an awesome dojutsu and cool battles between kaiju. I could go on to say that we received some of the coolest villains since Darth Vader in this series, but more so than that, the plot carried itself by showing the 2 different ways we can all react to life and its many disappointments. We can become enraged and bitter, angered, hateful, or we can become happy again, smiling in spite of the hand we're dealt and enjoying life. I hope you can all go on to see the light in your lives. Perhaps a dark lens was cast over your vision not long ago, making you suffer due to some tragic event. But remember that sometimes bad things happen to allow us to understand the good things we're given. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, consider clicking that like button and subscribing. Doing so helps us out a lot here at the Amagi, and helps us continue making wonderful content like this for you. Don't forget to ring the bell as well to be notified about our latest videos, and if your appetite still hasn't been satiated by this smorgasbord of content, allow me to offer you some dessert. Here are 2 videos I know you'll like. Until next time, peace.